at the board 3-2. The bettors like that too. The 5. We have a field of 9 going postward for $40,000, the championship of the 2-year-old filly pace.
As the horses are out there getting ready to go, and the top 9 get in, and if you're sitting on that outside, that 10th horse, you're so close. You wonder, about better finish in one race. Say, do I start here? Do I go, try to get to that one fair? So much goes into making those decisions.
Well, look, going back to, I think it might be the 6th race tonight, will be the 2-year-old pace. Robbins Art finished second here, got beat by just 3/4 of a length in 55 last Sunday at the races here by the Ohio Colt Racing Association. And I was in the race office after the races, and I talked to Kent Saunders, and he said, he said, I'd love to come to the fairs, the fair finals. He said, I'm 11th. Will I get in? He said, I'm going to enter. He said, I'm eligible for the Buckeye Stallion Series, but he said, if I go to Northfield, I got to get a good post.
Yep. And that's the thing. You enter, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So
he got lucky and got in. That's just one scenario right there.
Want to apologize to everybody. We know we were having technical problems with our audio. We believe we've now got that all corrected. Doug, if you could give us the rundown of the first race again. They got to see it, but I don't think they got to hear it.
First race rundown, the one hit with the guys, 9. 2 April Spirit finished 7th. 3 Crown Creation, a winner. The 4 Just Believe was 5th. Aunt Rita finished 3rd. We Go, that's right, was 4th. Abby D was 2nd. Mount Bella 6th. Glowface 8. 158 and 3. Fractions 30 seconds, 59 and 2, and 128 and 1.
Well, there's a look right now on our screen. A Party Cruiser. The Vernon Beachy trainee, Brett Miller, gets the drive, and that's one of those that Vernon usually drives, but if you can get a Brett Miller to drive for you, you're going to take that opportunity, and that's a horse coming off 4 in a row.
4 in a row, draws post 9. His last win by a length and 3/4 in 2 minutes at Dover.
And this was another thing Roger and I talked about as we set this up. For a lot of these horses, they're not used to 9 on the gate. They're used to seeing 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Correct. And, you're right, 5, 6 horses. And it's easy to get to the front if you have the 6-hole, because usually at a fair race, there's 2 or 3 that's got the class in there. Here, they all got class. So with a 9-hole for Party Cruiser, we'll have to see what Brett Miller's going to do.
So as we get set for the second, Mike Webkenberg, looks like he's trying to work his way around to get the gate into position as we get set for the second. This is the 2-year-old filly pace. Again, for those of you that missed our tonight is charity night. We have 20 charities here as well. The 9th and 11th race, they are going to be teamed with a horse. We had a live draw on our Facebook page yesterday where we matched the horse with the charity. We had 2 of them here, Artemis Center and the Shriners. We're going to get them back here, so make sure they can tell their stories as well. So we're going to work on getting them back as well, and those are going to be big races. Chance for these charities to win $10,000.
That's great. That's
$10,000 for the winner. Second gets $5,000. Third gets $2,500, and then the other ones are guaranteed of a $2,000 donation. As we get set to go, let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Black Tilly and Party Cruiser on the outside. It's post time.
Victor, if you're on headset, does Roger need to take our microphone out there for interviews? I thought he did.
2-year-old filly Pacers for the Ohio Bears Championship. Second race from Dayton Raceway, and here they go.
He does? Okay, great.
Here, Offie and Pacey going for the lead. Fear the Pansy left alertly center of the track. Do it like Bobby. Bittersweet Symphony. Through to the inside is Disney Springs. Tucking in fifth into the turn is Party Cruiser. Then it is Royalties Dreamer 6th, 7th. Well, Maxine is followed by Old Little Shift, and the trailer is Black Tilly. Drive past the quarter, 26-3, and Doing Like Bobby is on a speed mission up top, has a lead from the Pocket Fear. The Pansy, their third, is Disney Springs. Racing fourth, 1-5 favorite Bittersweet Symphony edges to the outside. Picking up the cover is Party Cruiser. Royalties Dreamer moving third over from 6 off the rail. Well, Maxine followed by Old Little Shift, and Black Tilly is the trailer. Around the paddock turn and over to the half they go. Do It Like Bobby chugging along on the lead, 55-4. 29-1, second panel. Bittersweet Symphony is first up now, second on the outside. Here the Pansy. Racing a Loose Pocket is their third, following cover. Party Cruiser on the outside. Disney Springs will get underway from fifth. 6 is Royalties Dreamer. Racing in seventh, Well Maxine. 3 wide, Old Little Shift, and the trailer is Black Tilly. To 3/4 they go. Do It Like Bobby, lead a neck outside. Bittersweet Symphony is pouring on the pressure. Party Cruiser is tracking third. 3/4 was 1:23-2. They come to the top of the stretch. Do It Like Bobby, Bittersweet Symphony on the outside, ready to fan 3 wide for the drive. Party Cruiser into the stretch, and Bittersweet Symphony has taken the lead away. Opens up 2. Party Cruiser trying to reel her in. Do It Like Bobby now third. Bittersweet Symphony. The win streak continues. Party Cruiser was second. Do It Like Bobby third. Old Little Shift was fourth. 152-4.
So there you have it, Bittersweet Sympathy. It's a post-time favorite at 1-5 with that inside post, 152-4. Very nicely driven Brett Miller, the 9 Party Cruiser, who had the 9 hole. He worked out a trip. He got some cover past the half, came on for second.
12 in a row now for Bittersweet Symphony. That may be the longest winning streak in the country. It's got to be close. Wouldn't you think?
Yes, but it has to be, yes. And mainly in the Southern Valley Cold Circuit and home talent.
Was a winner at Coshocton last time out on the second, and then comes in here and wins in a lifetime best of 152-4. Tyler Smith for Chris Hirschberger, as making its way back towards the winner's circle is our winner. And we'll have Roger doing the interviews. They think they have the audio corrected to come through the PA system for the winner here, as we will hear that when Roger gets set. He also has both microphones, we think, we hope. We'll find out once he gets there, as they're bringing the winner, Tyler Smith, with Bittersweet Symphony back to the winner's circle.
Headed to the winner's circle, winner out of the second race, Ohio Bears Championship, 2-year-old filly case. Number 2, Bittersweet Symphony. 2-year-old daughter of Well Said out of the Dragon Again, mare just too spoiled. The CNC Stables, Canton, Ohio. David J. Miller, Sagamore Hills, Ohio. Chris Hirschberger, the winning trainer. Tyler Smith is the winning driver. It's the 31st win of the meet here at Dayton for Tyler. It's the 12th win of the year for Bittersweet Symphony. The win streak continues. She gets a new lifetime mark tonight, 152-4.
Here in the winner's circle with me right now is winning driver Tyler Smith. Big first up move for you with that horse in the last Bittersweet Symphony.
Yeah, you know, looking into it, I thought there'd be some speed in there. You know, she's done it every which way when I drove her. She's come first over a couple times at Scioto and been very good. And at Delaware, I mean, she was under wraps, but, I mean, she speaks for herself. I mean, she just keeps winning. She knows how to do it, and she loves it.
152-4, that time surprised you, being the half that you had?
You know, I always thought she could pace 52. You know, I thought, like, she was wrapped up in 54 at Delaware, and, you know, at Scioto she paced 53. You know, she's just a tough mare.
Does she have a preference, half mile or 5/8 mile track, or is she good on all tracks?
No, she handles herself very professional, you know, and it don't bother her at all.
Congratulations, Tyler, and many more tonight.
Hope so. Thank you.
All right, there's your winner, Tyler Smith, who drove Bittersweet Symphony to the win. And joining us now at our table is Holly Finkel with Pink Ribbon Girls. And Holly, glad to have you with us today. Tell us a little bit about Pink Ribbon Girls.
So Pink Ribbon Girls is an organization that supplies meals and rides to treatment for individuals going through breast and gynecological cancer in the Dayton area.
How many people do you serve in the Dayton area?
We served 20,000 meals last year and provided 3,000 rides.
How important is the services for the people that you take care of? Because people don't think of that sometimes. The little things that people going through cancer treatments need.
Yeah, so it's very important. So the things that they don't think that they will struggle with are the things that we provide, the meal, the ride, the little things that they don't think of. We kind of step in and help it be easier on the family for one thing and on them as well.
Now, who's your horse today in the charity race?
I believe it's Let It Rock.
Do you know what number it is?
I do not.
Okay, because I was going to say, when we did the charity event at Scioto Downs with the Columbus area charities, we had a charity called Warrior Bags that helped cancer patients, and they had number 7, pink, for breast cancer. So there was a lot of mojo going on there, so go see if you got a number 7.
I will do that.
All right, well, Holly, thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck tonight.
And we're going to bring on somebody else now, one of our other charities coming in. We're going to have all these fine people coming in, and joined now by
Mark Murdoch.
Mark Murdoch, who's with the Dayton VA Medical Center. Big veteran community here in Dayton because of the Air Force Base.
Absolutely. We have 43,000 veterans that we take care of at the Dayton VA, but we have also many other veterans that are taken care of by Wright-Patterson Medical Center. And it's a great community for veterans. I started my Air Force career here at the Air Force Base, and have stayed here with my family, and just like many other veterans have. It's a great place to raise families and a great place to live.
How many veterans are like you that come here to Dayton, serve, and then stick around?
Wow, like I said, we have 43,000 that we take care of in the VA, and I'd say probably with the folks also, other folks that are at the Air Force Base, probably in the close to 100,000. Folks that come here and make this their home for the rest of their lives.
What are some of the services that that the VA does offer to the veterans here?
So we have extensive services in primary care, specialty medicine, surgery, long-term care, rehabilitative services, residential rehabilitation. So it's really comprehensive as all of the different elements of care that we provide for veterans.
Now, who's your horse this afternoon?
So we have a. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on that right now. Yeah, sorry.
I should have the list with me, but I don't.
Yeah.
Well, good luck this afternoon.
Yeah, appreciate
it.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and then we're also going to bring in our final representative here. They're coming in. This, I believe, is. And where are you at the Miami Valley Down Syndrome Association? Okay, well, at least my notes are good. Tell us a little bit about what the organization does.
Sure. There are 6 Down Syndrome associations in Ohio, and so we cover the entire Miami Valley. Down syndrome, a lot of people don't know this, it is a genetic condition, so there is not a cure. At least there probably will not be in our lifetime. And so what we do is we help families, we support them, help them get into the right therapies that are needed. In 1965, the average lifespan of an individual born with Down syndrome was 9 years old. By 1985, it had grown to about 25, and today we are seeing those folks live into their 50s and 60s regularly. So we've seen a lot of good progress in how we care for that community.
And for many families, when the baby is born, realizing they have Down syndrome is quite a shock to them.
Absolutely. That can be something that they describe that they just kind of, they don't remember for several weeks, it seems like. So some folks do get a prenatal diagnosis, and so they know that's coming, but others, you are correct, do not. And it can be, it's all new territory. And so one of the things that we do is come along beside those new parents and help them navigate all of that, get them to help them know about the specialists, link them up with other parents, which is a huge plus for them.
Who's your horse this afternoon?
Let's see, our horse, we were told
Nobody
one.
remembers.
We were told one, and then it got changed.
It was a scratch, so
Did
then
you
you
have
had to
King
redraw.
Yeah, so we redrew.
You in the 9th race or 11th?
Because King Kluber was
We are probably
scratched out of the
9th.
9th, I think.
Ninth
So,
race, let's see.
yep, so I don't know who they ended up giving
We had
this.
Photobomb.
Okay,
Photobomb. There we go. I remembered.
okay, well, good. All right, well,
So we're hoping that Photobomb doesn't bomb, right?
Yeah.
And we have a good race.
well, good for you, and thanks for coming out tonight.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for hosting this first time, I understand. And
Here, Dave.
it's a
Yep.
privilege to be here with you guys, so thank you so much.
Sounds good. Well, we're going to get
Best
ready
of luck
for
tonight.
We're going to get ready for the third race when we return after these commercials.
I didn't get the complete rundown.
Purchasing a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. With Kim Hill Real Estate at your side, making those decisions is easier. Standardbred owners Kim and Randy Hill are thrilled to support our industry and help you if buying a home is in your future. To reach the office in Dayton, call 937-344-8559. In Portsmouth, call 740-352-8340. Kim Hill Real Estate, horsemen helping horsemen.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, as well as the trotter Muscle Diamond. Randy and Kim Haynes also manage Rockin' Amadeus, proven sire Mr. Apples, and the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach.
Welcome back to Hollywood Gaming at Dayton Raceway. Frank Froz along with Doug Ballinger at the table now. We're going to have Tom Pye coming in a little later. Roger's doing some interviews. We got everybody working today that work the fair circuit. So this third race, though, is not coming up is not a
It's a Dayton condition race,
It's a
yes.
claiming race for $20,000, but you got the top four results.
I
from
just got the
last
top
race.
four. We were busy, didn't get the complete rundown. The 2-year-old filly paced for $40,000. The winner, the 2, Bittersweet Sympathy. She was 4th in standings. Second to 9, Party Cruiser, who was 2nd in standings, come out of the 9-hole, got a real good trip and a real good drive by Brett Biller. Finishing 3rd, number 5, Do It Like Bobby, and 4th to 7, Old Little Shift. 26-3, 55-4, 123-2, 152-4 for Bittersweet Sympathy, a lifetime mark. And now earnings this year, Frank, for Bittersweet Sympathy, right at $78,000.
You got to like that for a very nice year for Bittersweet Symphony, who has now won 12 straight races, which, as we talked about, has got to be the best around the country. I'm not sure if we can find that on Pathways or where we can find that, but that's something we got to look into.
Her driver, Tyler Smith, talked very highly of her.
So, well, this third race is a $20,000 claiming race, and basically with allowances. And basically what that means, Doug, is if you wanted to buy a horse in this race, if I wanted to buy a horse in this race, all we got to do is walk into the racing secretary's office, hand them our cashier's check for $20,000.
Pretty much like that. I don't think it's quite that simple.
Not that easy, but
you might have to have license ahead of time and things like that, but you're pretty much on track there.
You walk in, and once that race starts, if nobody else puts that claim in,
and if you own, say, the 2 horse in this race, and you know I'm going to claim him, there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly.
And if I claim him and he falls over in the race, he's mine.
He's yours.
But you get the purse money.
I get the win. Yep. And sometimes for an owner, you get that purse money, and you get that claiming money. And what do you do when you're young?
They call it the claiming game. Yep. So many of these horses, I don't know if it's so big anymore, but 4 and 5 years ago, these horses would change owners every week.
Yeah, and if you take a look in this race, you take a look at the number 3, Lucifer's Legend A, has changed 3 times in the last 6 races. And then you take a look at Can't Escape My Desire, has changed trainers 3 times in the last ownership. And the funny thing about looking at that horse is Can't Escape My Desire 6 races ago was claimed from the J.D. Perrin barn. And right now, J.D. Perrin claimed it back, and he's now the trainer again.
Oh, that's the way it goes.
Let's go to the post parade for the third.
Claiming pace first, $14,000. No changes in race 3. It starts the early pick 3 races 3, 4, 5. Here's the field. Number 1 is Zeke. But running down a Dream Stable, trained by Eddie Emmerine with Josh Sutton. Number 2, Pack Up and Go, owned by Jeff Burton, trained by Donnie Williams with Tyler Smith. 3 is Lucifer's Legend by Tatham Racing Stable, trained by Brian Tatham with Mitch Cushing.
I'm not going to talk so much about this race. Yeah. I'm going to talk about the Bear Circus.
Number 4, Captain Domio, is owned by Tanya Nichols and Chris Koros. Trained by Jason Brewer, Brett Miller drives. 5 is Arma Blue Chip Boy, owned by Mary Meggerly, trained by Kane Kaufman with 2 Barker. 6, Can't Escape My Desire, by Tessa Parent, trained by J.D. Parent with Chris Page. 7, Skyway Ballistic by Angel Howe, trained by Tom Litt with Cam McCown. 8 is Mayor Mid-Cheese by Johnny Stan, trained by Chris McGuire with Tony Hall. And number 9, Zen Valley Heel, owned by Lucky Draw Racing Stable, trained by Pat Karcher. Hunter Myers is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 3 starts the early pick 3, races 3, 4, 5.
Well, there you had the post parade for the third. As we said, it's a claiming phase. A purse of 14,000, a field of 9. We're here for the Ohio Fair Finals.
65 fairs comprise the Ohio Fair Racing. 21 belong to the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, which is sponsored by the Ohio Colt Racing, Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The Ohio Colt Racing Association has 19, Home Talent 15, and the Southern Valley Circuit 10 to give you the 65 fairs at harness racing in Ohio. And Frank, harness racing in Ohio, nobody comes close.
No, 65 county and
County
independent fairs. And, you know, as people knew that followed us today or followed us throughout this summer, I mean, we sometimes had 1 fair. Sometimes we had 2. Some days we had 3. And there was one day that we had 4 county fairs racing on the same day. It is very big. And the amount of money that harness racing pumps into the Ohio economy is $2.8 billion. That's with a B, $1 billion. And, you know, it's, you take a look, it's the grooms, it's the drivers, it's the trainers. But then you also have the farriers. You also have the farmers that raise the grains and the feed. It really trickles down. So it is a statewide industry.
I was this afternoon at noon this afternoon. I was at Portland, Indiana, called their fair second chance finals. They have a good program. They went for 10. This is their second chance. Their finals, I think, go in August. They only have about 8 fairs race. That's all it offers at Indiana, and they go for 20. Pennsylvania, another big one, but Ohio sets the top.
And, you know, throughout this summer, we have been doing our county fair histories that Ashley Daly has been doing. And as you listen to those and watch them, you saw that these fairs started back in the 1800s, and harness racing was a part of it. There was a lot of pride.
Dan Patch at our fairground, he raced at the Mercer County Fair in Salina, my home fairground. And, you know, they'll come out there with these metal detectors. And 25, 35 years ago, they found a couple Dan Patch coins. A guy that lives out west of town in Salina, he bought this house about 5, 6, 7 years ago. And in his garden, he tilled a garden up, and he found a Dan Patch coin.
There you go. It goes years and years and years. So that's what makes this so special. Is we're getting set for the $20,000 claiming race with allowances for horses and geldings. The third on our 14 race card here from Dayton Raceway. The fourth, though, when we get back to the Fair Championships, it'll be another 2-year-old event. The 2-year-old Colt Trotters will go as we are looking forward to that. We are going to have a special ceremony after this race as the family of Bill Daly. Bill Daly was enshrined in the Ohio Harness Horse Racing Hall of Fame earlier this year, and we're going to present the plaque and everything to the Daly family.
Bill Daly, who trained for many years at Urbana, would train 30 or 40 horses, always had a sire stake champion, always. A great trainer.
And so he is
a great
enshrined
family.
into the Immortal Hall of Fame. And today is the day that his wife, Kim, and his daughter, Ashley, will be in the winner's circle. I'm going to go out and do the ceremony when we present them their plaque for Bill's induction into the Immortal Hall of Fame. And, he was named in that earlier this year at the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association banquet by the United States Harness Writers Association. Are you a member of that organization, Ushwa?
No.
Well, why not?
I don't know.
Well, Doug, we are going to get you to be a member of the Ushwa organization. You need to be a member of United States Harness Writers Association. It's not writers. It's anybody really.
I can't write. I
with
can
it.
talk.
Well, and that's the thing. That's what we tell everybody. A lot of the people associated with aren't writers, but it's one of those things that it's a great organization. So we're going to have to get you tied into that one as we move forward. As it looks like still taking some time between these races, which
as we look at the board of this post time favorite now at 4 to 5 is the 6, A Handsome Face. Whoop, I'm in the wrong
we're
race.
doing the wrong race. That's
6,
coming up.
Can't Escape My Desire, Chris Page.
I'll tell you right now,
Page.
if A Handsome Face would be the favorite, Rosie Weaver would be very happy because she and Don Irvine have been a great team this summer. They really have.
And Rosie,
worked hard.
looking ahead to the 4th, does have a couple horses in there. She drew 6 and 7 with A Handsome Face and Rose Run Exalted. The number 1 point getter, Flex Mania, was scratched. And I noticed was scratched the start before that at Geschochten. So something must not be right with Flex Mania.
And with that, Buckeye Cash then gets
Steps in,
and
yes.
Buckeye Cash gets the 1 hole as part of it because that's where Flex Mania was in.
Yes, that's the way that works.
And scratched out of it. So for Buckeye Cash and John Koneski Jr., or the second, John Jr., I think it is. Or no, I'm sorry, Ed Greeno Jr., not John. Ed Greeno Jr. owns Buckeye Cash. So to get that opportunity is good as Mike Wepkenberg starts to bring the starting gate around as we get set for this, the 3rd from Dayton Raceway, a claiming event for $20,000, a purse of $14,000.
I can hear through my headset.
I'm leaving, so go to you.
Now, can they hear me talk now?
Claiming Pacers' 3rd race from Dayton Raceway. Field of 9 to start the early pick 3 are lined up, and here they go.
Yes.
Here off in Pacey, going for the lead. Lucifer's Legend from the outside. Can't Escape My Desire at the rail. Zeke is away 3rd. 4th into the turn. Pack Up and Go. Racing 5th. Captain Dolmio. Next is Armor Blue Chip Boy. Racing 7th is Skyway Ballistic. Then it is Mayor McCheese and the trailers into Valley Heel. Lineup drive to the quarter, 2 to 5 favorite. Can't Escape My Desire has the lead. He'll put the quarter on the board, 27 flat. Racing in 2nd as they straighten up is Lucifer's Legend. 3rd is Zeke. Pack Up and Go is there racing in 4th. Starting to peek to the outside. Captain Dolmio is looking to get underway. Hoping to flush some cover. Gets that job done. Arma Blue Chip Boy is racing in 6th. 7th is Skyway Ballistic. Then it is Mayor McCheese and Zenda Valley Keel on over to the half. Can't Escape My Desire on top. First stop, Pack Up and Go. They pass the half, 56 and 2, 29 and 2. Second panel, Pocket Sitter is a Lucifer's Legend. Following cover, second over 4th, Captain Dolmio. Lockdown 5th at the rail is Zeke. 3rd up outside, Arma Blue Chip Boy. Still 7th, Skyway Ballistic. Off the rail 8th, Mayor McCheese and trailers into Valley Keel to 3/4 they go. Can't Escape My Desire has the lead ahead. Pack Up and Go, trying to grind him down. Lucifer's Legend still there to the inside. 123 and 4, 27 and 2. 3rd quarter, and Page says go with Can't Escape My Desire, and he opens up 2. Inside Lucifer's Legend, he's had the trip. Will need to do some better work as they come to the top of the stretch. Pack Up and Go is there. Captain Dolmio, steppy as they swing off the turn, off stride with Skyway Ballistic. Into the stretch, Can't Escape My Desire has the lead. Can't Escape My Desire, gate to wire. Up 2nd, Lucifer's Legend. 3rd was Zeke. 4th was Captain Dolmio, 151 and 3.
Well, there you have it. The winner, Can't Escape My Desire, and Chris
Page, 151-3, set off as the 2-5 post-time favorite. Fractions at 27, 56-2, 123-4. Can't Escape My Desire, 9-year-old Bay-Golded son of Real Desire, out of the Art Escape mare Beach Escape, picks up season's win, number 9. Have to wait for the complete rundown. We have a photo for place. Unofficially, I believe it will be the 3 Lucifer's Legend second. Number 1 Zeke may have got up for third. A photo for place and show. 4th race coming up next, and that will be the $40,000 2-year-old Trot Championship. 6314 is unofficial. Zeke was third, and Captain Del Mio finished 4th. Here is your winner moving into the winner's circle, the 6, Can't Escape My Desire. Owned by Teresa Perrin of Lebanon, J.D. Perrin trains, Chris Page in the sulky.
Owned by Tessa Perrin of Lebanon, Ohio, trained by J.D. Perrin. Chris Page is the winning driver. 22nd win of the meet for the headliner. 28th career win for Can't Escape My Desire. 9th of the season, 3 straight to the Buckeye Stakes of either night, 151-3.
There you have it, the winner of the 3rd, the 6, Can't Escape My Desire. 2nd to 3, Lucifer's Legend. 3rd, the 1, Zeke, and 4th, the 4, Captain Del Mio. We'll have that complete rundown from announcer Barry Vickroy shortly. Then we'll be taking a look at tonight's 4th race, the 2-year-old Colt Trot Ohio Fairs Championship for $40,000, a field of 9. Looking at that 4th race, here is your complete rundown with Barry Vickroy.
6-3 exacta, $11.50 try, $16.25, 9 super, $13.64. There's a complete order of finish. Zeke 3, pack up and go 5, Lucifer's Legend 2, Captain Del Mio 4, Arma Blue Chip Boy 6, Can't Escape My Desire the winner, Skyway Ballistic 9, Mare McCheese 8, Zenda Valley Heel 7, top down 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 1, 9, 8, 7 on the bottom, 3 straight to the Buckeye State. Can't Escape My Desire tonight in 151-3. 4th race is next in race 4. Change the driver of the 8, Grandpa Pete, will now be driven by Josh Sutton. Race 4 is our first high 5 of the night, post time in 9 minutes.
Now we're going to go to the winner's circle. Roger Houston, along with Frank Frass, a special presentation to the Daly family.
Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2.
My name is Frank Frost. I'm the Outreach and PR Coordinator for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Today I'm representing the United States Harness Writers Association. Earlier this year at the OHHA banquet, USHWA inducted Bill Daly into our Immortal Hall of Fame, and joining me today is the Daly family, his wife Kim, his daughter Ashley, some brothers and sister-in-laws, and a little bit of everybody, correct, Kim?
Yes. Yes.
Tell you a little bit about it. Today we make the enshrinement official. Bill was born on June 6, 1960 in Jamestown, Ohio. At the early age of 16, he began his racing career in harness racing. Throughout his life, Bill's passion for standardbreds led him to major success as his owner, trainer, and driver. Since the late 70s, he recorded at least 1,200 training wins and purse earnings in excess of $12.3 million. As a driver, he made 2,301 trips into the winner's circle and produced multiple Ohio Triple Crown winners and numerous Ohio and Indiana Sire Stakes champions, all leading him to receive the Jerry Kaltenbach Memorial Award on several occasions. Bill passed away suddenly in 2018 at the age of 57, and it is with great pleasure to now officially induct into the Ohio Harness Racing Immortal Hall of Fame for 2021, the Ohio chapter, James Bill Daly. Congratulations, Kim and Ashley.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything, Kim?
I'm good.
You're going to let Ashley talk just like you did on the video, aren't you?
I've always been the talker, right? But I cannot express, I know we said this during the banquet, but I cannot express the gratitude that our family feels that he's not forgotten. And, thank you to the owners and the grooms and everybody who made him who he was. And he would tell you if he was here that he didn't do it on his own. And when I received this call, I was actually at the barn. My mom called me and said, you're never gonna believe what happened finally, because it's something that I've been waiting for a while. And when she said your dad was inducted to the Hall of Fame, I broke down. And thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You didn't think it was going to ever happen, did you?
No. I always wanted it to, but he was never a guy that wanted to claim his fame.
Well, congratulations to the entire family, and Bill's looking down and hopefully can figure a way to get you to the winner's circle a little later.
Tell him, please.
The Daly family, congratulations. Back over to you, Doug.
Thanks, Frank and Roger. Well-deserved, Bill Daly, one of the top trainers in the state of Ohio. Always had a sire stake horse, and not too many years went by where he didn't win a sire stake championship. Well, we're going to take a look at tonight's fourth race, the Giro Colt Trot for $40,000, a field of 9. The number 1 point getter in here in the fourth race. Did not make the finals. Flex Mania did make the finals, I should say, but was scratched. So that leaves Buckeye Cash to slip in to that number 1 hole off the rail. So looking at the field, 1 Buckeye Cash, standing 10th in the poise standings. A winner this year of right at $15,000. 5 of 13. 2 is Mr. Steele, second in the point standings. 5 of 17 this year for Mr. Steele. Sean Barker for Roger Hughes. Super Spirit, the 3 horse, 7th in the point standings. 5 for 14. And Russell trains. Tony Hall picks up the drive on the 3, Super Spirit. This is a big driver's change on Super Spirit. As Tony Hall, regular at the Meadows, is now making his way into Dayton. Let's go to the winner's circle now in Frank Frost.
I get a lot of things done in one day. Overlap.
All right, another one of our charity interviews today, and joining me now, Gunnery Sergeant Luis Duran for the Marine Corps Toys for Tots. And believe it or not, it's that time of year again, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It kind of sneaks up on you every year. You're like, all right, October's not too far away, or we got time, and next thing you know, it's here, and it's time to get going.
How many boxes will you guys go out, and how will you go about collecting the toys for this year?
So this year we have right now about 15 or 20 different organizations throughout Montgomery and Greene County that have set up boxes at their place of business, and we're hoping to get a few more. But right now, if you go to our website, Dayton-OH-toysfortots.org, you can find every location where you can go and donate a toy. And if you can't get out of the home, we know COVID is kind of a thing still. There's ways to donate on our website. You can do monetary donations or have toys bought through our website and delivered to us.
How many kids do you guys serve at Christmas time?
Last year, we distributed 20,000 toys to about 9,200 kids last year. So for us, it's a big thing for us. But we can't do this without our community here. So thanks to everyone that's helped out over the years.
And what was that website again?
Dayton-OH.toysfortots.org.
Gunnery Sergeant, thank you for your service to our country. Thanks for everything you're doing for the community.
No, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
And do you know what horse you got this afternoon?
Number 7 on the next track, or the next race. So
the 9th race, not till the 9th race, I think.
I think ours was the 4th, but yes.
Okay,
it's number 7.
Good luck. All
Lucky
right.
number 7.
All right. So let's head back over to Doug, and then we're going to get our next charity in here in a second.
Thanks, Frank. Looking now at the 4, True Dream. Fourth in the point standings with 402 points. 4 of 14 this year. This is a Rosie Weaver entry. 3 horses in here for Rosie Weaver. Tyler Smith to drive the 4, True Dream. They're coming out for the 4th. Now Barry Vickroy will have the
Horses leaving the
horse
paddock, headed to the
parade.
track for tonight's fourth race. Ohio Fairs Championship, 2-year-old colt trot, $40,000 a purse. Change the driver, the 8, Grandpa Pete, to Josh Sutton. Race 4 features high five wagering, first of 3 on the evening. Here's the field. Number 1 is Buckeye Cash by E.G. Trot and the Broken Brokers, ringed and driven by Ed Grano Jr. Number 2 is Mr. Steele, owned and trained by Roger Hughes Jr. with 2 Barker. 3, Super Spirit, and Russell, the owner and trainer. Tony Hall drives. Number 4, A True Dream. It's owned and trained by Rosie Weaver with Tyler Smith. Number 5, Swan Hill of a Time, owned by Taylor Equine Racing, trained by Charles Taylor with Chris Page.
How's it going? Good. Quick question. My
Number
group
6,
is the
A Handsome Face,
NAACP.
owned by Rosie Weaver and
they've always
Heartland
selected
Acres.
the guy
Rosie
that's
Weaver
gonna
trains.
call.
Don Irvine Jr. drives.
Interviews after the 6th race, so I bring him out here after the
7
6th
is
race.
Rose Run Exalted, owned by Rosie Weaver and Joe Craft, trained by Rosie Weaver with Brett Miller. 8 is Grandpa Pete by Tammy Carter, Cass Gallagher, Steve Carter trains. Change the driver to Josh Sutton. And number 9, Beast of Delaware, owned by Fred Reed, trained by Ron Stack. Cam McCown is in the sulky. One play show, exacta, trifecta, high five wagering featured on race 4.
Now we'll go to Frank Frost.
With a special guest in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Doug. Joined now by Chris Stanley with Fisher Nightingale Houses. And Chris, tell me a little bit about a Fisher House.
Fisher houses are compassionate care homes like Ronald McDonald houses, but our mission is to support the wounded, injured, and ill, military men and women, veterans, and their families.
How many families do you serve in a year here?
Typically, pre-COVID, you've heard of COVID, right?
Yes.
Pre-COVID, about 12 to 1,500 families, but even during COVID, we never shut down. Of course, a lot of people became televisits with doctors and elective surgeries canceled and those types of things. But even so, last year we were still able to support 526 families.
Very similar to the Ronald McDonald House concept.
Very
correct?
similar, yep. They stay with us for free. We've got 2 out at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and 1 down to Dayton VA Medical Center.
And you were telling me before, 24 years retired in the Air Force, came to Dayton and never left.
That's correct. We liked Dayton when we came here and decided to stay when I retired.
What horse do you have this afternoon in the charity race? What's the name? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It's race 9, the 3rd horse.
Well, good luck this afternoon.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
well, thank you. Well, earlier today we had one of our other interviews with our Shriners, and unfortunately we're unable to get the people on. So I'm going to have Bethany come back in here, and we had audio problems, Bethany, and we want to make sure everybody got in here. And you are with the Shriners Hospital, and the Shriners do so much here in the Southwest Ohio area, especially for children with burns.
That's exactly right. We treat about 3,000 kids per year with acute burns, cleft lip and palate, craniofacial conditions, or needing plastic and reconstructive surgery. If they have serious skin and wound conditions, we can help all those kids. And we do that regardless of their family's ability to pay.
In a little different concept, you're inside a hospital.
Yeah, so it's a new concept of being a fully independent hospital inside another hospital. So we're located on the 2nd floor of Dayton Children's Hospital, and we still do all of our own care, but if any of our kids have complex medical conditions that might need additional support from neurosurgery or ENT, neurology, ophthalmology, we have those specialists that we can rely on at Dayton Children's, and so we don't have to send those kids anywhere else. We can keep them right in the hospital, and doctors can just come up and down and help them.
Now, because you Shriners can help all children regardless of the family's ability to pay, you do an awful lot of fundraising.
We do. So charity is a huge part of what we do, and we're so dependent on the great work that our Shriners do around the country, as well as individual donors, companies, organizations like the Ohio Harness Horseman Association that are doing this charity night for us. So every dollar makes a difference to help these kids.
Who's our horse?
Our horse is Better's Choice, so we're ready for a big night.
Good luck tonight.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's throw it back over to Doug.
Thanks, Frank. Looking at the rest of the field in this 2-year-old trot as they take their final score down and they'll go to the gate. Number 5, Swan, Hell of a Time, 5th in the standings, mainly raced in the Ohio Fair Conference. Comes in with 6 wins in 11 starts. Chris Page drives for Charles Taylor, so it's a driver's change on the 5. Swan, Hell of a Time to Chris Page. 6, A Handsome Face, 9th in the point standings. This is a Rosie Reaver horse. Don Irvine Jr. drives. 2 in a row for A Handsome Face. Regular pilot is Don Irvine Jr. 7, Rose Run Exalted picks up Brett Miller for Rosie Weaver. 3rd in the point standings, 424 points. 9 of 14 this year, 2 seconds and 2/3. Earnings right at $39,000 for Rose Run Exalted. 8, Grandpa Pete, Dustin Bothman for Steve Carter. 6th in the point standings, 393 points. 3 wins, 6 seconds and 2/3. A winning time at Wilmington of 2:07 and 2/5. And on the outside, the 9 is Beast of Delaware. Creatine Colt, 3 of 14, 5 seconds, 4/3. $15,500. A Market Napoleon of 2:05. Cam McCowan for Ron Steck.
That Beast of Delaware horse was one that we featured earlier in the year in our freshman focus when Roger and I were out going to all these trainers to talk about their 2-year-olds, and that was one of the ones that Ron Steck really liked in his barn early on, and has really showed it and finished 8th in those point standings.
Well, they're all coming together. It's the best of the best.
And this is about the time that after today, almost all these 2-year-olds,
they're
going to get shut down. They're done for the year.
99% of them are going to be.
It's vacation time.
Yes, it's vacation time.
Because it has been a long year. You take a look, around 14, 15 starts is probably the maximum. You'll get some that'll go maybe 10 or 11. But give them some well-deserved time off and get them ready for their 3-year-old season.
In this 4th race, the 2-year-old trotters are well represented by many of the horses racing in the Ohio Colt Racing Association. We have one in the South Valley Conference, and also that's been seems like the Southern Valley Conference and the Home Talent, we talked earlier, stick together. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference and OCRA, they're back and forth all the time.
Right. Now, in this race, too, I don't know if you mentioned or not, I was doing these interviews. Rosie Weaver has 3 of them.
Horses in here.
She and Don Irvine Jr. have been a great connection. Do you think she went to Don and said, which one do you want to drive?
Oh, I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did.
And I told her, I says, not bad, though, when you get Tyler Smith and Brett Miller as your other 2 drivers.
Well, let's see. Well, look at the odd boards. The 7 is 5-2. That's Rose Run Exalted with Brett Miller. The 6, A Handsome Face, Irvine Jr. He's 9-5, so right now he picked the fans like him and he likes him, so he's 9-5. He's a post-time favorite.
And then you take a look at, Rose Run Exalted has hit the board 13 out of 14, has won 5 of 6. A True Dream has, 13 out of 14 as well. So, I mean, these horses know how to get to the finish line.
Oh, yes.
So Mike Weppingerberg has the starter gate rolling. Let's head it up to Barry Vickroy.
Swan, Hell of a Time. A Handsome Face. Rose Run Exalted. Grandpa Pete, and on the outside, Beast of Delaware. It's post time. Ohio Fair's Championship 2-year-old Colt Trotters for the 4th race from Dayton Raceway. They're at the post of the year. They go. Here, off into trotting. Good alert start for Super Spirit, who goes right to the lead. Beast of Delaware, sent from the far outside, and he'll march to the front. Racing away 3rd, Swan, A Hell of a Time. Outside 4th, A Handsome Face. 5th is Buckeye Cash. Next in 6th is Rose Run Exalted. 7th, Mr. Steele. Racing in 8th, A True Dream. And the trailer is Grandpa Pete. Make their way on over to the quarter. A Handsome Face on the outside, working to clear to the top 28-4. Beast of Delaware yields for the pocket. Super Spirit is now 3rd. Racing 4th, Swan, Hell of a Time. They're 5th. is Buckeye Cash. Moving up, Mr. Steele, followed by A True Dream. Then it is Grandpa Pete and Rose Run Exalted off stride and trails. Around the paddock, turn it over to the half they go. Donovan Jr. and A Handsome Face show the way. Trip the beam for the half. 58-4, 30 flat, second pedal. East of Delaware tracking. Racing third, Super Spirit there fourth. Swan Hill of a Time will come to the outside at the rail as Buckeye Cash. Picking up cover. Mr. Steele, third over outside, A True Dream. And then it is Grandpa Pete, who's off stride, far back to the early breaker, Rose Run Exalted. To 3/4 they go. A Handsome Face has a lead. Outside, Swan Hill of a Time is second. Beast of Delaware whips up on him as he rides a loose pocket in third. Outside fourth, Mr. Steele, 3/4, 129. Trot the final turn. A Handsome Face still the one to catch. The lead is 2. Beast of Delaware is second. Swan Hill of a Time stalled third. 3 wide. Mr. Steele saving ground inside. A True Dream. They're off to turn it on their way home. A Handsome Face with the lead. Beast of Delaware trying to gear up and track him down. A Handsome Face is almost there. A Handsome Face to win it. From Beast of Delaware, Swan Hill of a Time, and A True Dream. Fifth, Mr. Steele, 159-2.
Don Irvine had his pick, I'm sure, and he picked the winner.
6 in a row, or pardon me, 3 in a row now for A Handsome Face. That combination of Rosie Weaver and Don Irvine Jr. has just been so tough to beat out on the fair circuit this year. Rosie also gets herself a show as well, finishing in third with A True Dream, and Swan Hell of a Time finished second.
I believe Beast of Delaware was second.
Or Beast of Delaware? No, I thought it said Swan's Hell of a Time, but I could be wrong.
We'll have to check it out here. But, yeah, A Handsome Face, 8 now for 13 this year. Earnings now will go right at $68,000 and a lifetime mark of 59-2.
So the winner coming around will be making its way to the winner's circle as Rosie Weaver and her party come walking out of the paddock.
So A Handsome Face was a winner. Beast of Delaware was second. Swan Hell of a Time third. A True Dream was fourth. We do have an inquiry.
It was just a general
Just
inquiry.
a general. Usually when there's a break, they want to look at it. Especially when they had the film, you know. At the fairs, we can't do that. But
every now and then, though, they'll come over to our booth and
yes.
say, hey, can we take a look and see what we got there? And most of the time, you really can't see much from the one-camera angle, especially if it's something on the back stretch. So making the way back to the winner's circle, Don Irvine Jr. and A Handsome Face for trainer Rosie Weaver.
She is part owner, along with Heartland Acres.
And again, this was another one that we featured on our freshman focus. It's been kind of nice to see those horses do as well as the trainers thought they were going to do.
A $26,000 purchase last year at the Buckeye, not the Buckeye, but the Ohio Select Sale.
And earns $48,000 this year.
We'll go into the winner's circle here momentarily, and Roger Houston with Don Irvine Jr. and Rosie Weaver.
Rosie with the carrots that the OHHA giving the winning horses. You know, the trainers or the owners get a nice plaque. The horses get nothing. So we decided we're going to get them some carrots. And I think Roger's going to get himself an interview here shortly. I think he's going to try to get Rosie. Nope, he's going to get Don, and he's going to let Rosie take A Handsome Face back to the barn area. So let's head now to Roger Houston.
With us here in the winner's circle, Don Irvine Jr. following a win with A Handsome Face. And Donnie, this has been quite a year for you and Rosie Weaver.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun at the fairs this year. She got lucky, and not all luck, but you have to have a lot of luck. But to get 3 of them to the final like this, and they've been winning all year, all 3 of them.
Who made the choice on who Don Irvine Jr. was going to drive?
I did.
You felt you was the best with this horse?
Well, I had several reasons, because her owner owns that horse and with a partnership with her, and then he doesn't own the other ones, and he bought a lot of yearlings, and I thought I owed it to him.
Now, you've had quite a year for a guy that's 70 years old.
Am I that old?
You don't act like it out on the track.
I never have. So, but now I had a good year. But I had a lot of nice horses to drive, you know. And
Yeah.
I don't have to run around behind them, so my mind is still pretty sharp, and I'm just like to be fortunate enough to do it at my age, I guess.
Well, Donnie, you've impressed a lot of people at the fairs this year, and I'm for one of them because I thought you're one of the best at driving at the county fairs in Ohio, and you deserve all the accolades you get.
Thank you.
Don Irvine Jr. with us in the winner's circle after a win with a handsome face.
Doug, you got the rundown of this one?
I just got the top 4.
Good enough.
A handsome face with Don Irvine, the winner. 9, Beast of Delaware, second. The 5, Swan Hill of a Time was third. And the 4, A True Dream, finished fourth. Fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 129. And the mile, 159 and 4. So the T.O. Colt Trot is in the books. And, Frank, you have a special guest.
Again, one of our charities. This time joining me is Chris Horlacher for Shoes for the Shoeless. Chris, tell us a little bit about the organization.
I started the organization in 2010. I'm a nurse. I recognized that one pair of shoes that fit and a pair of socks that fits was the biggest unmet health need for children in poverty in our area. So I started an organization. We started in 2010. We work in 12 counties. We're a mobile shoe store. Brand new gym shoes and socks for kids in poverty that are referred to us. Most of our work happens inside schools. We've reached about 150,000 kids since 2010. A year, 26,000.
How long? So 10 years you've been doing this now? And how important is it for a pair of shoes or sneakers to fit? They can be too big. They can throw off your gait. There's, and just...
It's the biggest unmet health need for a child in poverty. Children in poverty have many needs. It's the biggest unmet health need. It's the one that, unless we meet it, nobody meets it. When you're wearing shoes that don't fit, your feet don't grow right, everything hurts. You don't want to run, you don't want to play, you don't want to do anything that involves movement. When your shoes are too big and they fall off, it's the very same thing. It's a tremendous need. We hit a drop in the bucket of the need in 12 counties, but 26,000 kids will get shoes from us this year.
How big do you want to grow to? How
really
big of a
good
need is
question
it?
Because, oh gosh, the need is tremendous. The need is, I can't even tell you how big the need is because it's hard to tell you except that it's massive. Right now, to meet 25,000 kids' needs in 12 counties, it takes 500 volunteers a month. It takes 2 big trucks. It takes a big storage facility and about $500,000 a year. So how much bigger do we want to get? It's a really good question. Yeah, I personally would like to meet the need for everybody, but for now, we're content with as many kids as we can get to in 12 counties.
Well, hopefully tonight we can help. Who's your
Wouldn't
horse
that be the
tonight?
best?
Who's your horse tonight?
I think it's Granite. This is my first horse race.
Granite?
So,
Granite.
Yes, I think
Yes,
it's Granite.
Granite.
Oh my gosh, if Granite wins, if Granite wins and we win, $10,000,
Goes
1,000 kids.
Goes a long way.
Goes a very long way.
Well, good. Well, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Chris, thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
All right. That's Chris Horlacher of Shoes for the Homeless and, I'm sorry, Shoes for the Shoeless. I said homeless. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yes, I mean, so the shoeless need shoes, so apologize for that. So thank you for coming to join us. So as we get set for the next one, so I think we got another charity stepping in here. Yep, we got another, got another one coming in. Our next race, though, Doug, is what do we have next coming up?
The 5th race will be a condition and claiming pace.
All right.
It'll be a Dayton race, condition race. And our 6th race, we will feature the 2-year-old Colt Pace 6th race Ohio Fair Finals.
Joined now by Sue Hill with Hannah's Treasure Chest. And Sue, tell us a little bit about Hannah's Treasure Chest.
Happy to do that. We have been around. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. It was started to help children in need from birth through high school. We work only with certified charitable agencies. Presently, we have 68 of those on our list. The caseworkers that work with these needy families will come to us with requests for that family, and we can provide them with enough clothes for 7 days. We have a full library. We give them books. We give them toys, and we have equipment and diapers. We have high chairs, car seats, anything a child would request and would need. So the caseworker will provide us with a list of things the family needs. In the case of toys, which is kind of my bailiwick, if the child wants Frozen or wants Spider-Man, we try to fulfill what their request is, give them something that they would really like to have, and then once the order is filled, the caseworker comes and picks it up and delivers it to the family.
And
we
you guys
don't ever see the families.
But you guys just opened up a brand new thrift shop, didn't you?
We did. This is our new venture. We have a very forward-thinking executive director, who realizes that having to go for charitable grants all the time, which is kind of what we live and die by, that and people's charity, that we could do something to help ourselves. And our thrift store is the answer to that. And we've just been open since the 19th of May.
Well, great. Well, who's your horse for this afternoon? Do you know?
I don't know, but it's a very long...
Long name.
You in the 9th or 11th?
We're in the 11th.
11th. Let's see if we can pick him out here.
The last one in the bottom of the 10 hole?
Hell on Wheels?
Hell on
There
Wheels.
you go,
That's
Hell
us.
on Wheels.
Yep, we'll take what we get.
Well, good.
We're
We'll
just
see.
glad to be here.
Well, hopefully Hell on Wheels helps you out, and thank you for coming to join us today.
Thanks for asking us to come. We appreciate being part of it.
Yep.
You've been a support to us, and we appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome, and have yourself a great rest of the afternoon.
My horse that I picked just won that
There you
one.
go.
So too bad I wasn't betting on him.
Good for you.
Thanks so much.
All right. Well, we're going to let Sue get out of here, and we're going to have another charity step on in, and this is...
Hi there.
Kaylin Clark with 4 Paws, 4 Abilities. Tell me a little bit about 4 Paws.
Hi, yes, 4 Paws for Ability. We are a nonprofit located in Xenia, Ohio, and we train and place service dogs with children and veterans with disabilities.
Now, Xenia, that's Roger's got a small part in Roger's heart, doesn't it,
Oh,
Doug?
yes.
Roger, who's our brand ambassador, is from there. So what goes into training one of these dogs to be a support dog like this?
Yes, it's a lot of training to become a service dog. We start at birth, actually, and it's about 1.5 years of a lot of people working with the dog to get them to that point to be a service dog.
Now, where do you get the dogs to become service dogs? Where do they come from?
Yeah, we have our own breeding program at 4 Paws, so that way we can start right at birth.
And you said these are service dogs for, children and veterans. So how does a service dog help a child?
Many ways. We do autism assistance, seizure alert, diabetic alert, mobility assistance, hearing, ear, and a multi-purpose as well for our kids. And then our veterans assistance can be mobility, hearing, PTSD as well.
How many dogs do you have out there right now?
At any given moment, we actually have over 500 in training, living with volunteers, and we train and place over 100 a year worldwide.
Wow, that's fantastic. And do you know who your horse is this afternoon that might be able to help the organization?
I know, but I do not know how to pronounce the name.
Okay, the 9th race or the 11th? Which race? Are you in the first or the second one? Do you know?
Number 9, the first one.
First race, number 9.
Rose Run Ulysses, that might be it?
Yes,
That's
sounds
it.
right.
Rose Run Ulysses, just so you know, that is the people that were just inducted into the Hall of Fame. Kim Daly, that's her. She trains Rose Run Ulysses. So there might be a little mojo there for you.
Sounds like a good luck charm right there.
All right. Well, Kaylin, thank you very much, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having us.
So that's Kaylin from the 4 Paws, 4 Abilities. As we now get set for the 5th, let's take a break, and then we'll come back with that 5th race after this.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at bowriverjewelry.com. Your Salke jewelry headquarters. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at bowriverjewelry.com.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Purchasing a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. With Kim Hill Real Estate at your side, making those decisions is easier. Standardbred owners Kim and Randy Hill are thrilled to support our industry and help you if buying a home is in your future. To reach the office in Dayton, call 937-344-8559. In Portsmouth, call 740-352-8340. Kim Hill Real Estate, horsemen helping horsemen. Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the 5th of our 14th races on the card, and this a claiming race for $30,000 with allowances. So these horses are going anywhere from $30,000 up to $37,500. So a little better horse than we had in those $20,000
Yes,
claimers.
and you'll see that in the maybe not so much the fraction speed of the race. I mean, this race could go in 54 as well as the other one. It's just the competition. It's there, you know. A field of 8. We're finally getting the rundown from that last race. If you
So
want to listen
Buckeye
to that.
Cash was 7th, went to 5th. Mr. Steel 5, Super Spirit 6.
And Beast of Delaware, 2. Rechecking top down, 7, disqualified to 9th. 5, 6, 4, 3, 1. 8, disqualified 9th, placed 8th. 9th, placed 8th, placed 7th, 2 on the bottom. Handsome Pace, 159 and 2.
So you're going to have that every now and then.
I was just going to say, I can't remember a horse being doubly placed.
It was 2 interferences. And last night, here I was watching the races on TVG from here in the 6th or 7th race. They had a dead heat for place, like I think it was 4 and 5. The 4 interfered with the horse that finished 6th, and they had a dead heat for 6th. So it took them a while to sort that out. It can be tricky.
And that one took them a little while to sort out, and because that was taking such a while to sort out, that delays the post parade of the 5th. And, you know, you were talking about some of these horses. Every one of these horses in this race, except 2 of them, has earned over $100,000. And Nuclear Dragon has almost made $500,000 in his career. A 9-year-old gelding by Nuclear Breeze.
Got a lot of back class there on the Nuclear Dragon. 8 for 29 this year, right at 60,000. So every year he'll make you some money, Frank. They're coming out now for the post parade for the 5th. We'll go up to Barry Vic Roy.
Leaving the paddock headed to the track for today's 5th race. It's a claiming pace versus $16,000. No changes in race 5. It starts the 50-cent pick 5. Races 5 through 9. That full jump started by a single 9 carryover. Here's the field. Number 1 is General Idea, owned by Carl Howard and Virgil Morgan Jr. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains, Brett Miller drives. Number 2 is McMo. Phil Belanger and Jeff Kester, trained by Phil Belanger. Josh Sutton drives. 3 is Pet Shark by Angel Howe, trained by Tom Litt with Cam McCown. Number 4, Nuclear Dragon, owned by Tanya Nichols, trained by Jason Brewer, Jeremy Smith. Number 5 is Father Ted, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Persimmon, trained by Ron Burke with Chris Page. 6 will parade last. Number 7 is Street Boy by Harrington. Samples, Leonard, Ross Leonard trains. Tyler Smith drives. Number 8 is Ham Sandwich. Trained by Adam Short with Randy Tharps. Leading the field, number 6, Lion Rock, is owned by Larry Wade Racing of Ohio, trained by Kane Kaufman. 2 marker is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exactor, trifecta, superfecta. 5th race starts the 50-cent pick 5. That full jump started by a single night carryover.
Well, Doug, we talked about these being claiming races, and again, you know, you take a look at the horse number 2, Mick Moe, has been claimed each of the last 2 races. So, you know, the poor horse comes in one trailer and leaves in another trailer the last 2 times.
And you never know about tonight. He was in the Ron Burke stable on 925. Got claimed by Todd Luther on 10-4 here at Dayton. So he's raced twice at Dayton, and he's changed hands each time he's raced. Now Phil Belanger has him.
And that's a horse, 7 of the last 7 has hit the board, has 3 second-place finishes and a win before that. So you know you're getting quality if you're claiming this horse.
And these guys there's guys that, you know, race colts like they do at the fair, try to get to the Sire Stake, Buckeye Stallion Series. There's guys that they call it the claiming game. They have a barn full of claimers. And what they do when they come to the track to race tonight, maybe, say, Monday, they might not even have a horse in, but they're going to be here. They're going to be watching the horse race. They're going to be walking through the paddock. They're going to be checking that horse out to see if they want to claim him.
And a lot of times, you know, to be honest with you, that's how I got into the game 25 years ago, was in the claiming game. We had 5 of us. We all threw in a little bit of money, and we found a trainer, went out. One of our guys was new horses, claimed them, and that's what it was. You know, it's kind of funny. You can't get attached to them. You know, you can't, because you got to realize, you know, but this is the way a lot
most of these horses in here,
it.
a claiming tag at 37.5, you know they're racing. You go by a yearling, this is their choice. They got one that's going to race. You pay 37.5 for a yearling, he might never make it to the track.
Which it was kind of funny. I was out to dinner last night with my wife, and I was telling her about the Lexington sale and some of the big prices.
$800,000.
$800,000, and she looked at me and I says, "And you don't even know if that horse is ever going to get to the track." You know, you sit there and
how many harness horses have made over $1 million?
Well,
I mean, there's a lot,
there's
but
another
still.
thing. So when I told her, I said, "Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe, you know, if I could jump in, buy one, you know, and then, you know, doesn't race for a while and you don't know." And the look on her face was like, "Yeah, I don't think so, dear."
Yeah, it's something to go to, especially the Lexington sale and the Ohio sale. And then Steve Cross has his Buckeye sale coming up here. Maybe, I believe it's Tuesday at Springfield.
I think it is next
week. I think it is Tuesday.
Yeah, the dates all run together.
Oh, yeah, they run together.
It's kind of nice, though. I've had a kind of a week off.
But it's winding down.
Yes. Yeah, we got, you know, today, and then we've got our 2 days at Lancaster. And then we've got, next week, we've got our Saturday night at the races up in
Northfield
for the Buckeye Stallion Series. So it'll be exciting to be able to wrap up the year and then kind of take a step back, take a breather.
And start all over.
And start all over.
Plan for the next year.
With all the other
Plan
things
for 22.
Going on. So, but $30,000 claimers getting ready to go here, finishing up their warm-ups is
9-5 on the 5. Father Ted, Ron Burke, Chris Page.
That's been another great Ohio combination.
Yes. Oh, great combination, yes. Chris Page is mainly his Ohio driver. While they're scoring down for this Dayton condition race, let's take a look at the 6. The 2-year-old Colt Pace for $40,000 Ohio Fair Championship, field of 9. The number 1 point getter in here is the 7, SM Andrew. Chris Presley for Mike Metters. Mainly raced in the home talent fair circuit. Second in point standing is the 8, Guns Blazing, Hunter Myers drives. He also in the home talent stakes.
You know, it's also you touched earlier on Robbins Art.
Robbins Art.
You know, is number 11 in this point standings. He had to have 2 in front, not enter, and the Iron Throne and Smoking Gunslingers did not. Robin Arts gets in. Has hit the board 13 out of 14. You would think 13 out of 14 would have been enough to get him the points.
But he raced some of those wins came in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
So,
and he is eligible. He was eligible for the Buckeye Stallion, but you can explain that. They can't race in both. Am I right?
Yep, and got a good draw here. Came
Yes,
up
that's
fifth.
what Ken Saunders was talking to me about Sunday here. He said, if I go to Northfield and draw outside, he said, I'm hoping to get a check.
Yeah, and there's a lot of strategy that
Oh,
goes
yes.
into, I know Don Tiger, who owns Charlie May, one of the top 3-year-old pacers in the country, also owns Shane Falco, was eligible for, I think it was the Buckeye Stallion Series or one of them, but decided to go take a step down because he had raced in both of them and qualified for both of them, decided he wanted to step back a little bit instead of racing up in that higher one for that same reason. Bad draw, you never know. So
Talking about Charlie May, he goes at the Red Mile tomorrow in the 500,000 Tattersalls, and he's a supplement and drew post 12.
No,
12 worked something out.
12 may be better than being out on that, sitting outside at 10.
Yes.
So,
Brett will
pick
work
your
a
spot
trip
and go.
out with
So,
him.
yep, so we get set to
Let's go to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 5th.
Claiming Pacers' 5th race from Dayton Raceway, field of 8. Lined up, set for the start of tonight's Big 5, and here they go. Here, offhand pacing. First away for the lead, McMo, sent from the outside, Street Boy. In between horses, Pet Shark at the rail is General Idea, away 5th. Nuclear Dragon into the turn 6 is Father Ted. He is followed by Lion Rock and Ham Sandwich at the back early. Drive to the corner, Street Boy to the top on the give and go. McMo is back out and rolling for the retake. General Idea 3rd, racing 4th is Pet Shark, quarter 27-3. Into the lane the first time. Nuclear Dragon is there 5th. Waiting on his cover is Father Ted, and he'll end up 3rd over. As Pet Shark pops out first up for McCown. Inside Lion Rock, trailer is Ham Sandwich. He's out and moving 4th over as they race sitting around the paddock turn. Driving for the half, McMo on the engine first up. Pet Shark at 19-1. He's now 2nd inside 3rd. Street Boy, 25-1. Long Shot has the pocket. 2nd over on the outside is Nuclear Dragon, locked out at the rail. General Idea, 3rd over Father Ted. Then it is Lion Rock and Ham Sandwich the trailer, and he is very steppy with 3 heats to go. McMo the one to catch. Swung out 3 wide. Nuclear Dragon closing in. Pocket sitter, Street Boy. Now 3 wide, Father Ted inside General Idea. Still pinned in. Saving ground, Lion Rock, Pet Shark all done. Ham Sandwich the trailer, 123-27 flat backside. McMo with a short lead. Nuclear Dragon trying to get to him. Father Ted outside, inside Street Boy. General Idea begging for room. Outside, the Lion Rock digging in, trying to close. McMo, Nuclear Dragon driving for the wire. Nuclear Dragon getting out. Nuclear Dragon and a photo for place 151.
There you have it,
Nuclear Dragon 151. As Barry Vickroy said, a photo for place. Nuclear Dragon. Tanya Nichols, London, Ohio. Jason Brewer trains. Jeremy Smith, 9 for 30 this year for Nuclear Dragon. As we touched on Nuclear Dragon in the post parade, a lot of back class there. Winner of $478,000 coming into this race. So it was back class for Nuclear Dragon. Talking about the claiming game, we'll have to wait and see if there is any claims announced here on the 5th. Looking ahead to the 6th race will be the 2-year-old Colt Pace for $40,000 Ohio Fair Championship.
Unofficially first, number 4, Nuclear Dragon. Photo for place, 4 in a picture. 2nd the photograph, 2 McMo.
2 McMo was 2nd.
Lion Rock, 4th of 5. Father Ted at 4-2-6-5. Unofficial.
4-2-6-5 is unofficial. Nuclear Dragon the winner. McMo was 2nd. Lion Rock was 3rd, and Father Ted finished 4th. 4-2-6-5, mile 151. Frank Frass will have a winner's circle presentation shortly. I believe it will be Dancing Yankee who is going into the Hall of Fame. Winner into the winner's circle. The 4, Nuclear Dragon.
18-1. He's a 9-year-old colored son of Nuclear Breeze out of the Dragon again, mare Miss Dragonflies. Tiny Nichols, London, Ohio. Trained by Jason Brewer, Jeremy Smith, the winning driver. Redliner picks up his 11th win of the meet. 36th career win for Nuclear Dragon, 9th of the season. The mile in 151.
As we get the results, they're Roger Houston and Frank Frass, and members of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association have a presentation in the winner's circle.
Fifth race is official. Upset winner, Nuclear Dragon. He's $39.80 to win, 4-2 exacted. $207.60, 50-cent try, $361.85. 10-cent superfecta, $209.78. Early pick 3 is $129.10. As they finish the 5th, General Idea 5, McMo 2, Pet Shark 7. Nuclear Dragon the winner, Father Ted 4, Lion Rock 3, Street Boy 6, Ham Sandwich 8, Top Down 5, 2, 7, 1, 4, 3, 6, 8 on the bottom. 9th win of the year for Nuclear Dragon in 151. One horse was claimed from the 5th race, number 2, McMo, claimed by H&H Stable for trainer Mike Hitchcock. 6th race is up next. No changes in race 6. Post time in 12 minutes.
Now let's go to the winner's circle. Frank Frass and Roger Houston.
Test.
At that point in time, I have no idea what it is. I'm just glad it's up and alive.
Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Well, back in the winner's circle with right now Roger Houston, Randy, and Kim Haynes, and it's now my privilege to officially induct Dancing Yankee into the Ohio Standardbred Hall of Fame. Betts Jans bred the son of Yankee Cruiser and danced with the best. During his 10-year racing career, Dancing Yankee recorded 80 career wins, over $2 million in earning. He is a 2-time world champion and owns a lifetime best of 147 and 2 at Pocono Downs. He was a 3-time Ohio Older Pacer of the Year. This spring, Dancing Yankee began his career as a sire as he stood his first season at Cool Winds Farm. He's had several ownership groups and is currently owned by Burke Racing Stables, Weaver Buscemi, Melissa Patterson, and Larry Carr. And it's my pleasure to officially introduce Randy Haynes and Kim Haynes of Cool Winds Farm on behalf of Dancing Yankee. And a great honor to have Dancing Yankee stand at Cool Winds and be inducted into the Ohio Standardbred Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's been a great horse for a long time for a lot of people. You know, you mentioned the Burke Group. He started, you know, his career with the late Dan Ader. Josh Green's group had him for a while. You know, this horse has just meant a lot to a lot of people for a number of years, and certainly is going to continue, we hope, in the breeding shed. And he means a lot to Kim and I.
What's it mean to have him stand at your farm?
Just quite an honor. You know, when the Burks, Mark Weaver, contacted us to stand him, you know, there was no question that we would definitely like to have the horse and take the horse, and we're really excited about his future.
Got to be excited about the state of breeding in the state of Ohio as well.
Absolutely. You know, we just finished up the Ohio sale here three weeks ago. Kim and I have been in Lexington all week selling, you know, some of the Grand Circuit stuff, and they'll continue tonight with the, you know, a lot of the higher breds. So a great time to breed in Ohio, great time to race in Ohio, just a great time to be in Ohio.
Finally, Kim, did you not get the memo on the shirts today?
I did not. They didn't. They don't ever give me anything. So I'm just behind the scenes.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back over to you, Doug.
Thank you, Frank. Dancing Yankee, sure, a great one. I believe he won the Regal a few years ago at Greenville. So be coming out shortly for the 6th race. It's the 2-year-old Colt Pace Championship. $40,000, a field of 9. Number 1, Meadowland Chair with T.F. Hoovler, R.B. Hutchison, D.R. Hutchison of Ohio. Mike Metters trains. Brett Miller will drive the 1, Meadowland Chair, 8th in the point standings with 335 points. Number 2 is Willie Do It Again over Marjorie Paul Hamus. Dan O'Mara trains. Scott Sisko drives. 10th in the point standings, 320 points. 3, Get Extreme, home with the Falk Stable Springfield and William Hart. Clarence Falk trains Sean Barker the second. He is 3rd in the point standings with 369 points. 4th is Xenia, Chris Page for Vernon Beachy. First Up Racing Stable, Beach City, Ohio owns. Xenia, 9th in the point standings with 333 points. 5 is Robin Zart. 2-year-old Bago, the son of Artificial, out of the I Scoot Hanover mare. Robin Scoot is a homebred, but Kent Saunders and Saunders owns. N-Trains, Roy Wilson will drive. 7 for 14 this year. Now we're going to go back to Frank in the winner's circle, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the field for tonight's 2-year-old pace.
Thanks, Doug. And with Nicole Atkins of With God's Grace, tell us a little bit about With God's Grace and what you do.
Okay, With God's Grace started in 2015. We are a mobile food pantry, plus we opened up a free grocery store here in Northridge. We work with our families to help them become self-sufficient and to be able to find out what the why is and why they are needing assistance from a food pantry, and to be able to walk them through the process to help them to become self-sufficient so they don't need to be relying on a food pantry.
How many families do you help in the area?
Well, so far we just did the totals for this year. We've actually done over 65,000 people already, and we've done over almost 700,000 pounds of food.
And this is a problem many communities have, and we just can't get out of that cycle, can we?
Yes. Well, we can't get out of the cycle, and it's just so many hardships with our families throughout the Miami Valley. And we just really want to be able to help them become self-sufficient, to find out what their need is, and how to be able to help them and fill the gap. Because so many families with kids and elderly, right now, 30% of our clientele is kids, and 42% is elderly. So there's a big, huge gap of families that is needing the help, and we're just here to help them and to be able to help them become self-sufficient.
Now, who's your horse this afternoon?
We just actually got it changed, and it's East Beach. So
I know we had a scratch, and that created lots of problems.
That was ours.
Oh, you had King Kluber? Okay.
We was the scratch. So we just got to meet the horse, and that's very exciting. And you know, East Beach has got 20,000 now on him, so he has to win.
Well, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, you have a great evening. So,
Thank you.
all right, let's throw it back to Doug as we'll get set for our second interview.
Thanks, Frank. Looking at the rest of the field here in the 2-year-old pace, 6 is the Mountain, 5th in point standings with 356 points. 2-year-old Bay Colt, but Fear the Dragon out of the Art Major mare. Eagle Yankee, Josh Sutton will drive. 4 of 13 this year for the Mountain. Number 7 is SM Dan Andrew. 1st in the point standings. Mike Metters, Chris Presley will drive the 7 SM Andrew. 7 for 14, the 7 SM Andrew. Now another interview with Frank.
Thanks, Doug. Now with Mary Studebaker of For Love of Children's here in Dayton. Tell me a little about your organization.
For Love of Dayton, For Love of Children here in Dayton is an organization dedicated specifically to the youth, underserved youth in our Dayton community. It's 100% driven by volunteers. Every penny that is raised for Flock for Love of Children goes directly to the children that we're lucky enough to serve. This program is an umbrella for 12 other programs that help children throughout the Dayton vicinity. And you can find out more about Flock by looking at flockdayton.org. And that will list out any kind of, if you're looking for help for your children or you know a family that might be underserved, please reach out to let us know. We really appreciate the opportunity today to work with this organization. We thank you so much. What an exciting time. I've never gotten a chance to see this harness racing. What an exciting opportunity. So thank you so much.
Well, hopefully you'll come back. How'd you get involved with Flock?
I got involved in Flock because several of the people that I care about, that I'm close to, Beth Mann and Doug Mann, Beth Mann is our CEO, is a dear friend of mine. And I just, over the years, kept continuing to support her. And then I suddenly found myself getting more and more involved. I think the kids that you meet, it's so cool to see children that have been treated poorly over the years, when people are kind to them and when they're nice to them and when they are treated with you know, a level of respect that matches what the outcome is that they expect, it's refreshing. And that, to be able to be in the seat for that moment, it's pretty cool. It's life-changing for me. So I really enjoy it because I love Dayton. I love this town, and I'm dedicated to the youth in this area. We want to make everybody as happy and comfortable as we can as they're growing up in our beloved community.
Hopefully we can help some of those kids today. Who's your horse today?
So we're number 1 in race 9. I think his name is Fresh Face. I can't remember his name, but he's so handsome.
So you got the chance to go back and meet him.
We got to go meet him, and he's got a very good track record. So that horse has got a lot on him today because he's got 2 charities because we had another horse fall out. So that horse has a big old responsibility today. We're very excited.
Well, good luck today.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you, Doug.
Completing the field here in the 6th race, the 2-year-old pace, the 8 Guns blazing second in the point standings. Drew outside Hunter Myers for Donald Lark Jr. 6 of 11 this year. 23,000, a mark at Ashland of 159 and 2. And rounding out the field on the outside, number 9, Ain't Easy Being Me. This 2-year-old bay gelded son of Well Said out of the Keystone Raider mare. Forget Me Not. Mike Sweeney trains for Patrick Sweeney of Delaware. Jeremy Smith will drive the 9. Ain't Easy Being Me comes in 4th in point standings. Earnings this year $17,000 with 5 wins and 13 starts. Amount Gillian winning time of 1:59 and 1. That's a look at the 6th race. 2-year-old Colt Pace. Now let's take a word and hear from our fine sponsors. Okay, we're going to Frank Frass.
Now, if Jane looks familiar, she was with us in the first race, and that's when we were having our audio problem. So we wanted to make sure we got Jane back. She's with Artemis Center. Tell us a little bit about Artemis Center.
Artemis Center is Dayton's Domestic Violence Resource Center. So we support survivors of domestic violence and their children. So we don't do shelter services. We do all the supportive services around shelter.
And what are some of those services?
We answer Montgomery County's domestic violence hotline, which is 461-4357, 461-HELP. And we do court accompaniment and help people with protection orders and therapy and support groups.
Okay, let's go to the post parade, and then we'll be back with Jane here after this. So let's go to the post parade first.
For tonight's 6th race, Ohio Bears Championship, 2-year-old Colt Pace, $40,000 a purse, no changes in the field of 9. Number 1 is Meadowland Terror by Tamara Hoobler. Dr. Robert Van Hutchison and Dr. Randall Van Hutchison. Mike Leonard's trains, Brett Miller drives. Number 2, Willie Do It Again on by Marjorie Paul Amos, trained by Dan O'Mara with Scott Cisco. 3, Kid Extreme by Folk Stables, William Hart, trained by Clarence Folk with 2 Barker. 4, Xenia on by First Up Racing Stable, trained by Vernon Beachy with Chris Page. 5 is Robin's Art, owned and trained by Ken Saunders with Roy Wilson.
I got all of them.
6, The Mountain is owned by William Hart, Robert Bondillo, Corey Dearman. Corey Dearman trains, Josh Sutton has the assignment.
All the lifetime wins of our fair drive.
7, SM Andrew, owned by Mike Betters and Tina Sudemeister, trained by Mike Betters with Chris Presley.
We're also squeezing in interviews, so
Number 8, Guns Blazing by Don Lark Jr., the owner trains, Hunter Myers drives. Leading the field, number 9, Ain't Easy Being Me. Owner trained by Mike Sweeney, Jeremy Smith is in the sulky. Play show, exacted, trifecta, superfecta, weight trade, race 6.
Who's this announcer? Sounds pretty good. Jane is met.
All right, back with Jane. And Jane, domestic violence is really a tough cycle to break, isn't it?
It sure is. We know that 1 in 3 women will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. Every 9 seconds, a woman is battered in the country.
Those numbers just seem astronomical when you sit down and you think of your circle of friends and go, wow, 1 out of 3 of my circle of friends could be in that situation.
Absolutely, because it's more than just physical. It's also the mental and the emotional and the financial. So domestic violence has many factors to it.
Well, now you said this time, though, you knew which horse you have. Who do you got today?
We got number 9, Dave and Dennis.
All right, you excited? Have you gone back to meet Dave and Dennis yet?
Not yet,
Okay.
later, yes.
Well, hopefully wish them some luck.
We will, thank you.
All right, thank you, and let's go back to Doug.
Okay, we're back here at Dayton. 2-year-old colt pace, $40,000 on the line. A field of 9. Be joined here shortly by Tom Pye. Frank Frass is back from a few interviews. Frank, we're getting ready for the night. Field of 9 for the 6th race. 2-year-old colt pace, $40,000.
Doing the stubble duty.
You're a busy man. You're a
Crazy.
busy
So,
man.
then, like you said, Tom Pye will be joining us shortly. But this is the 6th. Again, you know, a great field. And these are what we have. These have been great fields that we have had for these races.
As we mentioned earlier, Robbins Art, 11th. And they take the top 9. Got in by a couple horses not entering. And looking at the board, the 2 right now, Willie Do It Again, Scott Cisco, who was a winner here Sunday in 53-1, is your morning line favorite at 9-5. And Robbins Art checks in at 5-1.
Well, and then you take a look at those are the 2 that had to get a little help to get in. Willie Do It Again and
yes,
Robbins
exactly.
Art.
Yes,
You know,
10 and 11, and they're actually pretty much your 1 and 2 picks.
You know, and you take a look at Willie Do It Again. You know, did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware, finished 6th in that race. Robbins Art, again, also Delaware in a Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 2nd. But if you go the race before that, finished 4th, was placed 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So has raced against that better competition.
Don't be surprised if you see an upset here. I mean, most of these horses, the 2 and the 5, both Robbins Art and Willie Do It Again, started last week here at Dayton, 53-1, won by Willie Do It Again. Robbins Art just got beat 2nd, but Meadowland Terre has not been on a big track, so how much can he go with Brett Miller driving at Brett's first time behind the 1 Meadowland Terre?
And then you've got, Chris Page with Xenia that has really had a nice streak going, has won 6 out of 7. You know, I didn't ask Roger, but I should ask Roger if that's where he was putting his money on, just for the namesake.
Yes. But it should be a good one, yeah.
As we get said, as they continue on, the 2-year-old colt Pacers here for the Ohio Fair Championships, going for $40,000. Winner gets $20,000 of that. 50% of that purse goes to the winner.
We got a great crowd tonight. Charity night. It's just a great thing that the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association puts together.
We've done it before at Scioto. This is the first one we have ever done at Dayton. And I'll tell you, Doug, you could talk about the hard work that went in this. One person deserves the credit for making this as successful as it was, and that was Ashley Daly. She worked tirelessly. When we said to her, Ashley's been with us for about 8 months now, and she jumped in doing the one at Scioto Downs.
A harness racing background.
And then when we were finished with that, Dayton said, we'd like to have one, and we said, okay, Ashley, you're in charge. And Ashley, the poor girl, just kind of went,
just listening to the interviews in the winter circle and sitting here between us, they've never really been to races. They get to go to the paddock. They get to take a ride in the starting gate. Who knows? Next year they might own a horse.
So exactly, it's done. We've done so much to introduce so many people. You know, the OHHA. We have every organization here has a host with them, a person who is knowledgeable in harness racing. They can answer the questions that you might have. As you saw, some of the excitement. The people I were talking to, they've got the chance to go back and meet a horse.
Yeah. Wait till races 9 and 11 when you see the excitement.
Yeah. And then what we do is just so
they
for
bring
people
them to the
know,
winter circle.
We have T-shirts.
Okay.
Each person puts on a T-shirt representing their horse. They stand there and root their horse on as they come by for the first time, and they're screaming like crazy. And then when they come around for the finish, they're screaming like crazy, cheering them on. The winning organization and their horse get $10,000. And for many of these organizations, a $10,000 donation goes so far. As you heard the woman for the shoes for the shoeless. A $10,000 donation is going to put shoes on 1,000 kids' feet here in the Dayton area. And, it just does so much. Each organization is guaranteed $2,000. Just, it's horsemen giving back. Horsemen giving back. So
Here in Barry Vickroy, say,
starting it still right there.
Mike Weppenberg's called the gate. We got to give Mike so much thanks.
Oh,
everything he does, all the rides in the gate tonight. Somebody in there now, they're hanging out, taking pictures. And I'm sure it's a member of one of the charities.
And he's probably got 2 or 3, because if you look at the top, you can see Mike's head up there, and you got that second head, and then you got the person on the side.
Great
So
advertisement.
He is.
For
He
the
really is.
sport of
So
harness
let's
racing.
head it up to Barry Vickroy.
One time you said 4 or 5 different race cars, driving that thing down the road. And he has other teams.
Field of 9 for the 6th race from Dayton Raceway, Ohio Fairs Championship. 2-year-old colt pace. They're at the post of the year. They go.
Sure.
Here, off the end up, pacing, fired away, get extreme. Outside, Senior Robbins Art, center of the track, racing away 4th. Will he do it again? Inside 5th, Meadowland Terror, away 6th is the Mountain. Will be followed by Guns Blazing. Then it is SM Andrew and the trailer. Ain't Easy B&B with the lead. They try for the quarter, get extreme. Senior's there second. Sliding in 3rd, Robin Zard. Will he do it again as 4th, 27-2, and will he do it again as out and rolling for Cisco. Hopping out of the pocket comes Azenia, so they're 3 wide for the lead at the 3/8. Robin Zard right now, the catbird seat is there 4th, racing in 5th, Meadowland Terror. Then it is the Mountain out and underway, Guns Blazing, followed by Ain't Easy B&B, and the trailer is SM Andrew. Try for the half. Will he do it again? Up on the outside, he'll take over the lead. Xenia's now second, racing 3rd. Get extreme. Robin Zard comes to the outside, the half 56-2. 29 flat, second panel inside Meadowland Terror, continuing to ride the rail, picking up cover. Guns Blazing second over 6. 3rd over on the outside, 3 wide right now. Ain't Easy B&B. Then it is the Mountain and SM Andrew. They roll to 3/4. Will he do it again? Has got the lead. Robin Zard now second inside. Xenia outside. Ain't Easy B&B closing in. He's still 3 wide, 3/4, 124-2. 28 flat backside. Will he do it again? Has the lead. Robin Zard second. Xenia inside, 3 wide. Ain't Easy B&B ready to roll up 4 wide. SM Andrew waving through traffic. Here comes Meadowland Terror into the stretch. Will he do it again? Xenia in the passing lane, deep in the passing lane. Here comes Meadowland Terror. Will he do it again? Xenia, Meadowland Terror, Robin Zard outside. Will he do it again? In 153-3.
Will he do it again? Able to get up for the victory for Scott Cisco, and trainer Dan O'Mara was not even one of the top 9 point getters for the Ohio Fair Championships, and able to get in when the Iron Throne did not enter. And just like that, will he do it again? Picks up the 9th victory in 15 starts. Second win here at Dayton. It looked like number 4, Xenia, finished second. And the 3rd place finish went to Meadowland Terror on the inside, and finishing 4th was Robin's Art. So unofficially, will he do it again? Gets the victory. Xenia finishes second. Meadowland Terror finishes 3rd. Robin Art was 4th, and went deep into the lightning lane did Xenia and Meadowland Terror, trying to catch Will he do it again, but will he do it again? And Scott Cisco able to hang on, and for them that is win number 6 out of the last 7. And you talked about it, Doug, that, you know, Scott Cisco and Will he do it again, and Robin Arts, 2 of the ones to keep an eye on, and both of those, you know, able to pick up a check here today. Robin's Art finishing 4th.
And Meadowland Terror with the Brett Miller driver's changes we talked earlier, finished 3rd, 53-3, so it's a lifetime mark. No, not a lifetime mark. 53-1 here last Sunday for Will he do it again, so it is 2 in a row for Will he do it again.
I think Will he do it again likes Dayton. So here he is back to the winner's circle.
The Woody driver. 9th career win for Will he do it again. 2 straight of the Buckeye State wow tonight. 153-3.
as they work to get the winner's circle picture in. Roger Houston will be in there to do a winner's circle interview. Looks like he's got...
I'm sure Scott Sisko's mom is probably watching from California.
Oh, he probably
as
gave
she
it
has
away.
all summer, yes.
Yes, sirree. You're exactly right. Scott usually gave her a quick little a wave every time, and I think Roger's going to keep Scott there, so maybe we'll even get a thank you to his mom, and let's send it out to Roger.
Renee's telling me that I've seen you before, but I don't
Several times. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
With us here in the winner's circle, winning driver Scott Sisko, along with the owner, Marjorie Paul Hamos. And Marjorie, we'll talk to you first. Okay. What is it you love about the fairs?
Well, I love horse racing, whether it's fairs or the casino, so I've got a house full of them.
What do you think of this horse here?
Well, he's pretty awesome, and so is his sister, Rainy Day Chick, so I'm very proud of both of them.
9 wins. You've had a lot of thrills this year.
I certainly have. 16 fairs, and I don't know how many casino races.
Yeah. Scott, did you wave at Mama?
Not yet.
No, right over here, right over here. His mother watches Facebook all the time out in California, and you got to have it when he comes to Winter Circle to get a wave.
Actually, my mom Linda Sisko and my dad Rick Sisko, they're both, my dad's 70, my mom's 68, and this is the only time they get to watch me drive, a little bit, and they enjoy watching the fair circuit racing all the time, so yeah, it's been fun.
Will he do it again? 9 out of 15 this season, a pleasure to drive?
Absolutely. He's matured late in the season. He's gotten better. A little early issues, but as the season went on, he matured a lot.
Will this be his final start, or who makes that determination?
May do Lancaster and then turn him out.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Thank you both for being with us here for a few moments, and continued success in harness racing, and keep those fairs alive in the Buckeye State.
We're hoping that they don't cut a day out at Greenville, too.
Yeah.
You heard it from an owner. Don't cut a day out at Greenville, Ohio.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
The rundown, you can give us the rundown, Doug, for the 4 you got.
I don't know if we can hear Barry for the complete rundown, or...
Yep, there we go.
For $5.58. So they finish the 6th, Meadowland Terror 3. Willie do it again, the winner. Get Extreme 8, Senior 2, Robbins Art 4. The Mountain 7, SM Andrew 6. Guns Blazing 9, Ain't Easy B&B 5. Top Down 3, 1, 8. 2, 4, 7, 6, 9, 5 on the bottom. Straight to the Buckeye State for Willie. Do it again tonight in 153.3. 7th race is up next.
There you have the rundown. Willie do it again. 153-3. Frank takes the 2-year-old pace. And now you have a special guest between us here.
I am joined now by Amanda Burks of the Ronald McDonald House of Dayton. And tell us a little bit about the Ronald McDonald House and everything you guys do.
Sure, absolutely. So Ronald McDonald House Charities has been in this community for just over 40 years. We operate a Ronald McDonald House right across from Dayton Children's Hospital. We operate 2 family rooms, one inside of Miami Valley Hospital and one inside of Dayton Children's. And in short, we provide community, comfort, and hope for families if they have a child that's receiving treatment in one of our local medical facilities.
How many different families do you serve over the course of a year?
Over the course of a year, we serve anywhere between normally 350 to 400 families at the Ronald McDonald House. We see on an average year over 30,000 people, though, come through our doors at our 2 family room locations.
How important is it for the families to be close to the hospital when those children are being cared for?
It's everything. It's everything. You know how important family is when you're not feeling well. And imagine as children, we know research tells us that actually children heal better when their parents are right there. If your parents are close, they're obviously able to be more involved in the child's care, be better advocates for their child, and nobody wants to be away from their child when they're sick.
Now, have you gone back to meet your horse yet for that you've been teamed with?
I have not yet.
Okay.
No, looking forward to meeting this horse very soon.
Who is your horse?
It's Laugh Again Hanover.
Laugh again, Hanover. All
Yeah,
right,
I
so.
hear we've got some good odds. I'm new to this. This is all new to
Well,
me. So.
the best thing I can tell you is when you're in the winner's circle with your T-shirt on, cheering for your horse, scream as loud as you can.
That I can do.
All right, Amanda, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us out.
All right. So that's Amanda Burks with the Ronald McDonald House, and we've got a couple of more interviews that we've got coming up. See who we're going to get in here next. As we get set to go with our next race, though, is what do we have coming up in the 7th? We got the Bob Burns Memorial.
Bob Burns
the
Memorial.
Opener. So joining us now is Tom Roberts with the NAACP second vice president. I see you wrote down there, Tom.
Yes, how are you this afternoon?
I am doing wonderful. Tell us a little bit about the NAACP and what your mission is here in Dayton.
The NAACP is the oldest civil rights organization in the world, over 104 years old. We were started a multiracial group of individuals in Springfield, Illinois. So we've been out on the forefront fighting for civil rights for all people, race, color, creed. Regardless, we've just been fighting for equality and justice for all.
Now, the second A is for advancement. Talk a little bit about how important advancement is.
Well, advancement is critically important because if you don't advance, you stand still. And so we've been doing it in 7 areas, education being one, criminal justice, political representation of youth. So we have 7 areas we concentrate on. But the whole idea is for us, this generation, this leg of the horse race, is to carry our baton and run the race as our ancestors did before us.
We're in a very stressful time in this country. Race relationships, everything else going on. How important is just to have people sit down and talk?
I think conversation is always good. And it's good to have conversation across lines before something really happens. So if you know somebody and something happens, and you can go, so I know Johnny, let me talk to him, see how we can really, truly understand what the issue is. So having conversation, to not talk about it is the worst thing. It's because that just creates that festering of problems. So for me, I think it's always good to have conversations across the lines, regardless of where you're at in this world.
Now, who do you have today in the charity race? Do you know what horse you have?
We don't know yet, but we'll find out. The president's going to check on it and let me know here shortly.
Okay.
He's in the stable right now, getting us briefed on it.
I was going to say, how'd you get this job and he got to go back there and meet the horse?
Well, that's my job, second vice president. I get the secondies,
Well,
Yeah.
good. Well, thank you for coming out today. We hope you have a good time, and hopefully your horse crosses the finish line
We're
first.
crossing our fingers, our toes, and everything else.
There
Good,
you go.
Thank you.
Tom.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh. So we got our open handicap coming up. We still have one more interview that we're going to have coming up. We've got the food bank. I'm not sure where they are. Up here they come. So we will. Here comes Lauren Tappel of the food bank. And Lauren, thanks for coming on. And now let us turn up the beat.
Let us turn up the beat. Yep, that is a running pun with our teams. We have this T-shirt in a few different colors that we wear at work.
And who came up with that slogan?
So I think there's a few different people who would take credit for the slogan, but we have a few different just food puns in general. Another team member I have with me today has a broccoli with a guitar on it to be broccoli. So we have a very creative bunch that comes up with an assortment.
Sounds like you have a lot of fun, too.
We have a great culture and we have a ton of fun at our job.
Talk about how big of a need there is in the Dayton area.
Sure. So I think stats-wise, about 1 in 6 people in our service area are food insecure, and food insecurity is a term that means that you do not have access to healthy food at all times, right? So that's when you don't necessarily know where your next meal is coming from, or if you have high medical bills, utility bills, rent, insurance, you are needing to pay for life-saving medication, you have a car payment, you have student loans, you may choose to skip on meals so that you can pay your other bills and necessities. And so that's what we meet through our work. We are distributing food each day, and in this past year we distributed just shy of 18 million pounds of food in Montgomery, Greene, and Preble counties.
Well, let's wait for the post parade, and then we'll come back. So hold on a second. Let's go to the post parade.
So field number 1 is section line Big Rye, owned by Harry Lee Bowder, trained by Steve Bowder. Tyler Smith drives. Number 2, American Dreamer, by Wilson Racing Stable and Calvert. Mark Eichberger, trained by Tim Wilson Jr. with Tony Hall. 3 is Kiss of Terror, owned by Amir Najer, trained by Paul Holzman with Josh Sutton. 4 Absolute Rocks. Mark Piskowski, trained by Christy Noble. Brett Miller has the assignment. Number 5, Black Hole, on by L&L Stables, trained by Clarence Folk with Jeremy Smith.
What horse do you have? What's your horse's name?
Rose Run Ulysses. It's number 2 in race 9.
Number 6, American Mercury, on by Leonard Ryan Stables, and Bottom Line Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Mitch Cushing.
His nickname is Red. Big Red.
7, Blazing River, on by Black Magic Racing. Todd Luther trains, Trevor Smith drives. Leading the field, number 8, Elver Hanover, Burke Racing Stable. Bridget Jablonski, Jason Malillo, J&T, Silva Purnell, and Libby. Trained by Ron Bird. Chris Page is in Lasonki.
So I'm from
Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 7th race, starts at pick 3.
The harness is new.
So you have been to the Derby?
Yes, many times.
Okay, back with Lauren from the food bank. Lauren, who do you have today in the race? And you just said you're from Louisville, so you're familiar with horse racing.
I am familiar with horse racing. The harness is new to me, and so I'm very excited to be here and to learn more about that. And our horse today is in race 9, number 2, Rose Run Ulysses.
All right. Now, these are tough times we're going through, so it's very important for your organization to really be there to help the community.
Absolutely, especially for our work, we saw heightened need at its peak in spring of 2020. We have a variety of ways we serve our community. Primarily, it's through over 100 partner agencies that we are packaging up and distributing food to throughout our service area, but we also have some of our own programs as well. One of which is our drive-through on site. It's a 2-hour time frame where people can come in their vehicle and pick up food from us. Right now, as need is stabilized, we see about 200, 250 families in that time frame. Back in spring of 2020, we were seeing 700 to 750 within that 2 hours. So it's definitely been a heightened time, and our team is incredible and has stepped up, and we are doing incredible work, and I'm just very proud of all of them.
Well, great. Well, good luck this afternoon with Rose Run Ulysses, and hopefully crosses the finish line first.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have a great day. So, Doug, why don't you run down the field for this, the 7th?
Well, this, Frank, the Bob Burns Memorial. Bob Burns, for many, many years, raced horses that you trained at Troy, Ohio, at Miami Valley. He passed away this past August 25th at the age of 83. Some of his great horses, he had a great trotter named Miles to Go. His great pacer was Harold Leader. Harold Leader, named after the Lexington Herald Leader in Lexington, the newspaper. The gentleman that owned that horse was a veterinarian there at the Georgetown area. So Harold Leader, I can remember him, and I can remember Bob Burns, his red, gray, and black colors. I called him at the county fairs many a times. And he had a brother named Marion. When I was a 16-year-old, which would have been 50 years ago, or 52 years ago, got to get that straight.
50 years ago.
50 years sounds better.
50 sounds a lot better.
I would race ponies, and he was the judge when I would race my ponies. I had a pony named Bucky G. Hanover.
All right. I'll tell you, we got some big names in this race, too. You know, you've got Kiss of Terror, who's won 7 in a row, looking for, has won now 50. His last race was his 50. You got Elver Hanover. It was the 2019 Ohio Horse of the Year.
Yes, some good ones in here. And off the rail section like Big Rye, who got off to a late start. Only one win this year, but has a mark of 48 at Hoosier Park. It's anybody's race. It's a great race here.
So as they are finishing scoring down, and once this race goes off, I am stepping away. Tom Pye, the harness guy, is going to jump in here and join you for a few races. I've got some more interviewee duties to take care of, so it's like I'm not going too far away. But when we do get to that night, that charity race, I'm hopping in this middle chair so we can talk about that charity race and a little bit more about all the different charities that we're going to have. But just, a beautiful night. We've talked about the crowd is just fantastic.
Oh, it's a great crowd. And this is just a gorgeous facility here. Jason Bloom, the racing director, and everybody involved at Dayton does a great job.
If you would have told us that we'd be sitting outside in short sleeve shirts, at the middle of October, I would have told you were crazy, but
well, I just told my wife the other night, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks, we could have snow.
Oh, I know.
I was at the Breeders' Crown the end of October 2-3 years ago at Hoosier Park, and it was snowing. It was miserable.
Well, it was a miserable.
So it will change
It was
in a
miserable
hurry.
2 or 3 weeks ago in Delaware on those last
Yes, it was,
Wednesday
yes.
and Thursday as we had rain, cold. It was not pleasant at all. But no, really excited about today for the Ohio Fair Championships. We will be at Northfield Park next week, Saturday night, for the Buckeye Stallion Series. We hope you'll join us for that. But before that, 2 more racing days at the Lancaster Fair. It's amazing that it's all wrapping up.
Yeah, yes. We started with Matinee Madness back in Salina.
Yeah.
Salina, Washington Courthouse, Greenville. They went to Zanesville, I believe.
All over.
Urbana.
Yep.
I know there was 5 of them, I believe.
Yep, just that and the freshman focus that we did, and then all of a sudden fair racing, 65 fairs, 126 racing cards across the state, just has been crazy. So, but we are really excited as we slowly wrap it all up. Mike Wepkenberg has the starting gate ready to start rolling here on the front as we get set to go here with the 7th, the halfway point of our thing. Well, it looks like we got one horse. We're going to have a reform. Barry just said number 3, Kiss of Terror, having some equipment adjustments made. Josh Sutton in the bike. You saw Jeremy Smith with Black Hole come to the front. Now the gate swings open, and we'll send it up to Barry Vickroy for this, the 7th.
Burns Memorial. Start of the mid-card, pick 3, starting gates in motion. It's post time for the 7th. Open handicap pacer, 7th race from Dayton Raceway, a field of 8. For the Bob Burns Memorial, start of the mid-card, pick 3 of the year. They go. Here, offhand pacing. Kiss of Terror lasts away for the lead. American Mercury, early speed on the outside, came away in 2nd. Section line, Big Rye away 3rd. Happy to see 4th is American Dreamer. Black Hole is their 5th. Into the turn 6, Absolute Rocks. And it is Blazing River and overhit over the early trailer. High for the quarter. Kiss of Terror has the lead. Here comes Section line, Big Rye out and on the move for Tyler Smith. Looking to take over the quarter with Soft, 27-3. Section line, Big Rye to the top. Kiss of Terror yields. He's now 2nd. 2.5 clear of American Mercury. Racing 4th, American Dreamer. Black Hole is next, followed by Absolute Rocks. Blazing River comes to the outside. The trailer is Elver Hanover around the pounding turn, and over to the half they go. Section line, Big Rise on the engine. Kiss of Terror in the pocket, half. 55-4. 28-1, 2nd quarter onto the backstretch they go. American Mercury has closed the gap 3rd. Racing 4th, American Dreamer comes to the outside. Blazing River now 5th. Moving up, Elver Hanover caught behind. Black Hole was Absolute Rocks, and Black Hole is struggling and now trails to 3 quarters they go. Section line, Big Rye with the lead. Kiss of Terror's had the trip since the quarter. 3 quarters in 1:22-2. 26-3 backside. For Section line, Big Rye, they come to the top of the stretch. Kiss of Terror still there. American Mercury saving ground. Outside American Dreamer. Inside Blazing River. Elver Hanover, a lot of work to do into the stretch. Section line, Big Rye. Kiss of Terror's had the trip. He is digging in and closing. Section line, Big Rye. Kiss of Terror getting up to win it. Kiss of Terror, 149-2.
Well, Tom Pye, 149-2. Kiss of Terror nails Section line, Big Rye on the line.
Doug Ballinger, I am telling you, just sat here, that took my breath away. And they come last quarter in 27 seconds flat. That last half, 53-3.
27-3, 55-4, 122-2, home in 149-2. A lifetime mark for the winner, Kiss of Terror.
Kiss of Terror Kiss of Terror, driven by Josh Sutton. And that is how many days? Well, this is his 12th win on 20's Kiss of Terror.
Kiss of Terror. The fans liked him. He's 2-1. Section line Big Rye. Even money at 1 on the board. So your 2 favorites, Section line Big Rye and Kiss of Terror, battled it out. That's what the betting public liked, and that's what they got.
Unofficially, first number 3, Kiss of Terror. Second, the 1, Section line Big Rye. Third, the 6, American Mercury. Fourth, the 2, American Dreamer. 3162, unofficial.
3162, Barry Vickroy says. Third, the 6, American Mercury. And fourth, the 2, American Dreamer.
Well, I did like Kiss of Terror in there. Good thing I didn't get here. I would have touted the 6 and the 8 along with that, so I'm glad I didn't get her sooner. 149 and 2.
So we got a big crowd in the winner's circle. I don't know what's going on this time around.
This is the Bob Burns Memorial.
Oh, the Bob Burns Memorial, okay. As I was mentioning earlier to Frank, Bob Burns trained at Troy at the Miami County Fairgrounds. He passed away this past August at the age of 83. I called many of Bob Burns' races. Top trotter, miles to go. His top pacer was Harold Leader. Red colors, mainly red with black and gray diamonds on it. Bob Burns, a great gentleman.
Developed a lot of nice horses and a lot of nice horsemen. Made a lot of friends. Was very respected in the harness racing community.
As you can see in the winner's circle, Tom, the crowd in there, paying the respects to a great horseman, Bob Burns.
Another man that won't be forgotten. Proud to have this race in memory of Bob Burns. Winner of the Bob Burns Memorial, number 3, Kiss of Terror, is a 9-year-old gelded son of Western Chair. Out of the Jenna's Beach Boy mare, Kissed by a Fool, owned by Mere Nature, West Bloomfield, Michigan. Trained by Paul Holzman. Josh Sutton's the winning driver. 12th win of the year. 51st career win for Kiss of Terror, and the 9-year-old gets a new lifetime mark tonight. 149 and 2.
So Tom, the next race coming up, the 3-year-old filly trot for $40,000 Ohio Fairs Championship, field of 9.
This is the best of the best in Ohio.
The best of the best. As we mentioned earlier, I mainly work the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 65 fairs. Ohio Fair Racing Conference leads the way with 21. They're being led by Bill Peters and Todd Brown as their directors. Ohio Colt Racing Association with 19 fairs. Lisa Swartz is the race secretary there. And then we have the Home Talent Colt Stakes checking in at 15 with Woody Willem, and I'm sure you know Woody.
Sure, Woody.
And then the Southern Valley Colt Circuit, 10 fairs, Rod Newhart. But now we're going to go to Frank Frass in the winner's circle.
See you later. In the 8th, and we'll start the 20-cent pick 6.
All right, back in the winner's circle, a couple more of our charities. First, we're going to be joined by Rachel Zidloff of United Rehabilitation Services. Tell us a little bit about URS.
So we are an organization here in Dayton that works with kids and adults with disabilities, starting at infants at 6 weeks of age, working all the way up through their geriatric stage. We work with them in childcare, adult daycare, employment, getting them jobs in the community when they're ready for competitive employment, and we also do outpatient therapy, OT, PT, and speech.
How many people do you help in a year, do you think?
Oh gosh, in a year's time we can help anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000 people, depending on the need.
And you said you help them from childhood all the way through adulthood?
We do, yeah. We start with them in their infancy and work with them in our child care department, and then we work with them all the way through their adult stages if they need us as they age into employment or just needing us for adult day supports throughout their lifetime.
If someone wants to get in touch with you and your organization, has somebody who might benefit from your services, how do they go about that?
They can get to us through the internet. They can go to our website, ursdayton.org, or they can reach out to us by calling us. They can find our phone number also on the internet by checking out United Rehabilitation Services.
Now, do you know what horse you have tonight?
We do. We have number 8.
Which race?
The 11th race.
Have you gone back to meet him yet?
I did. I just got my picture taken with him, and we match. He's got blue and he's a black horse, so it's just bound to win.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, good luck tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now joined by Al Bailey of Honor Flight. And Al, talk a little bit about Honor Flight and what it means to these veterans for the opportunity to go to see these monuments and memorials?
Yeah, the Honor Flight Dayton basically is that we're enabling taking veterans, World War II, Korea, or Vietnam era veterans back to Washington, D.C. to see the National Memorial. You know, who better to see those memorials than those that have served during that time frame? So we first started this program in 2005, and it started right here in the Dayton area. And back then, when we first started, we were just flying 4-seater aircraft. Then we converted over to commercial flying. But now, because of so many vets in the Vietnam and so many on the backlog, we switched over to actual charter flights. So we're taking between 100 and 115 vets at a time that go back to see their national memorial.
How many vets do you think you shuttle back and forth in a year?
In a year, we'll take close to between 300 and 400 vets back there. Since we started this in the Dayton area, we've taken over 5,000 World War II vets. So up until 2013, we're taking nothing but World War II vets. And we knew we were going to take Korean vets and Vietnam vets at some time, but there was no sense of taking the applications at that time. So we were only accepting World War II vets because we knew the applications, their health, and it's going to change by the time we get to them. So in 2013, the number of World War II vets we were getting, we opened it up now to the Korean vets. And then in January 2014, we opened it up to Vietnam vets. So now any World War II or Korean vet is going to go right to the top of the list. And the other ones we take based on the date of application we received it.
And we don't have many of those World War II veterans left, do we?
We don't. We probably have, I think right now we have 2 on the waiting list. And again, they're going to go right on the next trip or anything like that. So
well, hopefully tonight we can get you some money to help that next charter flight. What horse do you have coming up?
I've got number 2, and I think he's picked to win.
There you go. Well,
yeah,
good luck.
Looking forward to it.
We'll see you in the winner's circle cheering them on.
I'm going to go over there right now.
There you go. All
Thank
right.
you.
Back over to you guys as we wrap up our interviews with URS and Honor Flight.
Thank you, Frank. I'm joined by Tom Pye, the harness guy, here at the winner's circle at Hollywood Dayton.
Beautiful night here, though.
It is a
Beautiful day of
beautiful night.
racing. Beautiful day of racing. This Ohio Fair Championships for the 3-year-old trotting fillies are coming up. A fine select field. I've watched these, well, most of them. Of course, Doug, as you said, you were mostly with Okra.
Yes.
And of course, Frank and Susan were up with the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Correct. I was over with Home Talent. Colt Stakes. Woody Woman and I, in fact, I'll tell you, Woody is a tall man.
I know the name.
Yeah.
I really have never met
But
him.
he is, I think he's about 6'7". But, of course, anybody, I'm 6'1", and you look up, but he had a sky hook when he was throwing out shirts. And I said, "What? You must have played basketball." Of course I did. Like this, I said, "That's a good sky hook." And then I was down there at the Southern Valley Colt Circuit, and again, that's a nice, very nice.
You had to do some driving to get to a lot of those places.
Well, the mileage added up. I went through 2 cars and many tanks of gas.
And Rod Newhart, Rod Newhart and I go back a long way. He's head of that circuit, correct?
Yes, he is. In fact, what was our last one? I can't even remember now. It goes that, but I was one of the last guys I said have a good night to was Rod.
Rod, yeah. I've been calling races for 52 years at county fairs, and back in my younger days, I worked with Rod a lot, but I've not been around Rod Newhart in probably 35 to 40 years. So if you're listening, Rod,
it's a shout out to you. It's a shout out to you. And one of the things about the fairs that here in Ohio, as again, we've got 65 of them. And the circuit is just, you can choose which circuit you want to go on. These horses, the Feisty Pistol I watched, that's Chris Beaver trainee. I watched her race Delaware and up at Montpelier. Wasion, she was up in the northwest there. But Elegant GG, Dover, Delaware, Worcester.
Yeah, mainly the 4 Elegant GG, a home talent, and a Ohio Fair race. As Frank and I were talking earlier, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, they'll switch up a lot with the OCRA.
Yeah.
It seems like those two. And the home talent will get into the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, but mainly it just seems is the Southern Valley Circuit. They're kind of way in the southern end.
They're
of the
way
state,
down
and they pretty much stay there.
Yeah.
What I can see.
And they will come up towards Coshocton and up into Circleville, because that's close. But Montpelier, which is Ohio Fair Racing Conference, that's the furthest northwest
yes.
northwest you can go. But in this, have you perused your pages over this Elegant Gigi is going to be tough to beat. And
Elegant Gigi comes in as the #1 point getter, 501 points, 11 for 20. As you said, in the Southern Valley Circuit, Goshen, Coshocton, Dover. Coming off a win at Delaware in 57-2. Don Irvine Jr. picks up the drive again tonight for Rosie Weaver.
All right, we're going to be taking Don, Doug. Time for a break, I think.
We're not going to the winner's circle. We're going to hear from our fine sponsors.
Yes.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancing Yankee, as well as the trotter Muscle Diamond. Randy and Kim Haynes also manage Rockin' Amadeus, proven sire Mr. Apples, and the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
This last breeding season, I started with the Equilume Light Mass. It's the first time. And I really put it through the test. I put it on some mares that have not been able, for years, we haven't been able to get these mares to cycle until April. And I had 2 mares in particular that are tough breeders. Those mares were cycling the end of January and bred both those mares in February and got early babies coming this year.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Well, we're back here at Hollywood Gaming Raceway.
In Dayton.
Doug Ballinger and Tom Pye, the harness guy.
Doug, I tell you, just talked with a very nice gentleman, and he wanted to sit down. He's going to be busy the next couple of races, but he's Dr. Derek Forward.
Yes, he's head of the one organization tonight. He was back to paddock to meet his horse.
Yeah, and so it's a big night here. People are going by and going forward, stopping by to say hi. Doug, we're in time for the base parade. This is the 8th race.
The paddock headed to the track for tonight's 8th race. Ohio Fairs Championship 3-year-old filly trot, $40,000 a purse. No changes in the 8th. The 8th race starts tonight's 20-cent pick 6, races 8 through 13. It's not a jackpot pick 6. There's the possibility of multiple winners. Nice carryover for the pick 6, $2,230. Here's the field. Number 1 is Feisty Pistol. Owned by Chris Beaver, David Viola, Donald Robinson, and RVH Ventures. Chris Beaver trains, Tyler Smith drives. Number 2, Game On Girls. Owned by Sean McGee, trained by Tyler Bates with Pierce Henry. Number 3, Telling the Story, is owned by Kim Daly, or Roy Snyder, Shane Hines. Kim Daly trains, Jeremy Smith has the assignment. Number 4, Elegant Gigi, owned and trained by Rosie Weaver with Don Irvine Jr. 5, Rose Run What's Up, owned by Robert Sidley, trained by Chris Hirschberger with Tony Hall. 6, Jogging Sweets, owned by Rebecca Sugg, Ashley Dunn, and Ed Miller. Ed Miller trains, Brett Miller drives. 7, Chip It In, it's owned by Chris Beaver. David Viola, Donald Robbins, RVH Ventures, Chris Beaver trains, Trevor Smith drives. 8 is Charming Nancy on the First Up Racing Stable. Vernon Beachy, the trainer. Mitch Cushing drives. Leading the field is number 9, Broken Heartsville. Owned by Matt Morrison and Neil Balserac, trained by Josh Cash. Chris Page is in the sulky. When play show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 8th race starts the 20-cent pick 6.
Well, there you have the field for
For the 8 to 3-year-old filly trot. Frank, or Tom, you were talking about Elegant Gigi, Rosie Weaver, Don Irvine Jr. They picked up the win in the 2-year-old colt trot with a handsome face. Can they do it again with Elegant Gigi?
I don't want to say it's a lock, but the Weaver-Irvine combo the whole summer long. In fact, Rosie Weaver, she is second in the training standings and the fair standings. She has 32 wins now. And Don Irvine Jr., who started towards the bottom in the driver's standing, he's climbed into the top 4. He is now 62. The top drivers going into this race, and it's going to be determined at Lancaster because we have Ron Gillespie with 75 wins, Jeff Nisonger with 68, Cam McCown has 67, and Don Irvine Jr. has 62.
Now, was that with his 1 win tonight?
That's with this one that went up to date, right here.
Up to date.
Dayton Raceway.
So it is coming down to the wire between those 4 drivers.
Definitely. It's been a great competitive summer, and the driving's been great, the racing's been great, and they've been, you have teams like Irvine and Beaver, actually Irvine, Beaver and B.J. Roberts. And
you always have that team connection.
Basically, yeah, and Weaver and Irvine, and it's just been a battle, and all the horses race good. Coming up, I mean, they're nationally ranked as well. Jeff Nisonger is
not only one of the top drivers, but probably 3rd, 4th, or 5th in the trainer standings. Am I correct?
Definitely, and he's 5th in the national wins, training, wins. Let me get these things. He's
percentage points.
Yeah. Our Ohio drivers, these guys compete nightly here. We Aaron Merriman, of course, got 621 wins. This is through this afternoon. Ron Wren is 5th at 410. Chris Page, that Page kid out there, he's 6th with 374 wins. And Brett Miller is 9th with 352.
Oh, yeah, some of the top drivers. We got some young drivers on the fair circuit in Ohio.
Coming up,
but it's going to be so tough. You're going to have to get that break because you have so many young ones here that you have to get a spot from.
Oh, yeah, it's, in fact, rounding out the top 20 nationally is Dan Noble, Kurt Sugg, and Tyler Smith. Those are talented drivers, and you can see them out here. Of course, when they hop up behind fair horses, you're having a great combination. But as I always say, you got to go with the tried and true combo, and I'm going to stick with Elegant Gigi.
But getting back to the drivers, David Miller started at Lebanon Raceway. Now one of the top drivers in the country.
How about Don Miller? Don Miller, yeah.
Brett?
Not Brett Miller. Dave Miller. Brett Miller is now one of the top drivers. He started, where did he start?
Brett drove some at the county fairs several years ago.
And he's, we shall, who are you going to go with? What combo are you going to go with? Are you going to go with the Elegant Gigi or the...
Well, I'd have to go with Elegant Gigi and Irvine Jr. Then on the rail, you got Tyler Smith, Chris Beaver, Feisty Pistol.
Talented crew.
So I don't know if they've really went head-to-head much. I believe they have. Elegant Gigi has got the best of Feisty Pistol, just glancing at the program. Field in motion. They're on the turn. We're going to go up to the call of the race with Barry Vickroy.
Ohio Fairs Championship. 3-year-old filly trotters for the 8th race from Dayton Raceway. Start of the pick 6 of the year. They go.
I don't have a
Here, Affian trotting. Start going for the lead, telling the story. Feisty Pistol from the inside, center of the track. Elegant GG, Jogging Sweets. Far outside, chip it in at the rail. Game on, girls.
They did a couple times.
Diving to the rail, Rose Run was up. Then it is Charming Nancy, Broken Hartsville, the early trailer. Scramble around the turn, try for the quarter. Feisty Pistol has a lead. Outside second, telling the story. To the inside is Elegant GG, followed by Game On Girls. Quarter 28 flat. Outside fifth, Jogging Sweets. 6 to the inside. They come in front of the stands. Rose Run was up. Chip it in, out and underway, followed by Charming Nancy in the trailer is Broken Hartsville. They race into the paddock turn and over to the half. Feisty Pistol showing the way, setting the tempo, telling the story, getting the scenic route. She's parked out second. Inside third, Elegant GG. Fourth at the rail, Game On Girls. Outside, Jogging Sweets. Chip it in is next to the inside. Rose Run was up. Then it is Charming Nancy and Broken Hartsville. The half was 58-2, 32 in the second quarter. Down the backstretch they go. Feisty Pistol controlling everything from the front. Racing on the outside, long way around for telling the story. 3 wide right down, Jogging Sweets. Elegant GG has had the trip. 4 wide, chip it in to the inside. Game On Girls. Following 4 wide cover is Charming Nancy. Then it is Broken Hartsville, who goes off stride, and Rose Run was up 127-2, 29 flat backside. Feisty Pistol still with the lead. Jogging Sweets is now second. Chip it in 3 wide, coming 4 wide. Charming Nancy. Elegant GG has had the best of the trip. She'll wait for the passing lane. It's Feisty Pistol. Jogging Sweets far outside Charming Nancy. Elegant GG into the passing lane. Feisty Pistol trying to go all the way. Feisty Pistol gets it done. Feisty Pistol in a photo for place 156-3.
Well, Tom Pye, there you have it. Feisty Pistol.
Tyler Smith for Chris Beaver. Controlled the fractions. Elegant GG. Kind of got locked in, but they do have a passing lane here at Dayton. Got the passing lane. Couldn't quite get there to Feisty Pistol. Elegant GG may have got up for second. We have a photo sign and an inquiry on the board. The mile 156-3.
Into the racing action at the 3/4 pole.
Inquiry at the 3/4. I know there was a breaking horse at 3/4.
But I will say that Tyler Smith said to the master, Don Irvine Jr., he said, "Welcome to my house." And they
Welcome to my house.
Yes, this is Don. Tyler grew up here. You might as well, of course, he's right over from Washington Courthouse.
Ohio. Tyler got off to a great start here. First 2 nights, I believe, when the meet opened, he won like 8 races.
Yeah, and this is it. This is his house. Of course, he
controlled it. He controlled the race. He knew what he had to do.
Second, the 8, Charming Nancy. Third, the 4, Elegant GG. Fourth is 6,
Elegant GG got photoed out by the 8, Charming Nancy. So here comes the 1-2, the winner's circle, the 1 Feisty Pistol. Filly by Triumphant Caviar. Tyler Smith for Chris Beaver.
Of the lucky, chunky mare, Franny Ditcher Gun. Chris Beaver, Radnor, Ohio. David Miola, Powell, Ohio. Donald Robinson of Cardington. RVH Ventures, New York, New York. Chris Beaver, the winning trainer. Tyler Smith, the winning driver. 11th win of the year. Silver Bullet, Feisty Pistol. The Ohio Bears Championship. 3-year-old filly trot. 156-3.
Going to the winner's circle, Roger Houston. Winning driver Tyler Smith and trainer Chris Beaver. Looks like it's going to be Tyler. Tyler's second win of the Fair Championship. He might have had another win throughout the night. I don't know.
Thank you ever so much. I got my hands full. Trophy. Carrots go to the horse, unless you want some salad tonight.
Oh, we're good.
Tyler Smith, big win with this one. Beat the heavy favorite, but you had a perfect trip.
Yeah, you know, like when we got out of there,
the 3 was leaving, and, a bunch of them, I thought he was getting in my back, and he couldn't, and it just ended up to where my mare was on the lead, and I got to still a second quarter, but she was very good, and, she dug right to the wire.
Is this the first time you've driven this one?
Yeah, first time. I went back and I asked, they said just kind of time her into the gate. She's perfect to drive, and, she was like a car, but anything Chris Beaver sends out, especially trotters, they're awesome to drive.
Okay, congratulations. That's 2 for you tonight.
Yeah, hopefully I can see you a little bit more.
Okay, Tyler Smith with us in the winner's circle.
Excellent drive that was.
I believe we're going back to the winner's circle now with Frank Frass. Yeah, some special guest in the winner's circle. We'll get a complete rundown momentarily. Feisty Pistol was the winner. Charming Dancy was second. Elegant GG3. Jogging Sweets was fourth through fractions of 28, 58, and 2, 127 and 2. The mile 156 and 3. Now we're going to go to Frank Frass in the winner's circle.
So far past being organized.
Rapid fire.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, guys. First joined by Robin Robbins of Gala of Hope Foundation. Tell us a little bit about Gala of Hope Foundation.
We raise money and we support cancer patients and their caregivers. We provide support to all of the hospitals. We love what we do. People that, when they go through cancer, their cancer journey, their costs raise about $700 a month. So we're here if they get financially unstable. We can help offset until they get through their journey and on their way to recovery.
And this is also something that touches so many of us. That's amazing.
1 in 3 people is usually affected by cancer. Whether it's you know somebody, your sister knows somebody, the numbers are very high.
Now, you having a good time tonight?
Oh my gosh, you have no idea. This close to buying a horse, bud.
Who's your horse in the charity race?
I got the 11th race, the pole sitter, which is, I knew you were going to ask me, something Marty, Ginger Tree Marty.
Favorite or an underdog? Because you know what? A lot of these cancer patients are underdogs, and we had somebody at the Columbus charity night, Warrior Bags, who basically said, underdogs? We're underdogs when we fight in cancer. We want an underdog.
And we're all about underdogs. I'll take those 10-to-1 odds.
There you go. Thank you much. Let's go over now to talk to Ryan Gathers with Ohio Hospice of Dayton. Talk a little bit about your organization.
Well, we provide superior end-of-life care and superior end-of-life services to those who are in their final stages of life. But we also provide care not only for them, but for their families too, because it's also a very trying time for them as well. We're a nonprofit hospice, so we don't turn anybody away if they're unable to pay for services. So we raise money to provide care for people who are unable to pay. And we also provide other free services like music therapy and massage therapy and things like that free of charge.
It takes a special person to be involved with hospice. I know because my mother had to go through it. And, the people that do this job are very special.
Yeah, it really takes a special kind of person to, on a daily basis, work with someone that the end result is they're going to pass away. And a lot of times people call hospice nurses angels because not a lot of people can deal with that mentally and not get burnt out on that and seeing that same result every time. But it's a lot about when someone is in their final days of them passing away in dignity and just surrounded by their loved ones. And our care is for families too, because it really helps create those special memories with their loved one, and it helps with comforting the family as well.
Now, who's your horse tonight?
We have Ashley's 4-star. It's the 3 horse in the 11th race, and coming off of a 5th place finish last time out.
You got more information than most of them got on that. So have you gone back to beat the horse yet?
Yes, beautiful horse.
All right, well, good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, now let's have Scott move in here. This is Scott Cunin of the Dayton Warriors Softball Fund. Scott, tell us a little bit about the Dayton Warriors Softball.
It's a bunch of old softball players, senior softballers, who are also veterans, all volunteer committee. We brought the Wounded Warrior amputee softball team into Dayton to start raising funds for local veteran organizations. So you've already interviewed some of our beneficiaries, our Fisher House and Honor Flight, and a variety of local veteran organizations.
The number of veterans in this community and the number of organizations that are serving them is amazing.
We're all competing with each other, sorta, and collaborating with each other. We see each other at events like this, and I think the momentum pays off. And this is a good town for military and veterans.
And what branch did you serve in?
I was in the Air Force.
Came to Dayton and stuck around here?
I did 4 years active and then ended up as a civil servant at Wright Pat for 36 years. So it's stuck, and I love it here. And I got to say, Hollywood Raceway has been helping us with our fundraising. We held a couple of golf outings to host the Wounded Warrior amputee softball team, and the casino is a big supporter of ours.
Well, good. Thank you for your service. And who's your horse tonight?
Doug's Jacks. We drew the 10 horse in the 9 race. So talk about underdogs. We'll see how it goes, but it's all to the good.
Well, hopefully all three of you guys have a great night tonight, and your horse is able to cross the finish line first and take home the big prize from the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. We're going to send it to commercial, and then we'll go back to Tom and Doug right after this.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, as well as the trotter Muscle Diamond. Randy and Kim Haynes also manage Rockin' Amadeus, proven sire Mr. Apples, and the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach.
This last breeding season, I started with the Equiloom Light Mass. It's the first time. And I really put it through the test. I put it on some mares that have not been able, for years, we haven't been able to get these mares to cycle until April. And I had 2 mares in particular that are tough breeders. Those mares were cycling the end of January and bred both those mares in February and got early babies coming this year.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Welcome back to Hollywood Gaming here at Dayton Raceway.
Joined by Frank Frass.
I'm back here.
You're a little bit of everywhere tonight.
I really am. I'm, just you get to wherever you got to go and you get everything done you got to get done. So I'm good to see you having a chance to talk to you tonight.
Yeah, I get cooled out after the night. Walking for an hour.
Exactly. I may need that.
Yes.
I'm going to cool out in a certain way.
Yes, it's a lot of fluids. You got to
exactly. A lot of fluids. I can't drink too many of those fluids.
Well, you've got to be like a horse. When you got to water out, they call it. Walk for a little bit and then take a drink.
Well, I'm going to water out a little bit, but not too much because I got to drive back. But when I get back to Columbus, I think I'm going to water out a lot more as we can do this. But first charity race coming up next one.
A big night. I see they're gathering. They're getting ready to get their T-shirts on. The winner's circle will be crazy behind us.
That it will be. A lot of these are going, and I just wanted to pop on and let everybody know what horse they are and what charity they got. So, and then I'm getting out of here to go do some other stuff. East Beach, the number 1 is for Love of Children. The food bank is Rose Run Ulysses. Number 3 is Fisher House, and that goes to Stanford Court. Number 4, Laughing in Hanover, is with Ronald McDonald House of Dayton. Now, God's Grace Food Pantry was supposed to have King Kluber. been scratched. I got to find out what we did with that. So that's why I'm going to.
I think they drew East Beach.
I think what happened was we gave them their choice, and they chose East Beach. Not a bad choice.
No, not a bad choice.
So, Better's Choice. The number 6 is Shriners Children. Butter Bay Hanover, number 7 for Toys for Tots of the U.S. Marine Corps. 8 Never Pop the Plugs goes to 4 Paws for Ability. Artemis Center gets 9 Dave and Jacks, and Dayton Warrior Softball Fund, as you just heard, they got Doug Jacks, or number 9 is Dave and Dennis, Doug's Jacks. So I'm going to go find out exactly what did happen on the King Kluber, come back, fill you in, and then let you guys do your stuff while I do more out here. So I'll be back shortly.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Tell you, those are all great charities.
Great charities, and the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association does such a great job.
And you folks that are listening, support these charities. These are your neighborhood, local charities. They are do a great job. Frank is back.
Yep,
He's
back.
quick.
It was quick. We gave them the option of choosing, and they chose the number 1 East Beach. So hopefully this is going to cost the OHHA a little extra tonight. So if
A good choice,
East Beach
Chris
comes
Page
in,
and Ron Burke, what a better combination.
you know, if I have my choice, that's who I'm betting usually is that combination, and especially with the 1 hole. So, and the fans at 4-1 right now, third choice. So we'll see what happens. So, but gentlemen, I want to thank both of you for this summer, for helping us out this summer. Tom, you were out there grinding a lot. Doug, you jumped in towards the end of the year with us, and hopefully you're going to be able to do some more next year for us. And Tom, you'll be back. It's just so much fun following these fairs and following these people and meeting all the different people that are associated with these fairs.
It shows how great Ohio is. Their people, their racing, and their animals.
Fair racing is fun time.
Yes, it is. And as Roger says, if there's a fair near you, be there. So
be there.
That's it. So I'm going to let you two get back to work. I'm going to get back to work. We'll talk to you in a little while.
Thank you, Frank.
All right.
Frank.
Tom, here's the rundown of that 3-year-old filly trot for $40,000. Feisty Pitts still the winner at 156-3. Game on Girls finished 7th. Telling the Story was 8th. Elegant Gigi was 3rd. Rose Run was up 6th. Jogging Sweets 4th. Chip It In was 5th. Charming Nancy 2. And Broken Heartsville was 9th. 156-3. Tyler Smith, Feisty Pistol, Chris Beaver take the final of the 3-year-old filly trot for $40,000.
Excellent race that was. Very well steered by young Mr. Tyler Smith.
Tyler Smith, well, it shows his age here, 28. About 14 years ago, I let him call some horse races. He wanted to be an announcer.
But two paths diverged in yonder wood. I'm glad he started driving because he is one of the tops.
He's a very, very good driver.
Now, Chris Beaver, as we were comparing notes, that was his 42nd fair win, and he is a top fair trainer this year.
And you mentioned Rosie Weaver is 2nd?
Yes, she is. She has, she's way back with 32 wins, but way back. But those are our top 5 trainers here are Chris Beaver, Rosie Weaver, Eric Nesselrode with 27. Chris Hirschberger has 26. Virgil Morgan has 26 wins. And Dan O'Mara has scored one tonight. He has 24 now, I believe. So they're all in competition. They still got another week to go. Another fair
2
to go.
nights of racing after tonight. It'll be in Lancaster.
Lancaster is a beautiful, beautiful fair in the fall. It's down towards the south as you wind your way down into Fairfield County. That's why they named it Fairfield County. It was such a fair field through there. But that'll be on Tuesday and Wednesday.
So we're on to the 9th. It's the first charity race. It's a conditioned pace.
And listen to the crowd.
And they are excited there behind us as we get set for the post parade for the 9th race. Let's go to Barry McCoy.
High-five wagering. Here's the view. Number 1 is East Beach. Racing Stable Breeders at trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page drive. Number 2 is Rose Run Trained by Daly with Josh Sutton. 3 Sanford Ford. By Robert Montello, Rich Lombardo Racing, Hitchhouse Stable, 95 Racing, trainer Brian Brown with Tony Hall. 4 lapping in Hanover, Michael Svalio, William Richardson, and Rhonda Gilmartin, Christy Hope, and Brent Miller, you see all. Iva Scratch, number 6, Better's Choice. Eric Spitala, trained by Pam Russell with Jeremy Smith. 7, Butter Bay Hanover, owned by Mary Meggerly, trained by Kate Kaufman with 2 Barker. 8, Never Popped a Plug, so by Black Magic Racing. Tom Luther trains, Trevor Smith drives. 9 is David Dennis, by Dennis Ritz, trained by Tim Lane with Tyler Smith. Field, scoring out the seconds here, number 10, Dugs Jacks, by Doug Hartop, by Brian Boring, and McCannell at Salke. Win play show, exact trifecta, 5-5 wagering race time.
Well, there you had the post parade for the 9th. We do have a scratch the 5 King Kluger. So we have 2 charities with the 1 East Beach. Am I correct on that?
I believe so, yes. You are correct, sir.
So they're lined up behind us. If we can get a shot of the winner's circle, they're showing the horses scoring down now, but in the winner's circle, they're lining up. There'll be 2 number 1s out there. I hope they have an extra saddle pad. So East Beach has 2 fans rooting for it.
Fan groups, they're all out there. Of course, only 1 representative go out from there. They have a crowd in there.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And the Ohio Harness Horsemen put on a nice luncheon or dinner before for all these fans and Ohio Harness Horsemen Association followers who were helping out with tonight's crowd.
Well, this is a great dinner, but I mentioned to one gentleman, I says, he said, boy, this is good food. I says, yes. I said, and it's well planned and organized. I get a product to the girls in the office and the amount of work they do, because I know they put on the awards dinner in January.
Yes,
which
is big.
I don't want to jump ahead of it, but I'm going to tell you folks, if you really, it's one of the best dinners and fun events that you'll go to because you get to meet everybody. And it's a great ticket. It's held in Columbus, and so usually
roughly about the second
week of January.
On a Saturday evening.
And it's
Horse of the Year awards are presented.
Horse of the Year. You get all your 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. Horse of the Year is a surprise at the end of it, and but it is. They did a great job, you know. And people say to me, they say, "Boy, folks," I said, "Well, it's really not me. I just blab all the time. I'm a talker." But they do a great job, and I got to commend them. And you see Frank running around. He's the cameraman there. I remember that day. And I says, "Is there anything you want me to do?" He says, "Yes, just press this button here at the end of it." That shuts it off. But yeah. In this.
And because you were talking about everybody who works in the OHHA office, and that Ashley Daly, who just joined this year. Frank was telling me she put together this whole charity night. He laid it on her, said, "Hey, here it is, Ashley, take it." Look what she did. She did a great job. She's in the winner's circle. If we look behind us here, you can see a shot of Ashley in the winner's circle with all, I guess, 9-10 of these racing fans are going to be rooting on their horse.
And Ashley did her first broadcast with me somewhere up I think home talent Colt Steak. And she says, "This is my first night." I said, she was a natural.
Oh, yes, she is
just
a natural. Yes.
And I did tell her, I says, just be yourself. Your enthusiasm, your happiness, and your knowledge comes through.
Oh, yeah, she has the knowledge. She does a great job. I would work with her on the set when Roger would call a few races where I was announcing. He would always call some races to keep his voice in tune for the jug, and I would usually go on the set and he'd work with you or Frank, and a lot of times it was Ashley.
Yeah. And again, she's 22, 23, very fine young talent. That
brings a lot to the table for the OHHA.
Right. Yes. She has her friends here, and so it's good to see that. By the way, in this race, we have to do a little handicap Doug.
Okay. So you're going to try to pick the winner, and I'm going to try to pick the winner.
And then we might do an exacta for the folks.
Exacta box or ice cold?
No, exacta box. I never ice. All the time we have anything ice cold.
I think a sleeper might be the 2 Rose Run Ulysses. Picks up Josh Sutton.
Rose Run Ulysses, incidentally, this is a conditioned race. It's for horses and geldings, non-winners of 8,000 last 4 starts. Also eligible, non-winners of 6 pari-mutuel races or $55,000 lifetimes. Rose Run Ulysses is a fair horse that has been racing
Signature Series a lot.
Yeah, and Laugh Again Hanover has been in the Ohio Sire Stakes and has over 205,000 lifetime, but has only 5 wins.
So that made him eligible. When you look at the board, he's 8-5. So here's my exacta. I'm going to take the 4 over the 1, 2, 3.
So you can take 3 for 4 horses. You can't.
You can't. That's a key. 4 over the 1, 2, 3.
Well, see, I want an economy night. I like the 4.
On paper, the 4, yeah, looks the best. So they can hear them behind us. They're all excited as Mike Wepkeber picks them up for the start of the night, the first charity race here at Hollywood Dayton. Let's go to Barry Beckroy for the call of tonight's 9th race.
I get a kick out of it.
Division Pacers 9th race, a big race, flat field of 9 for a high 5 early down the
and then we're going to
swing
be
to
on
the
your
back
way.
stretch. Here they go. Here out the end of PC, slow start for David Dennis, going out for the lead, Stanford Court. East Beach protecting position, moving up on the outside, Laugh Again Hanover. Rose Run Ulysses is there 4th. Racing Wave 5th from the second tier is Doug's Jacks. He's followed by Better Choice, that it is Butter Bay Hanover. Never popped a plug, slow starter gapping at the back. David Dennis trails. Drive for the quarter, up to grab the lead. Laugh Again Hanover for Brett Miller. He'll cross over, trip the beat for the quarter, quick 26-3. Racing in second as they come to the lane the first time. Stanford Ford, Tony Hall there 3rd is East Beach. Rose Run Ulysses 4th. Racing 5th is Doug's Jacks. Better Choice, Butter Bay Hanover up and out. 7th, 8th is Never Popped the Plug, the trailer David Dennis. Into the back turn, on over to the half they go. Laugh Again Hanover showing the way, setting the tempo. Buried in a bit from the pocket is Stanford Court, racing 3rd. East Beach, Rose Run Ulysses there 4th. Half 54-2, 27-4, second pedal. On the outside now 5th, first up, Butter Bay Hanover for the deuce. Inside is Doug's Jacks, following cover, Never Popped the Plugs. Then it is Better's Choice. He's 8th, in the trailer is David Dennis. 3 quarters they go. It's Laugh Again Hanover with the lead, a length and a quarter. Stanford Court is tripping out. Coming to the outside is East Beach. He'll pick up the chase from 3rd. Rose Run Ulysses is in here 4th. He'll follow cover to the outside 3 quarters. 122, 27-3 backside. Laugh Again Hanover. East Beach coming to him on the outside. Rose Run Ulysses set to set sail 3 wide as they come to the top of the stretch. East Beach takes the lead away from Leslie. Digging in. He's closing on the outside. East Beach, Rose Run Ulysses. East Beach doing it. East Beach, Rose Run Ulysses.
There you have it, East Beach. So we have 2 winners. And listen to them behind us.
I can't put these headphones on. They're hard.
East Beach, the winner. Rose Run Ulysses second. I had the exacta on my first pick, 1-2 box, but then I looked at the 4 and I keyed the 4, so I should have went with my first thought.
That's always
the way it is.
I tell you, Doug, the 4 is only a 3-year-old colt. This is only his 20.
Well, you will see that the 4 Laugh Again Hanover, 3-year-old racing against stage horses, it makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
But they're going crazy behind us, so We're going to have 2 winners in the winner's circle. Would you call that a dead heat since we have 2 winners in the charity night?
I think they're going to.
So they're going to give them each $5,000.
I believe so.
So the OHHA divvying up an extra 5.
Well, there goes my Christmas bonus. No, the East Beach, Chris Page, Ron Burke trainee, puts him over 136,000. He's got 87 starts. Again, as we talked about, there's
Third to photograph 7, Butterbay Hanover, finishing 4th. Again, Hanover. Number 8, never popped plugs.
Better Bay Hanover in the photo was 3rd, and Laugh Again Hanover finished 4th.
Winner of the 9th race, number 1.
Here comes your winner into the winner's circle. Let's go to the winner's circle. Barry Vickroy and all the connections with East Beach.
Chris Page is the winning driver. 11th clear win for East Beach for the season. This is a 2-10 mark for him. The mile 153.
See in the winner's circle all the connections with the 1. East Beach, Chris Page, Lundberg Training, 150 and 3/5. Lots of people in the winner's circle. So we're going to have to do double duty on the interviews here. So let's go to Frank Frass and Roger Houston in the winner's circle.
Nicole Atkins.
Okay, I got Nicole Atkins here and
Christy.
and Mary.
And Mary, yeah.
These are our winners tonight.
Yeah.
You guys were cheering up a storm. You're going to love this.
Oh, yes. We are so grateful.
What does $10,000 do?
$10,000 is going to be able to bless the community to help them provide food for our families that's in need in the community. So it's going to be every dollar buys 4 meals. So it's going to be a huge impact.
And you got Chris Page's.
Yes.
You got now. Who had King Kluber?
I did.
You had King. So you had the choice of which one you want, and you chose that one.
Yep.
So good for you. So and you don't even have to share it. What does $10,000 do for your organization?
What doesn't it do?
It's amazing because, again, every penny of that $10,000 goes to helping underprivileged Dayton youth. It stays right in our community to help those Dayton kids get back up on their feet, whatever they need, whether it's clothes, food, tutoring, shoes, whatever the basic necessities.
Everything.
What's shocking is how many children in our community go without. And we're here to fix that.
What was going through your mind as that horse was coming down the stretch?
It was, we were just
I almost wet myself.
We were cheering very loud. East Beach is the best horse ever. We love East Beach.
Well, congratulations to everybody. That's one race down. We got another one to go in the 11th. Hopefully, the same aspect, and everybody will be as excited. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Frank. Great cause. 2 winners. East Beach, Chris Page and Ron Berg. Each charity, $10,000 from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Tom, $5,000 for second. That's Rose Run Ulysses. Who was the charity on the 2 Rose Run Ulysses? Do you have that information? Or
the food bank.
The food bank. Third, Better Bay Hanover, King Kaufman and Sean Barker. That organization will get $2,500, and the rest of the field will all get $2,000 each.
And what also is fantastic, well, you see the enthusiasm, and it's just watching their horse. And this is what you do when you go to the races. That's your horse. That's my horse. She says, I will remember East Beach.
She said the best horse ever.
Right.
So they might be back to the horse races. That's what this is all about. Get them interested in horse races, and it's a great cause that what the OHHA does.
The other gal got the whip from Chris Page.
Got the whip from Chris Page.
I tell you, it's great to see, because that's the essence of harness racing. That's what it's all about. People enjoy themselves. it helps the communities, and a fantastic. That mile in 1:50:03.
Great mile.
Good mile. Am I going to double check? New lifetime mark for East Beach.
So we're on to the 10th, 3-year-old filly base, 40,000 Ohio Fair Championship, field of 9. And the top point getter, the 3, Snappy Lady, D. Houghton. Jason Thompson trains. Mainly raced in Goshen, Dover, Ashland. That would be the Southern Circuit or some home talent mixed in there?
Yes, Southern Circuit. They were, D. Houghton brought this filly up into Bucyrus during the I was up there for the
matinee.
And she said she had good expectations for this filly, and she called it. She's got Snappy Lady.
A lot of great horses make their career starts at matinees. I think I talked to you a few years ago.
What was that horse's
Rambling
name?
Willie.
Who?
Rambling Willie. I called his race back in 1970 at the Mercer County Matinee in Salina. It was his first career start. He finished 5th in a field of 5 in 2:25. Who would have ever dreamed?
Rambling Willie, incidentally, went on to earn over $2 million. At one point, was the winningest harness horse of all time.
I can remember, it was probably in the early 80s, I assume. He was making his tour around the different tracks, and he raced it on Saturday afternoon at Scioto, naturally in the Invitational. But that morning, he had, I think it was Lazarus Department Store back then, he made an appearance at the Lazarus Department Store.
Signing the book, The Horse That God Loved.
The Horse That God Loved.
But yeah, Rambling Willie was a great, great horse. And win, I think, 128 times. Off the top of my head, I can't.
I talked to, when I work at Hoosier Some and fill in over there, Dave McGee, the presiding judge. I talked to him if he ever drove Willie, because Willie a lot was based, the Farringtons were in Illinois a lot. He raced a lot in Chicago, but he did make his rounds. And Dave McGee said, yes, he got to drive Willie a couple times.
He showed up, I was up in Canada, and we were come up in the same truck together. There was 4 or 5 of us, and some good horses on there too. And he raced there. I know he raced. I raced, of course, he raced Brandywine, Meadowlands, Liberty Bell. He made the tour, and that was about how tough he was. Yes. Wasn't it just stay in one track? He went out and did battle with all the top free for all over the country.
Named Cardigan Bay, Brett Hanover, that era.
Yeah.
They did the same thing.
Yeah, they're tough. They have tough animals.
And another horse at the Dark County Matinee at Greenbelt, Abercrombie. Jerry Landis out of Portland, Indiana, had him as a 2-year-old in his early career. He went on to be a good one, racing the Jug.
Right, and he was a horse of the year, I believe.
He very well could have been back, maybe 78. That was Abercrombie.
Yeah.
I believe.
We are ready for the 10th.
10th's coming up, but before we get to the 10th, we're going to take a break to hear some from our fine sponsors.
Purchasing a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. With Kim Hill Real Estate at your side, making those decisions is easier. Standardbred owners Kim and Randy Hill are thrilled to support our industry and help you if buying a home is in your future. To reach the office in Dayton, call 937-344-8559. In Portsmouth, call 740-352-8340. Kim Hill Real Estate, horsemen helping horsemen.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years.
We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at BowRiverJewelry.com, your Salke jewelry headquarters. Visit BowRiverJewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at BowRiverJewelry.com.
This last breeding season, I started with the Equilume light mass. It's the first time. And I really put it through the test. I put it on some mares that have not been able, for years, we haven't been able to get these mares to cycle until April. I had 2 mares in particular that are tough breeders. Those mares were cycling the end of January and bred both those mares in February and got early babies coming this year.
Back at Hollywood, Dayton Raceway, Doug Ballinger and Tom Pye as we take a look at the 10th race. Tom, you just mentioned in the commercial break there, 1, 2, and 3 in the standings are Home Talent and Southern Valley.
Yep, 1, 2, 3 from the rail out here.
1, 2, 3 from the rail out.
They're from the Home Talent and Southern Valley Colt Circuit. This is what the great thing, if you are in 2 or 3 different circuits, Chris Beaver is one of the masterminds of this. He will keep an eye on who's going where, but now people keep an eye on where Chris is going, and we'll go the other down a little further south. If my horse, if I had my luck with my luck, if I have to go a little further south, I'll have to cross the river into West Virginia. But we do have a good, this snappy lady, I watched, she's 17 starts, 8 wins in 5 seconds. And
right at 40,000 in earnings, the pick, the morning line pick, the 3 snappy lady.
She come up all the way from Mississippi. No, actually, she was down south, and they sent her up to D. D's done a great job with D. Looking at D. Well, they don't show the averages, but D's average probably up towards 400, 0.400 for a training average. Some of these, of course, the books that we got here, they only show the times that they race at Dayton. These horses haven't. But these horses do have, and trainers, they have a respectable batting average.
The 5, Sophie's Candy. Brett Miller picks up the drive. A big driver's change there. Sophie's Candy, 6-1. A winner of 30,000 this year, 5 of 27 with 6 seconds and 5 thirds. A mark at Philadelphia, 55-4. So this horse had been out east racing and comes back for the $40,000 championship. Raced at Upper Sandusky, was 3rd, beaten 4 1/4 lengths. Kenton was 2nd. Wasion was 5th. Finley was 6th. So see if, looks like a 5/8 mile track helps this horse.
Yes, it does. It does look like that.
So the 5, Sophie's Candy, 7-2 now on the tote board.
This is one thing that we, of course, in the fairs, and all through the fairs in Ohio, it's all half-mile track racing.
And this changes a lot.
Some will pick up, some don't.
A half-mile track, a lot of times at the fairs you have 5 and 6. You can get to the front easy. It doesn't happen that way here. They're coming out for the post parade for the 10th.
Here's the field. Number 1, Filet Mignon, owned by Charles Reed, trained by Herbert Hagerman with Don Irvine Jr. Number 2 is Maze Diamond, trained by D. Houghton with Darren Harvey. Snappy Lady, Rudy Bracey, trained by D. Houghton with Jason Thompson. 4, Don't Trip, owned by Matt Rowe and Chris Page, trained by Tim Grubb. Chris Page has a line. 5, Sophie's Candy, by Joseph Riad, trained by Patricia Adams with Brett Miller. 6, Bear Creek Honey, owned by William R. trained by Clarence Ball with 2 Barker. 7, Rocket and Kissin by Spring Valley Ranch, Michelle Leonard, trained by Brandon Presto with Tony Hall. 8, Western Rosie. Steve Carter, Jeff Grower trains, Tyler Smith drives. Leading the field, number 9, Forever Missy, with Corey Darham and William Hart. Trained with Corey Darham and Josh Sutton is in the sulky. Win play show, exacted, trifecta, superfecta. 10th race starts the late before.
Well, Frank, we saw the post parade for the 10th, the 3-year-old filly pace for $40,000, a field of 9. Chris Page, the 4, right now the post time favorite at 2-1. Chris Page, partial owner of the 4, Don't Trip.
Yes, he Tim Grubb trains Don't Trip right out of Delaware, Ohio. And I know they're working on this filly all winter. I believe this is one they had trouble tying up all the time. And he'd have to give it a little more work to work out the lactic acid out of his system. And it paid off. Strino took a mark of 55 and 4 this 2, I should say, at Northfield. And she's a favorite, but I think it's a bit of my house here because, of course, Chris Page.
Oh, yes, Chris Page, Brett Miller.
And Tyler. So, but I like Snappy Lady. She has been 55. The winningest horse in the field is Bear Creek Honey with 9 wins out of 22 starts this year. Took mark. I won 54 at Dayton.
Rockin' and Kissin' the 7 kind of catches my eye. Tony Hall for Brandon Presto, 6 of 25, a winner on a good track at the Meadows in 155. So it all depends on how the race sets up to get there from the 7 hole. Do you leave, you get a seat, get away 3rd or 4th, get some cover, or do you go to the back and you get some hot fractions?
Yeah, a lot of times it's not you take back and hope they do go hot fractions. But then if you get a guy on the front end says, my main competition is right behind me, I'll back into him.
The 3 Snappy Lady looks like likes the front end. Anyhow, that's on the county fair tracks, but it's all different here.
Absolutely. So again, this is a new variable with the 5/8 mile track.
Oh, yes. You still got to be very aggressive on a 5/8 mile track. Yes. More so than the mile.
I'll tell you, years ago, as the Meadowlands style of racing now is just you see it out here. As soon as
everybody's on the move.
On the move, and you don't have a chance to rest.
No.
Right, and it's a new style of racing. The old gentleman style of going Indian file 1, 2, 3, pull them, and
at the 3/4.
Yeah,
yes.
then go a mad dash to the wire. That's long gone.
Very nice crowd on hand overall tonight. I don't know what it looks like upstairs, but very nice crowd. Next Saturday, the Buckeye Stallion Series goes at Northfield Park, all for 60,000 finals. I think I'm right on that.
Yes, gentleman just asked me what was going on next Saturday, and I thought the Buckeye Stallion Series, but yes, it's
so
another.
The OHA has 2 more stops, 2 days at Lancaster, and then the Buckeye Stallion Series, and then their filming and racing season is pretty much over, but a lot of behind the scenes in the office there, planning for the banquet, and starts right after the banquet, I'm sure, for next year.
And again, you folks know by now, or you folks join us for the first time, you can see all the replays of our fair races.
On Trot and Pace.
On Trot and Pace, and go to the Honest Racing Ohio and click. Trot and Pace, actually, you can type in a horse's name. I said, I wonder where that filet mignon has raced before. And it'll bring all the races up. It's an amazing thing.
And you can go back a couple years, I believe, and watch the races on Trot and Pace.
Yep. And and of course, Trot and Pace marketing and myself, we were on the fair circuits. We've been on since it started out.
Oh yeah, you was the start for this.
We were up at the Paulding it was, and we quite still don't know what I'm doing, but we got through that, and they've done a great job and present a good view of racing here in Ohio.
Well, looking at the odds board, it's the 3, 4, and 5. Snappy Lady, Don't Trip, and Sophie's Lady.
I'm going to
2-1 on the 3, 5-2 on the 4 and 5-2 on the 5.
I'm going to go with the 3-4 in here.
Tom Pye goes with the 3. Snappy Lady, the 4. Don't trip.
Is that
I'm going to take a long shot. I'm going to bet a win ticket on the 7, Rockin' and Kissin', Tony Hall. It's my long shot of the night.
That's because you're a friend of Roger, and Roger likes
The Meadows.
The Meadows. 2 in a row. It was years ago. A friend of mine who's been around a lot of racetrack was going out west, and he stopped in the Meadows, probably about 20 or 30 years ago. And he came back, he says, I heard the best announcer in my life. And I looked at him, I said, what, Roger Houston? Yeah, he's good. He's down Pompano. Of course, but he had never heard Roger. And, well, Roger was...
Years ago, when satellites came out, Roger invited... I went out there to call some races with him on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, and we rented a satellite, one of these big dishes at home, so my boys could watch me. I called on TV. I think, well, that would have been about 84, 85 maybe.
Yeah.
Quite a few years ago, called some out there with Roger.
They're lining up for the 10th race. This is the 2-year-old filly Pacers. The Ohio Fair Championship. Our call goes upstairs.
To Barry Bickroy as they look into Mike Wepkenberg's starting gate. Mike has some fans in there. They're at the gate. Gates rolling. We're set for the 10th. 3-year-old filly Pace for $40,000.
I was going to mention, I went on vacation in 1980.
Ohio Fairs Championship, Real Billy Pacers for the 10th race for Big Raceway. Field of 9 to kick off the late Big 4. They're at the post of the year. They go. And good start going for the lead. Bear Creek, cutting Sophie's Candy just to her inside. At the rail is Filet Mignon outside. Snappy Lady. And make their way around the turf, taking over the lead. Bear Creek Honey crosses over to the top. Snappy Lady, Jason Thompson continuing up on the outside to challenge. Sophie's Candy is now 3rd, racing 4th. Le Mignon, Don't Trip is their 5th. At the rail is Maze Diamond. Outside Forever Missy is on the move early as her and Maze Diamond were hooked up momentarily past the quarter in 27 flat. Racing back in 8th is Western Rosie and the trailer. Rocket kissing it to the paddock, turn it over to the half they go. Snappy Lady showing the way. Bear Creek Honey in the pocket, tucked in 3rd. Sophie's Candy out of the first stop comes Don't Trip for Page, the half 55 and 4, 28 and 4, second panel. Filet Mignon off the rail to follow cover. Inside, Maze Diamond outside. Forever Missy, the trailer still. Rocket kissing Western Rosie down the back stretch. Snappy Lady showing the way. Bear Creek Honey tucked in the pocket, first over. Grind for Don't Trip. She's being asked for more. Inside is Sophie's Candy, second over, 5th. Filet Mignon. And the rail, Maze Diamond outside. Forever Missy, 3 wide. Rocket kissing the trailer. Western Rosie, 124-3, 28-4. 124-3 for 3 quarters, 28-4. Down the back stretch, it's Snappy Lady with the lead. Thompson trying to get the plugs out they come, and out of the pocket. Bear Creek Honey is digging in, trying to close inside. Sophie's Candy into the passing lane. Snappy Lady, Bear Creek Honey inside. Sophie's Candy from far back closing. Western Rosie, Bear Creek Honey in 153 and 4.
There you have it, Bear Creek Honey and Sean Barker, 153 and 4.
That's 29 and 1. But what a good race. Strategy in there.
3-year-old filly by school kids out of the Badlands Hanover mare, Troubled Chalk. 10 of 23 now for Bear Creek Honey. Sean Barker, the regular pilot, behind Bear Creek Hunter at all of her starts this year. Earnings now $61,500 for that win for Bear Creek Honey. The new lifetime mark, 153 and 4, previous mark. Last week here at Dayton in 154. 53-4 tonight for Bear Creek Honey.
Sean is down as he's tied for with 4 others in the for the lead for the I think it would be a 6th place or 7th place with 33. He just broke the tie. He was tied with Alex Talk and Pierce Henry and Chris Presley. Sean had 33 wins. They're trailing Kurt Sugg in the finals, but Sean just went up to 34, so he broke that. Sean, actually, of those 4, Sean has the most lifetime wins. He has 658 lifetime wins, Sean Barker does.
So it's a big win here for Sean Barker, $40,000 purse. Let's go to the winner's circle. Bear Creek Honey, Sean Barker, Roger Houston.
Barker is the winning driver. For Bear Creek Honey, her 11th career win, 10th of the season, 2 straight of the Buckeye State, and a new lifetime mark tonight, 153-4.
First to 6, Bear Creek Honey. Second to 3, Snappy Lady. Third to 5, Sophie's Candy. And fourth, number 8, Western Rosie. 27 for the quarter, 55-4. 3 quarters, 124-3. The mile, 153-4. We're going to go to the winner's circle. Roger Houston with the connections.
With us
at
in
Bear
the
Creek
winner's
Honey.
circle, second trainer for Clarence Folk up in Urbana, Brendan Johnson. And Bear Creek Honey, 9 of 22, continues with a good year.
She's had a very good year. She just does everything right. You know, she can get off the car. She gets around the turns real good. She sits in. She just does everything we ask of her.
Did she do anything special tonight that kind of surprised you, or was it just a normal race for her?
Well, you know, we've been trying to teach her to sit in because she can be very aggressive, and Sean's done a great job all year trying to teach her to race. Of course, I can't. You know, I got hurt real early, but I tip my hat to Sean. He's done a very good job with her.
What about you yourself? We know you still got your best pal with you.
Oh, yeah, she's always with me. That's her older sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the brace and stuff?
I did my last CT last Monday, and I got a visit back with the doctors in Lima on Monday.
Mm-hmm. So making progress?
I feel real good. I feel I can get back at it, but I got to wait.
Going to do what the doctor says for a change.
And my wife.
Okay. Brendan, congratulations. Bear Creek Honey, another real good performance.
Thank you, Roger.
Okay. There you go.
There you have the winner's circle presentation. Bear Creek Honey. Sean Barker, Clarence Falk, Gomba William Hatt. Take the 3-year-old filly pace, 153-4.
That was good mile, new lifetime mark.
You can hear the rundown.
Top down, 692, 831, 745 on the bottom. Straight in the Buckeye State. Bear Creek Honey tonight, 153-4. New lifetime mark for her. 11th race is up next. Race 11 is the Open 2 handicap pace, no changes. Race 11.
11th race coming up. Charity race. A field of 10. We'll be back for the 11th race right after we hear from our fine sponsors.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at bowriverjewelry.com. Your Salke Jewelry headquarters. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at bowriverjewelry.com.
This last breeding season, I started with the Equilume light mass. It's the first time. And I really put it through the test. I put it on some mares that have not been able, for years, we haven't been able to get these mares to cycle until April. I had two mares in particular that are tough breeders. Those mares were cycling the end of January and bred both those mares in February and got early babies coming this year.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancing Yankee, as well as the trotter Muscle Diamond. Randy and Kim Haynes also manage Rockin' Amadeus, proven sire Mr. Apples, and the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Dayton Raceway, Ohio Fair Championship night, charity night. Frank, tell us who's coming up in the 11th.
Well, first off, the 9th. How about, the King Kluber scratch, makes the right pick, wins himself $10,000. And those two women were so excited in there that we're cheering on that horse.
Whoever did the pick, they better go out and buy a racehorse.
Exactly. Well, okay, so the second charity night now we have is the number 1 Ginger Tree Marty is for Gala of the Hope Foundation. The number 2 My Hero Ron Honor Flight. Number 3 Ashley's 4-star is Hospice of Dayton. Number 4 Granite, that was Shoes for the Shoeless. Number 5 Let It Rock is Pink Ribbon Girls. Number 6 Photo Bomber Hanover is Miami Valley Down Syndrome Associates. Number 7, Beyond Delight, is Veterans Affairs. Number 8, The Dark Shadow, is the United Rehabilitation Services. Number 9, Lexus with a View A, is NAACP. And the number 10, Hell on Wheels, is Hannah's Treasure Chest. So those are your 10 horses with your 10 charities. Hopefully we'll have as exciting as a race, and hopefully the people that are in there are going to be just as excited.
And the winner, the one lady of the charities, got Chris Hope's whip.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yep, got Chris Page's whip.
Chris Page. Chris Page.
Yep. So that one cost the OHHA a little bit more because we.
But it goes to a great cause.
It does, and we double it up. And again, this is how us, the horsemen, are giving back to the community through this program. Our charity races here at Dayton. We also have the one over at Scioto that we held earlier this year. And it's a great time for everybody here, and everybody seems to be having a great time. You talk about the people. The one woman I interviewed, she's this close to buying a horse. She said,
"Oh my!"
She owns quarter horses. She's just excited. Mike Wepkenberg has the starting gate going. Has people riding.
He's been busy all night.
Oh yeah, and people are just enjoying it. It's a great crowd here, so we're really excited. Let you guys handicap this one, and then I'll be back to join Tom Pye after the 12th. Doug, if I don't get a chance, thanks for everything that you've done for us, and thanks for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. Let's go to the post parade.
Tonight's 11th race, open 2, and we have these $22,000 first. No changes. Number 1 is Ginger Tree Marty, Sweet Householder, trained by Bobby Joe Grover with Jason Beatty.
Oh, that's something to write.
Number 2, My Hero
That's
Ron,
the roughest job.
Ryan Wett, trained by Danny Dubinsky, Josh Sutton.
I don't have my phone.
Is Ashley's 4-star, running down a Gravescape by Eddie Emery with Front Street. Number 4 is Granite, and Melody Stable, Kim Rocker, Jeremy Smith. 5, Let It Rock, over Lacey Gunslinger, the McAvoy Jr. with Brett Miller. 6 is Photo Bomber Hanover, Justin Parrish, trained by J.D. Parent with Chris Page. 7, Beyond the Life, Mitchell Standard Brass, and Molsey, Aaron Smith, R.J. Murphy, Tony Nolan.
Well, we had the post parade for the 11th. This is our second charity race of the night. Final horse coming to the track, it's the Dark Shadow. A field of 10, Tom Pye. Our second and final charity race of the night.
We had two great miles with, this is an open handicap, 2 handicap. My hero Ron he's been having a great year. He stands out. This is a good marks of 149 and 2 for Ginger Tree Marty. 49 and 2 for Granite. When I say 49, 1 minute 49 seconds. We got, that's about 150. Photobomb Hanover, 150 and 4 up at Northfield. These are smoking horses.
The 5, Let It Rock, was a winner here in the Signature Series Sunday in 151. Brett Miller gets the drive tonight for Pat Malloy. 7, Beyond Delight, Tony Hall for Roy Murphy Jr. Now, Tony Hall had his choice between the 5 and 7 and picked the 7. Beyond Delight over the 5, Let It Rock. Beyond Delight, 2 wins this year, 19 starts, a mark at Sauda 52. The 5, Let It Rock, 5 times a winner this year, a mark here at Dayton just last Sunday in the Signature Series in 151.
So he's 151. I think he's a little bit more fast. I think this will go 50 in a piece in here.
It very well could with this kind of speed in here.
And it's a great night. I mean, this is October 9th, is it? 8th. No, what is it? See, today's 9th. I was right the first time. But we're shirt sleeves out. It's very comfortable. Beautiful night.
And then we got to take a look at the 2, My Hero Ron, Josh Sutton for Danny Dubinsky. 3 of 24, a mark of 51 and 2 this year at Sauda. A lifetime mark of 49 and 3. I doubt if this race beats 150. I'm guessing 151 3 to 151 and 2. It all depends on how it sets up. But it's a nice race.
It is a good race.
And they're doing the OHIO in the winner's circle behind us. Fans have their shirts on for charity night.
Everyone's just enjoying themselves. It's a great night. Brad Conrad with his
taking pictures.
Should I say the best in the business? I think he is.
Oh, yes.
He definitely does all those fairs, plus he does 3 major tracks.
Yes.
He's down there.
And Mike Wepkenberg, we got to thank him for everything he does.
All the
rides he's giving tonight, and not only tonight, but at the fairs. How many races do you say Mike thought he started now in his 25-year career?
25 years, doing 4,000 races a year for 25 years.
January 1st, from January till mid-May, first week of May, he's at Miami Valley, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Then he does all the fairs. 65 fairs, Mike probably does right at 50. High 40s or 50. He does Delaware, the Jug, and then he comes here. So he's on the go year-round.
And he told me, he says, I want you guys in OHHA to quit complaining about how much you're traveling. Pointing his finger at me. Because I just come up, I think he says he was driving, but I might have been driving, but he says I could have been sleeping. But he just come up 200 miles to go. That was at Findlay. And of course we were rushing back and forth. And, but this is a good guy and does a lot for this business.
Oh, Mike and Becky both. Becky is his main driver. Mike has a lot of help. Kevin Beckstead drives horses some, helps him start. John Weiss, the judge at a lot of fairs, helps Mike start. I'm sure I'm leaving a driver out, which I don't. Janet Essex helps him drive. Sure. He'll have 3 gates. And not only does Mike start them, Mike Wepkenberg builds starting gates. He has them all over. He builds them from scratch.
And that's what he was a horseman. He was a good driver, good trainer.
And he's an engineer without an engineering degree, and a great engineer.
And he's a historian about the engineering and all the gears and all that.
Oh, yes.
It's just unbelievable. And he gave me a tour of his warehouse. I thought it was a little mom and pop operation down there at, don't press me for the name of the town, Fredericksburg, no. But I was amazed. I says, wow. You know,
He can build anything.
And yep.
He builds some kind of a training cart, or it's not actually a jog cart, but he builds carts.
Yep. And, I'm trying, what's the name of the town? I know where it is. It's right near Dayton.
It's real between Eaton and Dayton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's in Preble County, I think.
What's the name?
You asked me too quick.
This is, of course, I was there like last November, maybe. It's a long ride, but it's just a great little stop. Anyway, the Mike and of course, all the folks. John Weist.
John is a judge here tonight.
Judge here. He
works at Dayton, associate judge.
So he's also presiding judge at the fairs.
Yeah, at the fairs.
And he also had to fill in as an announcer at one of the fairs because one of the announcers one of the fairs didn't have, and I was amazed.
Oh yes, yes.
I said, but you know that's what these guys.
That was at Chillicothe, I think, last year.
Yeah.
He filled in because they were filming.
Yeah. Yeah. They didn't. They said, well, we didn't have any last year. Of course, we didn't have any crowd, so they said, well, we're not going to have an announcer. Well, we're filming, so he stepped up right to it, and also at one time, Don Tiger. We were up at Carrollton, I believe. They didn't have a track photographer. Don left. He was co-hosting with me. He left the stands and went down, took the pictures for the winner's circle, and he says, if you folks want the winner's circle pictures, email me. I'll email them to you. I tell you, people step up and do it. That's
like at Wapak. Jay Wolf was working for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, covering the races one night on their Facebook page, and he was also there filling in for Brad Conrad in the winner's circle. So he had double duty. He made many steps from the grandstand working on the OHA set and then down to the winner's circle. Here we go for the 11th race. Charity night. Let's go to Barry McRoy for the call of the 11th.
Open 2, handicap Pacers 11th race from Dayton Raceway. Full field of 10 are at the post today. Here they go. Peter outfield seeing set for the lead. My Hero Ron, center of the track. Photo Bomber Hanover. Moving up outside beyond the light and at the rail. Ginger Tree Marty. Lexus with a view far outside 5th. Having a seat in 6th is Ashley's 4-star. Hell on Wheels is next 7th. Racing at 8th. Granite. 9th is Let It Rock. And the trailer is the Dark Shadow. He's 10th and last as they drive past the quarter. In 26-3 with the lead. Photo Bomber Hanover showing the way from the pocket by Hero Ron. Beyond the light is 3rd. Racing 4th is Ginger Tree Marty. Lexus with the view looking on from 5th. 6th is Ashley's 4-star. Hell on Wheels sits in. Out and on the move comes Granite from 8th. 9th is Let It Rock. And the Dark Shadow is the trailer. Around the paddock turn, driving for the half with the lead. Photo Bomber Hanover Page controlling the tempo. Racing in 2nd. My Hero Ron. Half 54-3. 28 flat. 2nd panel. First up now 3rd is Ginger Tree Marty. Inside 4th. Beyond the light is pinned in 5th. 2nd over, 5th on the outside. Lexus with the view, nowhere to go. 6th for Ashley's 4-star. Outside 7th is Granite. Hell on Wheels being shuffled. Next is Let It Rock, and the trailer is the Dark Shadow to 3/4. Photo Bomber Hanover. Ginger Tree Marty outside, 3 wide. Lexus with a view, pocket sitter. My Hero Ron waiting patiently, 122-3. 28 flat backside. Photo Bomber Hanover. Ginger Tree Marty, 3 wide. Lexus with a view, sliding from the pocket. My Hero Ron trying to weave through traffic. Far outside comes Let It Rock. Ginger Tree Marty takes over the lead. Let It Rock closing on the outside. My Hero Ron is digging in. Ginger Tree Marty to win it from My Hero Ron. Beyond Delight, photo for fourth, 151-2.
So there you have it. You can see the winner in the winner's circle, Ginger Tree Marty. My Hero Ron, Ginger Tree Marty. $10,000 for the charity of Ginger Tree Marty, and you have that on your program, I think, Tom.
No, you Galler House of Hope.
House of Hope.
Yep, and I'll tell you, Mr. Ballinger, I'll tell you, you had time right down to a T, 151 and 2.
151 and 2. Pretty good guess, wasn't it?
Pretty. We've been around a few years. Yeah. Right, you got 1, 2, 7. All good dogs go to heaven.
Unofficially, first number 1, Ginger Tree Marty.
My Hero Ron
Second and 2.
collects $5,000 for his charity. Beyond Delight and Tony Hall, who were third, will get $2,500 given to their charity. The rest of the field, Ashley's 4-star, Granite, Let It Rock, Photobomber Hanover, The Dark Shadow, Lexus with a View, and Hell on Wheels will each get $2,000.
I believe both charity races were
won by the one horse.
3 1 horses.
Yeah, you're right, 3 1 horses. So back to the winner's circle, the 1, Ginger Tree Marty and Jason Beatty.
Here's the winner of the 11th race. Number 1, Ginger Tree Marty is a 7-year-old gutted son of Yankee Cruiser out of the Western Hanover Mare, for by Mom, owned by Tommy Householder, Delaware, Ohio, trained by Bobby Joe Brewer. Jason Beatty is the winning driver. 33rd career win for Ginger Tree Marty is his 10th of the season, tonight at 151 and 2.
Ginger Tree Marty. 7-year-old Yankee Cruiser. That brings him up. He's got over 341,000 now, lifetime.
Well, with this win tonight, 129 or 130,000 this year for Ginger Tree Marty.
Tommy Householder owns down Delaware. It's got a nice horse there, Tommy Householder. Yep, this is.
So now we're going to go to the winner's circle. Directly here. Frank Frass will be joined by the connections, Ginger Tree Marty.
I am with Robin from Gala of Hope Foundation. You were really cheering your horse on.
Oh my gosh, yes. So me and the horse had a chat in the paddock. We looked eye to eye, and we were on the same level. He knew he was going to give to a great cause.
What will $10,000 do for your organization?
I can take care of so many families. Transportation is always an issue. We can do so much with 10,000.
You're shaking.
I am shaking, and I'm trying not to cry.
You're allowed to.
No.
You are allowed
No.
to.
But yes, I'm glad I came. I'm glad I came by myself. I met great supporters, great sponsors. So.
You gonna buy that horse now?
No. No. But thanks for offering.
Oh, another happy winner here at the charity night here at Miami Valley or at Dayton Hollywood. Let's send it back to Tom and Doug.
There you have it in the winner's circle. Ginger Tree Marty, Jason Beatty, 151 and 2. Another happy lady in the winner's circle. Charity night, sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Great cause.
Tell you, it just to see a lot of these people seeing races for the first time.
For the very first time.
And just to see the reaction and the joy. You can think back to those, the first time first time you ever won a race. And
oh, yes.
It's just, it just brings back happy memories. Great night for charity. And again, commendations to the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association to putting this together. And, you know, it's not just well, let's do this tomorrow night. This is like months of the planning. So, and the folks back at the office, Sherry, Linda,
Oh, great job. A lot of hard work behind
and
the
they're
scenes.
they come in and they're manning the tables here and greeting people. Little Ashley, by the way, she's made the paddock runs.
Yes.
And
A lot of people in the paddock tonight.
yeah, they've got a tour.
Yes.
They've got very good. And to see how it is, this is not, we're not just here, we don't bring the horses out, put them in the races. We have to bring them in, warm them up, ship in, warm up, and get them all set. It's great ways to introduce people to the harness racing.
Great way, great way. 12th race is up next. 3-year-old Colt Trout, a championship for $40,000, a field of 9. We're going to take a break to hear from some of our fine sponsors. Tom Pye, it's been good working with you.
Doug.
Frank's going to be back on the set.
Give me one of these.
Have a good night. Let's hear from our great sponsors.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancing Yankee, as well as the trotter Muscle Diamond. Randy and Kim Haynes also manage Rockin' Amadeus, proven sire Mr. Apples, and the only full brother to some beach somewhere, Bring on the Beach.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway. I'm Frank Frost, now with Tom Pye, and my interview duties have been finished over there, so now I get to enjoy some time with you.
Sit and relax for a minute.
Oh,
We could sit.
There's no relaxing in this business.
Yeah,
there's
you
none.
sit, that's about it.
How about the excitement there for the Gala of Hope Foundation? Just unbelievable.
And to see those people enjoy themselves, and that's exactly what racing's about. It's just great, you know. And again, I'm an old 50-year veteran of the business, so when I see people smile and jump, it gets you there, you know.
And people that are here for the first time, you know, have never been associated with this. We give them the opportunity to come to the track, but then also to help their organizations and that. So Gala of Hope Foundation picks up $10,000, which, as Robin said, it's going to go a long way. Honor Flight picks up $5,000, which is going to help fly more veterans to Washington, D.C. to see those monuments. And then Veteran Affairs, $2,500, finished third. So we've done a lot to help the veteran community and the community as a whole here in the Dayton area. So.
Well deserved for those veterans. They've served their time. And as they said, the World War II vets, they've got two waiting. My father, your father, you know, that was their.
Yeah, your father, my grandfather fought in World War II. As I was telling the gentleman from Honor Flight, my grandfather flew for the Army Air Corps, was shot down, was imprisoned over in an internment camp in Italy, escaped, got back to London. Didn't talk much about it. Had a diary that I got the opportunity to read. Later in life, he opened up the daughter of his pilot of the plane that he was on prior to the Yankees. did some interviews with my grandfather. She was writing a book about her father. I don't know if it ever was finished, but I was fortunate enough to get copies of those tapes. So I was able to listen to some of his stories. And then, he talked about the Korean veterans and the Vietnam veterans. My father served in Vietnam. So, the military, very important to me and my family. And, to see how much we could help them, it goes a long way. And it's like you said, those are the people that earned it.
Knowing the era, I've worked with so many, when I was a kid, World War II veterans, and I can remember O'Brien, Ray Coster, and these guys. They didn't talk too much about their service. And then I asked. I says, "Well, Ray was in there." Yes. He said, "Oh yeah." He said he was. I said, "Do you see any act?" "Oh yeah." He goes, "Very quiet."
Yep.
He finally. I asked one day, "Did you see where was he?" He was in Anzio, and that was in Italy. He lost his whole platoon. He was a sergeant. And those men never said one word.
No, it was something they all kept inside of them for all the years once they came back to the States, and just kept it bottled up inside of them. And in talking to the gentleman from Honor Flight, he said when they come back, he tells all the veterans that went with them, now's the time to open up. Now's the time to talk to your family about your experiences. They want to know, but they respect you and they don't want to ask. So now's the time to ask about it. So just a great night for 20 local Dayton charities. We said it was $63,000. It was $71,000 tonight that the Ohio Army Horsemen put back into the Dayton community. So, So we get back now to the Ohio Fair Championships. We got the 3-year-old trot coming right now. 9 horses. In this one, Tom, we had to go down to the 13th, 12th, 13th, and 14th to get, our 9. The top horse, McStoned again, is not here. The number 6, Stormfield, is not here. Number 7, Tango with Me, not here. So we get down there, and then 10 and 11 did not enter. So we had to go for number 12, Lightning Frenzy, number 13, Naughty Triumph, and number 14, Fireworks Flash, to get our 9-horse field.
And then, this is like going down through there. I have future MVP. Kenton, Burton, Mount Gilead. I've seen future MVP. He's nice trot. I made 33,000. But Malibu Kid, which is a sort of stranger to me because he was out in the Okra, out in the western part. He's got 10 wins and 21 starts and 65,000.
And one of those wins came at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So he has been able to, step up in class and was a winner of $65,000 this year in those 21 starts.
Again, one of the nice things about Ohio, you can race the fairs, and there are easier circuits. I mean, our toughest would probably be the Ohio Fair Racing Circuit, Okra.
And let's go to the post parade first as they get set for the 10th. Let's go to Barry Vickroy.
Horses headed to the track for tonight's 12th race, Ohio Fair's Championship, 3-year-old colt trot, purse $40,000. No changes in race 12. It starts the late pick 3. Here's a field. Number 1 is Malibu Kid, over Bruce Salisbury, Dalton Walls, and Alan Weisenberg trained by Dalton Walls with Tony Hall. Number 2, Future MVP. By Robert Sidley, trained by Mike Betters with Chris Presley. 3 is Harwell, owned by Michael Vigna, trained by Greg West. Trevor Smith drives. 4 is Naughty Triumphant, owned by Tammy Carter, Jacob Beard, Adam Freeland, and Brian Carsey, trained by Steve Carter with Brett Miller. 5, Lightning Frenzy, owned by Marjorie Val Hamus, Christy O'Mara, trained by Dan O'Mara with Scott Sisko. 6 is Leaping Legend, owned by Jim Fleming, trained by Jason Brewer with Tyler Smith. 7, Fireworks Flash, owned and trained by William Hartman with Tu Barker. 8, Checkmate, it's owned by Scalacci Stables, Sam Bova Racing. Peter Barbato and Hunter Myers, Sam Scalacci the trainer, Hunter Myers drives. Leading the field, number 9, Admiral All-Star, owned by Rebecca Sugg, Watson Harness Racing, and Mary Stuckey, trained by Ed Bellard. Chris Page is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 12 starts the late big 3.
So there's the field for the 3-year-old colt trot. As you saw the post parade there, and Scott and Cisco, Sean Barker, Chris Page, all looking for another title to notch on to their belt. Marjorie Paul Hamus looking for her second fair championship win.
Yes, of course, Chris Presley, he is had a great year. Not in the top 10 to be the and the drivers. Well, here is right there. He has a
to the in the
he's
fair,
tied.
the
He's
fair
tied in the
standings.
fair. He's tied with Alex Hawk and Pierce Henry and Chris Presley. They all have 33 wins. Here's a chance to add another feather to his cap, but with future MVP. Of course, Brett Miller. He's got the Steve Carter nod. This Naughty Triumph, he's been handled well, but he just hasn't won that. He's won 8 starts. Last time he's been second, third, second by a neck. And the neck, how can I describe a neck? How fast, how a length is a blink of an eye.
Snap of a finger.
No, that's
even slower.
Slower. We're crawling now. But what would a neck be? But beat a length, you beat a blink of an eye. You got beat. A neck is just I don't even you can't even describe it. It's that quick.
Yeah, last win for Naughty Triumphant was at the at Scioto Downs in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So another one of those that has been in that higher class. Opportunity to race here for the finals. One thing I found interesting, Tom, is 3 of these horses as 2-year-olds were maidens. Never won as 2-year-olds. Came back, and we talked so much about the development of the horse from that 2-year-old year to the 3-year-old year that they would get from that being maidens to get to this point in their career where they were in the fair championships.
A lot of times, 2-year-old they don't just get it. They don't, they're out in the racetrack, but they still is. And you'll hear the drivers are starting to learn how to sit in the hole. And sometime during the late season or probably during open thing, they learn and they just say, and they get taught. They can teach them to stay in a hole. Because if you can't put a horse in the hole and keep him relaxed, you're going to burn them up. They'll burn themselves up, I should say.
Well, Naughty Triumphant and Malibu Kid, the 2 favorites for this race as we get set for the 3-year-old colt trot. $40,000 on the line.
There are a lot of horses, got a lot of seconds in here. And I think Mr. Miller is going to step up and say, it's Miller time.
Well, Naughty Triumphant, 18 out of 20 times hitting the board. We talked about those maidens. I mentioned 3. There was a 4th one I missed. Harwell was a maiden too as well. And then future MVP didn't even start last year as a 2-year-old. So this is a bunch of 3-year-olds that really matured from their 2nd year to that 3rd year, ready to go.
And they'll have what they call the growth spirit too, is that they'll say almost overnight you turn around and say, how'd they grow so much? What happened to them? And they'll fill up their muscles, develop, and they'll develop into a nice animal from 3, and then from 3 to 4. So it's you never know.
This is the 12th race on our 14-race card. So winding down, just a great night here at Hollywood Dayton Raceway. It's just been a fantastic night, not only weather-wise, beautiful shot of the moon we had a little bit ago. So we got, the moon. Scott Cisco, Sean Barker, and Chris Page all with winners tonight in the Fair Championships. They're looking to make it 2. In fact, Scott Cisco's hoping to get the second chance to wave to his mom. Every time he wins, he waves to his mom. And so he'll be hoping to get that second chance.
See, I think we were at one fair. He waved to his mom, but he wasn't at a camera. And we said, point the camera and turn around and wave now.
Tom, do you believe 65 fairs or 64 fairs are in the book and our 65th one next week?
Next week. It's just, as Doug and I were talking, it's just from all over. And of course, you and Susan up in Ohio Fair Conference are all over there. And, it's just it was a maze, a swirl, and that 1 week just before Delaware.
Oh, that crazy time. That was crazy time. We had 4 fairs the one day, 2 other fairs, 2 other days with 3 fairs. So we were really out pounding the miles and pounding the roads, and got to see some back roads of Ohio that I never thought I'd see or even knew existed.
Yes.
You know,
A couple of times I found a couple of back ditches. I ended up going down the road. It's and you get on those back roads, you're like right through cornfields. And as I said, I'm from the East. You're from New York. They don't have these drainage ditches that they have to keep the drains of the cornfields. And because most of it was swampland, rich, fertile swampland. But it was like they drained them, and some of the ditches might be 3 feet or 2 feet. And then there's those big ones that go down 6 feet.
now, if people would have listened last year to our fair broadcast, they would have heard that history, that they would have known this land was fertile. You know, because those were all the research you did on the counties last year.
Well, yeah.
All the fertile land that
I
we
was
had.
just trying to find a good map. That's what I was trying to do.
So we were getting set. Mike Wepkenberg bringing the starting gate into position as we get set to go here for the Ohio Fair Championships. The number 1 Malibu Kid, Tony Hall, will drive for Dalton Walls, winner of 10 of 21. The number 2 is future MVP. Chris Presley drives for Mike Metters, 7 wins in 20 starts. The number 3 is Harwell. Trevor Smith is the driver. Greg Smith, the trainer, 5 wins in 14 starts. Naughty Triumph is the number 4. Brett Miller drives for Steve Carter. Number 5, Lightning Frenzy with Scott Sisko drives as number 5. Number 6, it's Leaping Legend. Number 7 is Fireworks Flash. Number 8, Checkmate. And number 9, Admiral All-Star. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy as the starting gate swings into the turn.
Ohio Fair's Championship, 3-year colt trotters for the 12th race from Dayton Raceway. Field of 9 to kick off the late pick 3 of the year. They go. They're off and trotting, stepping out for the early lead. Future MVP alongside Naughty Triumph. Center of the track, Leaping Legend. Diving through to the inside is Harwell, followed by Malibu Kid, looking to take a tuck. Checkmate. And it is Lightning Frenzy, away 7, 2 clear. Fireworks Flash, and the trailer is Admiral All-Star. Around the turn, driving for the quarter with the lead, Naughty Triumphant. Future MVP is second. Off stride went Harwell. Past the quarter, 28-3. Third to the inside is Leaping Legend. Out and underway was Malibu Kid first up. Checkmate picks up the cover. The breaker, Harwell, back down, trotting to moving third over. Lightning Frenzy is ready to go. He'll come to the outside, fourth over as they race into the paddock turn. 8th is Fireworks Flash and the trailer Admiral All-Star. On to the half they go, and Malibu Kid went right on by, takes over the lead from Naughty Triumphant. So left uncovered first up. Checkmate is third, 58-2 for the half. 29-4 second panel. Future MVP racing at the rail. He's gapping slightly. To his outside is Harwell. Next is Lightning Frenzy. He's now 6th. 7th is Leaping Legend. Outside, Admiral All-Star and the trailer Fireworks Flash to 3/4 they go. Malibu Kid on top. At his wheel is Checkmate. Pocket sitter, Naughty Triumphant, trying to gear up and re-rally for Brett Miller, coming 3 wide. Harwell inside, future MVP. Outside is Lightning Frenzy, 3/4, 127. 28-3, backside Malibu Kid with the lead. Naughty Triumphant is digging in, inching in for Brett Miller, future MVP inside. Checkmate bows out, outside Harwell into the stretch. Malibu Kid with the lead. Naughty Triumphant. The sight set on the leader. He's digging in and trying to close. Malibu Kid. Naughty Triumphant coming on and coming at him. Malibu Kid doing it from Naughty Triumphant, future MVP. And Harwell, 156-2.
156-2, the winning time as Malibu Kid and Tony Hall get up for Dalton Walls, 11th win in 22 starts for the Wishing Stone out of Malibu Sealster. Second goes to Naughty Triumphant. Steve Carter trains, Brett Miller drives, and third I did not get. Who was finished third?
I did not get
You didn't get
this.
30. Let's take a look
We're
at the
gonna
board. Number
replay.
2, it's going to be future MVP, finishes third. Harwell, which had the early break, comes back to finish fourth.
I won 56 and 2 at the last quarter, 29 and 2.
156 and 2, a little bit off of the lifetime mark of Malibu Kid set earlier this year at Scioto Downs.
Third, the 2 future MVP. Fourth, the 3 Harwell. 1, 4, 2, 3 unofficial judges opposed to the inquiry sign.
Yep.
Malibu Kids.
Unofficial fourth place finisher number 3 Harwell for a possible violation of the breaking rule.
So we'll see if Harwell stays in that fourth spot or if they will move Harwell. But Malibu Kid was number 3 in the points standings with 402 points. Had earned $26,000. We'll up that now to $46,000. And Naughty Triumphant was one of those horses, finished second, was not one of the top 9 point getters, able to get in as the number 13th and picks up that second place check.
Well, that's what's the great part about it. You never know. You just keep plugging. It's like the folks that when they pick the one horse.
Exactly, yep.
Ohio, Dalton Walls of Greenville, Alan Waits of Bergenville, you're in Ohio. Trained by Dalton Walls, Tony Hall is the winning driver. 14th career win for Malibu Kid. He gets his 11th win of the season tonight at 156 and 2.
And Roger Houston trying to get an interview. We'll see if he's able to get Dalton Walls, part owner of the horse as well as the trainer. And it looks like Roger's going to get both Dalton and Tony Hall. So let's go to Roger Houston for the interview.
Actions.
Tony Hall and Dalton Walls. Dalton, you're part owner of this one. What do you think of Malibu Kid? What's that, 11 of 22 or something like that?
Yeah, he's really become a fun little horse this summer, and he seems like he's getting better and better every week, so we're really happy.
You've had some thrills this year. I know when we were up at Greenville, they were teasing you about Malibu Kid, but he's been quite a performer.
Yeah, he's really he's definitely exceeded our expectations for this year, and I don't know if we got a lot of racing left with him. So.
What'd you tell Tony Hall before the race?
I said he's not the biggest lever in the world, but if you pull him, he's going to go all day, and it looks like I was right. So.
Yeah. Tony, welcome to the state of Ohio.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, you're a Buckeye originally, aren't you?
I'm a Buckeye originally, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Now, you were first up. No, just what the trainer said to do.
Yeah, he said once they line up and everything gets settled, he'll trot all day. I seen Brett on the front. I figured he'd be all right with following me, and it worked out.
Now, you're basically going to be in Ohio from now on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome to the Buckeye State.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tony Hall, Dalton Walls. Dalton, here's your trophy. I'll put it in a box for you right there.
Pick up the victory there with Malibu Kid in this, the 3-year-old Colt Trot.
One of the nice things too.
Here's the rundown.
MVP 3, Harwell 4, Naughty Triumphant 2, Lightning Frenzy 6, Leaping Legend 8, Fireworks Flash 9, Checkmate 7, Admiral All-Star 5.
There you go, the rundown. Malibu Kid, the winner, future MVP, finishes third. Harwell was fourth. Naughty Triumphant 2, Lightning Frenzy 6, Leaping Legend 8, Fireworks Flash finishes 9, Checkmate 7th, and Admiral All-Star finishes 5th.
And that,
go ahead.
That 20,000 added to his card puts it his lifetime earnings at $109,734. That's not too bad for an Ohio Select sale yearling of $25,000. You quadrupled your money.
Always nice when you crack that 6-figure mark, isn't it?
Oh yes, when you got 100,000, well, that's puts you right in the bold in the sales catalog.
Well, our next race is a claimer for $15,000, and then after that we will wrap it up with the final fair championship race of the night, and that will be the 3-year-old Colt Pacers when we return to Dayton Raceway after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Purchasing a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. With Kim Hill Real Estate at your side, making those decisions is easier. Standardbred owners Kim and Randy Hill are thrilled to support our industry and help you if buying a home is in your future. To reach the office in Dayton, call 937-344-8559. In Portsmouth, call 740-352-8340. Kim Hill Real Estate, horsemen helping horsemen.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Sauky jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at bowriverjewelry.com. Your Sauky jewelry headquarters. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today for your piece of Sauky jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at bowriverjewelry.com.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway. Frank Frost along with Tom Pye as we wind down our coverage tonight of what is now Saturday night at the races. When we started, it was Saturday afternoon at the races. Yes. And coming up on 8:30, just past 8:30, 2 races to go. Tom, this $15,000 claiming race, and you know we've seen a $30,000 claiming race, we've seen a $20,000 claiming race, and a lot of these horses have been claimed. You know, it's amazing to see. You know, you get up into that $30,000 claim. Some of them get claimed, but down at this $15,000 level, you see them moving a lot more. In fact, if you take a look at Beach Pro, the number 3 has been claimed 4 times in the last 6 races, and we've talked about it before. Sometimes going from one barn to the other barn, and then back to the original barn.
This he's just an old, well, not that old. He's only 7, but he's by some beach somewhere, and he just shows a 15 claimers. Well, they keep him. He was claimed for 20, and they dropped him back down to 15 claimed. They kept him in 15 because he's very competitive in a 15 claimer. But they claimed him, then he put him back in, claimed him again.
Well, it was Virgil Morgan. He was in Virgil Morgan's barn back in August, gets claimed by Ken Holliday. Ken Holliday drops him down to the 15,000. Virgil Morgan claims him right back, and then, you know, kept him there at the $15,000 level, and then he's been claimed twice since that time. So it just, you know, he's gone from the Virgil Morgan to the Pat's Holtzman barn, then to the Thomas Litt barn. It'll be interesting to see if somebody claims him again tonight.
For 15.
For 15,000, yep.
I think there was one horse I remember racing. I wasn't racing, but where I was racing, he was claimed 8 times throughout the season. Boom, 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 and it was like maybe eight weeks. Claimed every week between the same 2 barns, and they got him back, and they claimed him, and they put him back in the highest price claimer they could use. But all they were doing is just paying the tax dollars on it.
Well, that and the poor horse is going to have a complex by the time
Sure.
it's all over.
They don't know which barn should I go to.
Yeah,
But,
which trailer am I getting on tonight when I leave the track?
But this get around town, first time claimed off of the Kaufman stable. This is an old class horse with 441,033 wins, by the way, and 339 starts. 11 years old. Dreams Jet Bunny. Now this goes to a lot of times it's just a change of pace, just something will pick a horse up. Other times they'll as they don't have the key to the horse. That's the key. And there is sometimes a horse wants to be in the first stall by the door. If he's not happy. If he's not happy, he's not going to race good.
Well, it's also kind of like, a coach, with a free agent. I can help that guy. He may be having a bad year with one team. I know what to do to fix him, and it's always that way as the mentality of a coach or a trainer.
Absolutely.
I know what I can do to fix this. I can make it better and try to get this horse to the winner's circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing, you take a look at this. 4 of these horses, Tom. Number 5, Get Around Town, an 11-year-old gelding by Jermaine Jett. Number 7, Indiana Cam, a 9-year-old by Majestic Blue. And Drunk on Your Love, number 8, a 7-year-old by the Foreclosure. And all have earned over $400,000. These are war horses.
That's a nice check. As you said about the Indiana Cam, he's a 9-year-old, and he's been claimed twice in the past 3 starts. 15. This last time in 15, J.D. Perrin had taken him back. But these new other horses, Drunken You Love, is a new addition for Brady Galla's stable. You got to keep an eye on those things because these are new. They're competent trainers, and a lot of times the trainers will study a horse racing sometimes for weeks, and they'll say, "Well, I think maybe I'll let his hobbles out a little bit, and maybe if I let his head down or what have you, change his shoeing, we'll try that." So they have this pre-planned before they claim it.
How many times, you see it happen, but how many times after you claim a horse can you get him right back to the winner's circle? It seems like more times than not, it takes you a little while to get them there. The ones that it seems are being claimed back and forth that are winning or second, the formula is there. It's keep the formula the same. Don't change anything.
Then you get one that just, they'll miss the groom. They'll sulk, and they're not happy unless they'll miss something. I'll tell you, they're a funny animal. They're a great animal, but there's so many factors. But these old war horses, they know how to get to the winner's circle. They know how to earn their keep. If you get a young horse that hasn't been in the winner's circle too many times, that's kind of hit and miss.
Well, the number 1, Doc's Hooligan, Tyler Smith will drive for Donald William, a 5-year-old by Captain Treacherous. The number 2 is Skyway 3-Ball. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. A couple of wins in 26 starts this year. The number 3, as we talked about, Beach Pro, Brett Miller will drive for Thomas Litt. 7 wins in 31 starts. The number 4 is Hawks Red Chief. Randy Tharps has the lines for trainer Adam Short. 5 wins in 10 starts. The number 5, Get Around Town. Michael Hitchcock is the trainer. Josh Sutton will do the driving. Still looking for his first win of the year, has 30 starts. The number 6, Two Rig Sealster. That was a horse we saw a lot on the fair racing in the Signature Series.
Absolutely. I believe he was leading Signature Series.
Yep. And so, Philip Groves is the trainer, and Hunter Myers will do the driving. 8-year-old gelding by Shadow Play. Indiana Cam, Trevor Smith will drive for J.D. Perrin, who just recently claimed Indiana Cam back from the Thomas Litt barn. Drunk on Your Love with Tony Hall, who will be looking to go back-to-back for trainer Brady Galliers. 4 wins in 27 starts. And Chris Presley will drive Hogwarts Express for Pat Karchner, a 6-year-old gelding by Art Major, who with a win tonight would move lifetime earnings up over $100,000.
The C-note, we got a C-note, Margell. I was just thinking about years and years ago. It was an old 14-year-old horse. One guy claimed him. He says the guy's training him too much. He says, we'll just give him rest. So he just rested the horse, jogged him, let him eat hay, and it became a balloon. Couldn't beat a fat man to a free buffet. It was terrible. And so he says, I can't figure him out. I said, I'll buy him back. So, of course, we're talking about $500 or $700 back then. So the guy bought him back for $700. trained him his miles, 4 trips a week. He's like, you know, first horse is 13. And he says, I don't think I'll get this old horse back. Well, he put him in an open, win by 7 lengths.
Just like
never know.
Horses headed to the track.
Let's go to the post
13th
parade
race,
for the
claiming pace
13th.
first, $12,000. No changes in race 13, and we'll start the late Daly double on races 13 and 14. Here's a field number 1, Doc's Hooligan, is owned by Nicholas Burt, trained by Donnie Williams with Tyler Smith. Number 2 is Skyway 3 Ball. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bersimi, trained by Ron Burke with Chris Page. 3 Beach Pro, owned by Angel Howe, trained by Tom Litt with Brett Miller. Number 4, Hawks Red Chief, trained by Adam Short with Randy Tharps. 5, Get Around Town, owned by H&H Stable, trained by Mike Hitchcock with Josh Sutton. 6, Toric Sealster, with Phil Groves and Myra Kester, trained by Phil Groves with Hunter Myers. 7 is Indiana Camp, owned by Tessa Parent, trained by J.D. Parent, Trevor Smith. 8, Drunk on Your Love, owned by Gowyers Racing, Hunter Holton, and Tar Heel Racing, trained by Brady Gowyers. Tony Hall has the assignment. Leading the field, number 9, Hogwarts Express, owned by Lucky Draw Racing Stable, trained by Pat Karcher. Chris Presley is in the sulky. With play show, exacted trifecta, superfecta, 13th starts the late double.
Right now, your favorite sitting there, the number 5, Get Around Town, is at 5-2. The number 4, Hawks Red Chief, currently at 7-2. And the third choice is the number 3, Beach Pro, at 9-2. So those are your top 3 who the bettors like in this race. The 15-year-old claiming with allowances. Now, Tom, explain to people, the process that goes into claiming. You have to go into the race secretary's office,
Yes.
fill out a form, and just drop it in the box.
Well, you have to go in and you have to.
You gotta have the money.
You have to have the money. You have to register check or cash. Cash will do very nicely. But this is before the races goes off, and they have it the claiming box, and they do not open the box until the horse is on the track, and then they'll announce there is a claim in on the number 6 or the 7, whatever.
And if there's 2 claims, just like an old-fashioned
Just like
draw?
an old draw, whoever has it. In fact, there was one horse we had. They put him in a 3,000 claimer, as they say up in New England. And this was a nice horse. He was well worth the 3,000. And there was 10 claims in the same. So the guy who ironically got him had never owned a horse before in his life. The horse went on and won 30,000 that year. And he said to the trainer that he had never met before, and gave him the horse. He says, "Boy," he says, "that was nice. Can we get another one like him?" No.
Yes, if we're lucky.
Yes, if we're lucky. But that's he says, "Can we get another one?" I just said, they don't come along that often.
That'd be one of those situations. You got 10, $3,000 claim. Someone goes, "I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5." Then you might have a bidding war. Yeah. Yeah, give me that. So shot right there of number 6, Tourig Sealster, Hunter Myers in the bike. And as we had touched about, that was a horse that raced a lot in the Signature Series. Raced in the Signature Series just last week here in the Montgomery Fair in Dayton. Did not fare well. Finished 10th in that race, well back. Was the favorite at Delaware on the 23rd of September. Got away clean, got away first, but then faded down the stretch. Finished 3rd. Was the favorite in that race. Tyler Smith drove last time. Tim Tetrick the time before that. Today, Hunter Myers in the bike.
He does look like he's better when he's within himself. He's pushed in full stride like that. He doesn't really hold up too good. Now, I'm trying to think of the horse that was he beat. My poor memory's gone, but the horse that he beat was the second leading winningest horse in North America. Conrad Robert. I'm trying to think. Conrad it's in the book. But the he put a damper on his win streak. And he was the winningest. But nice horse on the fairs and the Signature Series. But now he's up another step in class into at Dayton. So even though this is a 15,000 claimer, it doesn't matter. Some of these horses might go on to be 30,000 claimers. It's just, this is just a class, a step up or a step down.
Look right there at Randy Tharps in the bike for Hawks Red Chief, the 10-year-old by I Scoot Hanover out of the Troublemaker mare Fancy Trouble. Adam Short does the training. Second last time out here at Dayton in a $15,000 claimer. Time before that was a winner at Scioto. Excuse me. In 12-5.
Well, one of these, again, I old times say George Sealster, but he's 17-1, but he just hasn't been able to step up to the 5/8s, and he's better at on the half-mile track, and he's great in those Signature Series. So, Beach Pro, this is going to be, I wonder if there's any claims in here.
We'll see. Well, Renee, thank you for bringing me a cold piece of pizza from earlier tonight. So,
hey, I'm happy to help because I haven't eaten either, and I don't eat pizza.
well,
So
we'll put it right there, and we'll grab it.
We'll let the lamp.
Yeah, I'll put it under the light and we'll heat it up. That's one of the things about this. You never really get a chance to, to stop and do that. Renee, why don't you come over here for a second?
Sit.
Come on.
Sit.
We got a chair.
Come.
Oh, no, we're on. We're always on here. We got a chair right there, Tom. We're going to have Renee just grab the chair. We're going to get our executive director on here. Here, we'll take this box away from here. We'll get rid of that. There we go. Here we go. We won't keep you long. Fair Finals night. It wraps up a very long summer of fair racing.
yes. You guys know that more than I do, to some extent. Oh my gosh, yes.
Like everyone running around.
Yes.
But it was just to see the smiles in everybody. It was fantastic. And again, it's knowing all the charities that you OHHA put together for this. There's a big round of applause, a big thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Been a great charity night though that we did. We had a lot of very happy charity people as we get set to go. But I will let you go. See, it's going to be a short one tonight, so you can get back to what you were doing. You got lucky that the races were started as we get set. Mike Werpenberg has the gate rolling, and let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Claiming Pacers' 13th race from Dayton Raceway. Start of the late Daly doubler at the pumps today. Here they go.
They were like, that pizza's for Frank. I'm like, are you kidding me? Okay, I'll bring it out.
There, Ruffian pacing. Set for the lead, Hawks Red Chief. Get around town center of the track. Beach Pro away third.
Yeah, we're about 99.
Skyway 3 ball is next, followed by Knoxville again, but it is Turing Sealster. Indiana Cam, Drunk on Your Love, and Hogwarts Express. Early speed duel, get around town on the outside, continues to press on a new crossover to the lead. Hawks Red Chief gives way reluctantly, the quarter. Ridiculous, 25-3. Into the lane the first time, it's Beach Pro as Sutton's on the brakes with Get Around Town, racing in fourth. Skyway 3 ball. Next in line is Docs Hooligan. He'll come right to the outside and flush out Skyway 3 ball. Next is Turing Sealster. He is followed by Indiana Cam, and at the rail, Drunk on Your Love and Hogwarts Express is the trailer. On over to the half they go. It's Get Around Town showing the way. Skyway 3 ball on the outside, applied by mild pressure. The half, 55-4. 30 and a fifth in the second quarter. Racing from the pocket is Hawks Red Chief. Inside, Beach Pro. Outside, Doc's Hooligan. He's gapped away from cover. Inside, Turing Sealster skimming pylons. Then it is Indiana Cam at the rail, Drunk on Your Love. The trailer outside, Hogwarts Express. The 3/4 get around town with the lead along next. Skyway 3 Ball trying to grind him down. Hawks Red Chief has had the trip. Here comes Beach Pro to the outside and 3 wide for Brett Miller. Inside Turk Sealster is next. 123.1 for 3/4. They come to the top of the stretch, get around town with the lead. Hawks Red Chief begging for room. Outside, Skyway 3 Ball. Beach Pro center of the track, digging in and closing. Get around town. Hawks Red Chief. Beach Pro on the outside is getting up. Beach Pro in time, 152.4.
Beach Pro able to get up at the wire to pick up win number 8 on the year in 32 starts. And with that win, we'll go over the $200,000 mark for career earnings for Beach Pro, a 7-year-old by some beach somewhere. And here's the finish. And Tom, 3 wide coming down the stretch. A great finish. Beach Pro really just dug in at the end.
He held him off. He showed his class.
Tourig Sealster led for a portion of it, but just unable to hang on as coming down the stretch. It's Beach Pro was the winner. It looks like
just caught, yep.
Second went to Get Around Town, and not sure who had third, so they're waiting on the photo just to make sure on the place and the show. Yep. And 5, Get Around Town was second. Hawks Red Chief was third, and Tourig Sealster finish is 4th. So that's the unofficial results of
3.
13th.
It was 3, 4, 2, I believe.
3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5. Yes.
No, 3, 5, 4, 6. They just changed it. 3.
Don't do that
3,
to
5,
me.
4, and 6.
I was already ripping out tickets and throwing stuff through.
You know, at this point in the night, all the numbers run together. The horses run together. You know, you start trying to figure them all out. So Brett Miller with another winner. 152-4 for Beach Pro. Has a lifetime mark of 151 set as a 3-year-old at Pocono. Earlier this year went 151-3 at Scioto Downs.
Tell you, some beach, some wares. There was, of course, he was just a great racehorse. He was undefeated until his very last career start down Lexington Park every step of the mile. But what a great animal he was. He was owned up in Canada. But he's thrown Captain Treacherous, throwing an awful lot of things. But you see a lot of some beach, some wares throughout. And we got down by the seaside.
What he has done in the breeding world with the Captain Treacherous down by the seaside has just been amazing.
That's okay. And I just, when he raced, you just see a horse enjoy himself when they race. And I believe Tim Tetrick drove him. I'm not that thing, but he said he just waits for a horse just to come up, just to challenge him. Come on, get me. And just tail go up.
One of those, get out of here.
Right.
It's time
I'll
for
see
me
you
to go,
later.
yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see what Down by the Seasides did today down at the Lexington sale. Today was the 5th day down there, so it was a lot of Ohio breds and a lot of Midwestern horses, so we're going to have to see what that was like there. So the 13th in the books. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have our 14th and final race. It'll be the 3-year-old Colt Pacers for the Ohio Fair Championships when we return to Dayton Raceway after this. Purchasing a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. With Kim Hill Real Estate at your side, making those decisions is easier. Standardbred owners Kim and Randy Hill are thrilled to support our industry and help you if buying a home is in your future. To reach the office in Dayton, call 937-344-8559. In Portsmouth, call 740-352-8340. Kim Hill Real Estate, horsemen helping horsemen.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at BowRiverJewelry.com, your Salke jewelry headquarters. Visit BowRiverJewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at BowRiverJewelry.com.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the 14th. And, we talked about the last race being a claiming race, Tom, and you said we actually did have a claim in that race, the number 5, I believe.
Yes, Get Around Town was claimed by Jasmine Arnold.
So back-to-back claims for that horse, as was claimed last time in a $15,000 and comes back again this week and gets claimed again. Was claimed out of the Kane Kaufman barn by Michael Hitchcock and now claimed out of Michael Hitchcock's barn to Jasmine Arnold.
Well, you should get, and that was his first win of the year, by the way. I just saw that was his first win of the year now. But you'll see something in a horse, and all of a sudden, other people pick up on it, and they'll say, "Well, I like that horse too." So, good luck, Jasmine Arnold. We'll see.
So we go to the final race of the night, the 3-year-old Colt Pace Ohio Fair Championship. And this field, we had to go down to the 13 in the points. Pine Grove Racer was 6, 6B Hanover was 8, Caveat Sergeant was 9, and VH Levi was 11th. They did not enter, so because they did not enter, Pulling the Strings was 10th in points, gets in. Rocking Airway 12th gets in, and I'm Rocking It 13th, able to get in. So the field for this race, the number 1 is King's Cruiser, trained by Jeff Nysonger. Tyler Smith will get the drive, coming off of 6 straight victories and has won 8 of his last 9. The number 2, Rockin' Airway, Brett Miller will drive for Ryan Miller. Really struggled the last race out here at Dayton, a number of breaks, a winner of 4 of 23. The number 3, Professor Patrick, Chris Page will drive for John Fitzgerald. Lightly raced, just 1 start, 1 win as a 2-year-old, but has come back this year to win 6 of 20. The number 4, Imagine It, Mitchell Cushing will drive for Kent Wilcox, won the last time out here at Dayton on the the Montgomery Fair races. 11 wins in 27 starts. Also coming off a victory is the number 5, Yankee Keeler. Herman Hagerman is the trainer. Don Irvine Jr. will drive, was a winner at Coshocton. 4 wins in 19 starts. The number 6, Pulling the Strings. Kerry Rome drives for Steve Borhoff. Has 4 second-place finishes in the last 6 races, trying to look for that first win in a while. The number 7, I'm Rocking It, the last of the entries to get in. Jessica McGowan is the trainer. Cam McGowan will do the driving. A maiden as a 2-year-old has won 6 of 17, though, as a 3-year-old. The number 8 is So Rocking Ravi. Jimmy Smith trains. Tony Hall will get the drive. Was a winner 3 starts ago at Ashland. Has hit the board, though, in 13 of 15. And the number 9 is Calvin L. Hank Levan drives and trains, making his 31st start of the year. 7 wins, 6 seconds, 6 thirds. Last time a winner was at Wassian. And 31 starts for Calvin L. That's a lot of starts.
That's getting up there. I think I've seen horses with, believe it or not, 64 starts in a year.
Wow.
And of course they do double things, and that's up probably through Truro and up and through Fredericton, New Brunswick,
Some
and all
of that
but-
heat racing that they might
Oh,
have
yeah.
to race
And they-
2 or 3 times to win.
In fact, if you look up the winningest horse in the history of harness racing, was from up north, the Great White North, and he had something like 200 or 4, some ungodly amount of starts, and he only made $36,000 lifetime. But it was, it was like unbelievable.
That's an awful lot of work for not a lot of money
Well,
for
it's
those
bragging.
horses. So.
I think you go for bragging rights then. But it was unworldly amount of starts. 400 some odd starts lifetime, and he made $36,000. And he's the winningest horse in the history of harness racing.
Well, we talked about 30 starts for Calvin L. Imagine it, not too far behind. Mitchell Cushing drives 27 starts on the year for Imagine It. And then you take a look at a horse like So Rockin' Ravi. He has only started 15 times, but has won 10 of those starts, and that's one that we've seen on the fair. Has won 4 of its last 6, and just really raced well on the fair circuit.
Yeah, it really is for Jessica McCown. For Jimmy Smith. I'm rocking it, as you can see. It kind of had a win streak snapped, but the story on that horse, he had, I believe, Cam drove for a guy, and the guy says, "Would you want to sell the horse?" He says, "Well, sure. How much you want for him?" Blah blah. And so he bought him, and he'd been driving him, and then Jessica took over the training and win. But again, when they climb the ladder like that, you never know. Now he's up into the championship. We'll see how he can do. I do like So Rockin' Ravi because 10 starts and 15. That's a very well campaigned year with 15 starts. You go 15 to 18 to 20. That's a well campaigned.
Has won $27,000 on the year. The top money winner here at just under $64,000. King's Cruiser, the number 1, who was 5th in the point standings. Also earning some pretty good coin this year. Number 9, Calvin L, $45,000 for there. And Calvin L was 2nd in the points, just behind So Rocking Ravi, about 40 points behind it. And just to explain a little bit on the points, if you win a race on the fair circuit, you get 51 points. And the points that you accumulate across the 4 Ohio circuits, the Ohio Colt Racing Association, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, the Home Talent Colt Stakes, and the Southern Valley Circuit, you pick up those points. Those points are all added together. End of the year, top 9 end up coming to the fair championships to race in that. If they don't enter, the horses below that decide they want to enter get the chance to come here.
And tonight they are racing for $40,000.
Every now and then when we're on the fair circuit, you might see only one division go, and might be for $10,000 or $11,000, but you never really see it go for that kind of money, except till you get to the championship.
Yes, it's a great circuit. You got the 4 different circuits that you can choose from, and choose from wherever the closest to your home.
Well, somebody who's been with us on the fair circuit for a while, Susan Schroeder, come join us here, Susan. Grab the chair. You have been running around doing so many other things tonight. We'll put you on that. We'll put you on the headset. The headset's been working a little better, they said. So you've been running.
Hi, guys.
You've been running around here crazy, like a crazy person, as always. But you were also running like a crazy person all across the fairs, across the state of Ohio this year, and to see it finally, except one more race, one more fair, come to an end. But first, let's go to the post parade first, and for this, the 14th.
Leaving the paddock, headed to the track for tonight's 14th race. Ohio Fairs Championship, 3-year cold pace, $40,000 purse. No changes in the field of 9. 14th race features high five wagering.
Here we go. Tom,
Here's the field. Number 1 is King's Cruiser of Mark Ader, trained by Jeff Nysonger. Tyler Smith drives.
Yeah, we got the third one. You're good. Sit.
Number 2, Rocket Airway Oh, by Miller Racing Stable.
You gotta be on the
Chris Gilbert, Maisie Racing Stable, and Jordan Gilbert. Ryan Miller trains. Red Miller has the line. Number 3, Professor Patrick. Owned and trained by John Fitzgerald with Chris Page.
But I don't know what.
That's okay. We're talking about running around.
Number 4, Imagine It. So by Richard Cobb, trained by Ken Wilcox with Mitch Cushing.
Okay.
5, Yankee Keeler. Owned by a piece of the action, trained by Herman Hagerman with Don Irvine Jr. 6, Pulling the Strings. Kerry Rame, Steve Boroff. Steve Boroff trains, Kerry Rame drives. 7, I'm Rocking It, owned by Jennifer Brown. Jess McCown. Jess McCown trains, Cam McCown the driver. 8, So Rocking Ravi. Owned by Robert Adamo, Jack Smith, trained by Jimmy Smith. Tony Hall drives.
Thank you.
Leading the field, number 9, Calvin L, owned by the Van Stables trainer driver Hank Levan is in the sulky. When play show, exacta trifecta high five wagering on the finale.
That's the post parade for this, the 14th and final from Dayton Raceway is, I don't know where I am half the time anymore. So, it's always good to have everybody. We've got the crew here, the brains and the operations, the heart of our operations right here. Renee Mancino, Sherry Johnson, and Susan Schroeder joining us on the set. It's been a great night, hasn't it?
It's been an amazing night. And this, the accumulation of all those fair races, when we started out when we were in Paulding, how many months ago?
June.
Yeah, you can barely see this night from then, but
I can't
great
see
night.
Paulding in my rearview mirror. It's
I know.
been so far behind. But so far, it's been a great night of racing, and charity night just was fantastic, wasn't it? I mean, the emotion of some of those charities in there was great. And Sherry, you were inside with a lot of them. They all looked like they were having a good time. Yep, a little closer, a little closer.
They were having a great time. They enjoyed it. They were impressed with all that they learned.
yeah, they were having a great time inside.
Well, that's been the important thing. Go ahead.
The difference that charity night, the funds that they get for their charity, the difference that it makes in some of these charities we had here tonight, it's life-changing for them.
Without a doubt.
Because some of these were small groups. They weren't nationally known groups. They were kind of small, local, and it just such a difference it makes to them.
Well, now it's not like anything slows down around here, does it, Renee? Next week we got the Buckeye Stallion Series to do.
Yes, we have the Buckeye Stallion Series final, the Courageous Lady, and then we start rolling into end of the year honors for divisional and horse of the year.
And this year is going to be very, very exciting and interesting as we get those ballots out for everybody to vote, because there are so many possibilities of, horses, winning tickets, Cecil, Gulf Shores, Charlie May, all of them have really made their mark this year in Ohio racing.
So don't forget, you can make a difference in that vote. If you are an OHHA active member, you get to vote. Sherry gets to tabulate them. And if you want to make a difference in who is Horse of the Year this year, make sure you vote when you get that ballot. The ballots will be sent out.
When will those be going out?
They'll be going out. They have to be back by the end of November, but they'll be going out probably about the middle of November after the Triple Crown. After we find out.
After the Breeders' Crown? Yep,
Yeah,
we'll be sending them out after that. So that's 2 weeks away. I don't even know. My calendar is so crazy. 2 or 3 weeks.
Limbs are next week?
I think the
Limbs are next week
22nd and then the 29th and 30th for the finals. Yeah.
Again, it all just runs together. But I can't believe we got one more fair left.
Yes.
Lancaster next week. It's going to be fun to finally wrap it all up. And what a beautiful place to go to wrap it up.
It is absolutely beautiful, and I already know what I'm going to eat here, so that's a good thing.
Well,
right?
what is that?
The walleye sandwich.
Okay, so you're going with the walleye sandwich.
Yep.
That's what I'll have to get that, as well as the fair food is really put on a little extra. It's a good thing we had about a month break, because it was getting a little too much with
Pants
the
a little
fair
tight,
food.
yeah.
Exactly. So, we're getting ready for the 14th and our final here. next week it is the Buckeye Stallion Series, and with that, you have been busy with all the points. Your phone has been ringing off the hook, and we saw it tonight. A lot of top 9, but we saw where we had to drop down to the 13th and 14th point getters to get our field of 9. So your advice to those owners and trainers is?
Enter. Absolutely enter if you're anywhere near the top, because we don't, nobody knows a few of those horses that are in the top 5 or top 6 or whatever that don't enter. So yeah, just enter.
So the Buckeye Stallion Series will kind of wrap up all of our coverage of racing for the year, and then we'll be looking ahead next year to Matinee Madnesses and all that fun stuff that goes along with it.
And which brings up a great point, because as if this phenomenal team, of which only part of it is here, doesn't have enough to do. If anybody has any suggestions for things they would like to see next year, if we get the live stream broadcasts on, we do have an FAA certified pilot for a drone here.
But we're trying to become an FAA certified pilot by the drone, and that's what my attention will go to in the next couple of weeks, because I've got the classes all lined up. Now it's just a matter of doing that. So we're looking forward to adding some drone coverage,
which will be very cool. Very cool.
Well, ladies, first off, I apologize for not being in to help you clean up. Thank you for doing all of that work. But we have the gate rolling for our 14th. We're going to roll, and then after that, we're out of here. So we'll talk to you guys later. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
How did you get out of here? How did you get out of being here?
Oh, yeah, where were you? Oh, she's in the pack.
Yeah. Pacers for the 14th Ohio Fairs Championship. 3-0 Cold Pace.
You guys closing it out?
They're at the post today. Here they go. Raphael pacing. Imagine it. Fires out King's Cruiser inside, outside. I'm Rocking Ed. Calvin L. outside, racing away 5th. Rocket Airway. 6th is Professor Patrick. He is followed by Yankee Keeler. Then it is Pulling the Strings, who came away in 8th. And the trailer, So Rocking Ravi. Around the turn to the quarter. Mitch Cushing and Imagine It came away with the lead. Tucking into the pocket is Calvin L. King's Cruiser is there 3rd. He'll shake free to the outside and rush up, looking to take over 27 flat opening quarter. Pacing is in 4th. I'm Rocking Ed there 5th. Is Rocket Airway. Professor Patrick is next. Yankee Keeler out and underway, followed by Pulling the Strings and the trailer. So Rocking Ravi on to the half, to the top. King's Cruiser 1-5 favorite now, in control and in command, racing from the pocket. Imagine It. There in 3rd is Calvin L, followed by I'm Rocking It, half 55 and 3, 28-3 second quarter. Rolling first up, Yankee Keeler for Don Irvine Jr. now 4th and going right on, following his cover. Is Pulling the String, shuffle for Rocking Airway. He's now 7th, outside 8th, So Rocking Ravi, and out the back door, Professor Patrick to 3/4. It's King's Cruiser with the lead. Tyler kicks the plugs. They'll trip the beam for 3/4. In 124, 28-2 backside. Yankee Cruiser, Imagine It from the pocket, outside. Yankee Keeler coming 3 wide, Pulling the Strings inside is Calvin L. At the rail, I'm Rocking It, waiting for room, top of the stretch. King's Cruiser with the lead, out of the pocket. Here comes Imagine It for Cushing. King's Cruiser, Imagine It on the outside, coming to the wire. King's Cruiser, Imagine It, Imagine It, getting out.
A little bit of an upset there, Tom, in our final race, as Imagine Up gets up at the wire to win for the 3rd time and just edges the favorite King's Cruiser, snapping that streak of 6 straight.
Imagine that. It was Imagine It.
That'd be a great call. Imagine that. Imagine it won.
Imagine.
Sorry if it was a long shot, but no.
Yeah, but he must have been, let's see.
4-1, I think, is what the final was.
Which is good because he beat the 1-5 favorite.
And Calvin L. finished 3rd, and finishing 4th was Pull the Strings.
They came last.
Pulling the Strings. So, yep. So, the winner, Imagine It. Kent Wilcox gets the win. Mitchell Cushing, the driver. 12th win in 28 starts. And King's Cruiser finishes second, trained by Jeff Nysonger. Tyler Smith drove. So there's your victory. Goes to Imagine It, your 2021 Ohio Fair Championships champion this year. And here comes your winner to the winner's circle.
For Richard Kopp of Hillsdale, Michigan, trained by Ken Wilcox. Mitch Cushing is the winning driver. 22nd career win, 12th of the season. 3 straight of the Buckeye State for Imagine It. He equals his lifetime mark tonight, 152-2.
Equals his lifetime mark, 152-2.
Coming out of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, Imagine It. There's the Happy Connections. Roger Houston in the winner's circle, and we'll be getting an interview with one of Roger, working to get a quick interview with somebody, so we'll wait for Roger to make his way there, and looks like Roger is ready to go.
They're waving at the cameras, but they don't know where the camera is. It's over this way.
Let's send it to Roger for the interview.
Here in the winner's circle with us is Kent Wilcox. Imagine It. Got it done.
Yes, we did. Jeff's horse is a really nice horse, and I just felt like if we could settle on his back, maybe we'd have a chance. But, you know, that's the only chance we had, I felt like. So he raced really big.
A lot of starts this year. This is his 28th.
Yeah, yes, it is. We've raced a lot of fairs this year.
Yeah. What's the draw for county fairs?
The draw?
Well, I mean, why do people like to race at the fairs?
Oh, it's just fun. It's fun. It's always fun to win, you know, but that we go for good money anymore, you know, these fairs could do. And, you know, these raceways, it's tough on them, you know, and I feel like sometimes racing at a fair is a little easier than coming to the raceways. You know, it's a little easier on the horse.
I got a feeling you like racing at the fairs, too.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Were you raised on the fair circuit?
Yes, I was.
Kind of sticks with people, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Well, congratulations. Big win. Got a good drive from Mitchell Cushing, who's done quite well there at the state of Ohio in his first year.
Yes, he has. And he drove this horse a couple times this year for me and done a really good job. Cam usually drives them, but he had one in here. So, but Mitch done a very good job.
Okay. Congratulations, Kent.
Thank you, Roger.
Roger Houston with Kent Wilcox. 12th win on the year for Imagine It. And like you said, just loves winning. And, you know, when you win 12 times.
And there's a lot of starts.
So, well, Tom, 8 Ohio Fair Championships are now in the books.
8 great Ohio Fair Championships. Great, what a great race, great night of racing. It was just enjoyable, fast miles, new lifetime marks. I think we put 4 new lifetime marks on the horses. Just a great night of racing.
And it was a great night of weather for some great racing. I want to thank everybody who helped us bring this to you. Hollywood Dayton Raceway, Classic Productions, the entire OHHA staff, which you met some of them, Susan Schroeder, Sherry Johnson, our executive director, Renee Mancino, also Ashley Daly, who did a phenomenal job of setting up our charity night here. Brett Merkel, the track representative, as well. Congratulations to the charities, all of them, that will receive a nice donation from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and especially the big winners. And as we said when we were talking to Susan and Renee and Sherry, that money is going to go a long way here in the Dayton community to help people in need. So a pleasure to do that for the community of Dayton. And that'll wrap it up from Dayton Raceway here in Dayton. For Doug Ballinger, Tom Pye, want to thank you for everything you have done for us all summer long, grinding it out on the fair circuit. Well-deserved rest.
With some bad Wi-Fi we had to
exactly. Some well-deserved rest. And for Roger Houston, I'm Frank Froz saying thank you for joining us for another night of Saturday Night on the Races. Remember, we've got one more fair left. we will be at a fourth. There you go. So we'll have one more fair at Lancaster coming up next week, and then next Saturday night up at Northfield, we wrap up all our coverage for the summer with the Buckeye Stallion Series. Buckeye Stallion Series. So for everybody involved, I'm Frank Frost saying thanks again for joining us. Have yourself a great Saturday night. Goodbye, everybody.
Good night.
This has been Saturday Night at the Races. Saturday Night at the Races is presented by the Galbraith Equine Center at the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center. Saturday Night at the Races is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association and is sponsored by Bow River Jewelry, Cool Winds Farm, Kim Hill Real Estate, Equiloom, and Midland Acres.